This is first half of I Raised the Beast Well. Let us get started. Like, share, subscribe. This is an audiobook you are listening manhwa Mousse. Let us get started. Finally, someone walked up to the blond man who was feeding a parrot, giving him a quick bow before shouting, "Your Majesty, I have something very important to tell you." The blond man let the parrot fly away and turned around to face his servant. He shook off the bits of birdseed left on his fingertips with an indifferent expression. The sunlight hit his beautiful face. "The ring has been found." The man's eyes lit up once he heard that word. "You useless little girl." The nosebleed wouldn't stop. The voice that she was so accustomed to hearing was especially harsh today. The child bit her lips and wiped her nose hastily with a dirty sleeve. "You pitiful little bitch. I hired you out of plain generosity. The least you can do is do your job right." The girl clutched her shoulder, mocking the man under her breath. "For heaven's sake, you pay me 2 shillings a week. I am the only person you could possibly hire," she muttered. He raised his hand again. Blondina clenched her teeth and shut her eyes tightly. She felt a blow to her head. The blood from her nose dripped down her chin and stained her filthy collar. As the man raised his hand one more time, she decided to run. Run away from the inn and from that man as fast as her little legs would take her. The child's name was Blondina. She'd been working as a clerk at the inn ever since her mother's death. The work wasn't easy, her hands were swollen from her slow and tedious tasks. But it was the only option she had. For a young orphan like her, it was either this or being sold to some rich pedophile. She let out a wheezing breath. Blondina didn't stop until she reached the entrance of the village. She held on to her necklace tightly, her mother's voice ringing in her head. "Blondina, this is a gift from your father. Always keep it with you." Her mother handed her a small pouch with a necklace in it. Inside the worn little bag, along with the necklace, was a shiny ring. It was her sole reminder of a father she never got to know. Her mother always told her that it was the only thing her father left behind, fleeing as soon as Blondina was born. Tears started streaming down her face as she caught her breath, but she forced herself to hold them back. "I have pride. This can't make me cry." She felt the ring, safely in the pouch. She desperately wanted to protect her mother's legacy. The necklace. "But, Mom, I am sorry. I can't do this." This was it for her. She had to put her own survival before a ring given to her by a father that abandoned her and her mother. Blondina started running through the winding streets of the village. She was going to sell the damn ring. Right now. The jewelry store was at the end of a small alley. The smell of perfume hit her nose as she pushed open the heavy wooden door. It smelled exactly like a place fancy ladies would visit. Blondina's heart was in her throat. She still couldn't help but feel guilty for selling her mother's legacy like this. An old man holding a magnifying glass, the owner, stood behind the counter. "What brings you here?" "Good morning, mister. I assume Nordy sent you to sell something again. He has got to stop with his funny business if he doesn't want his hands cut off." Nordy, the innkeeper, often asked Blondina to sell jewelry so he would have money for gambling. Blondina slipped off the necklace and took the ring out of the pouch. The owner finally raised his head as the jewelry clanked against the glass countertop. "I am here to sell my own things today, mister." "Yours?" "Yes. My mother left them to me." Just that simple sentence was very hard to say. The owner put his magnifying glass down and inspected the pouch, handling it with a disgusted face as if it was infectious. He frowned and threw it back at Blondina. "Untie it. By the way, hasn't it already been 3 years since Lily died? Just wait for a man you can hang on to, such a pitiful girl you are." Blondina's mother, Lily, was widely known in the area for her beauty. No common woman, not even any aristocrat, had her stunning golden hair and blue eyes. Blondina took the ring out of the pouch with an expressionless face. The ring sparkled as light hit it, even after this many years. The owner picked it up roughly to take a closer look. I'll let you off the hook on this one, it looks real, but don't expect too much, alright? Yes, mister. Looks cheap, but somehow well made. He suddenly went silent. His eyes dilated as if he had seen something extraordinary. He stood up. Blondina was following his every movement. His hands were trembling. He couldn't take his eyes off the ring. Scrolling for his magnifying glass, he inspected it closely. His expression quickly went from surprised to doubtful to astonished. The man took a deep breath. Where did you steal this from? You bitch. Blondina could instantly tell that the atmosphere had changed. She was afraid she'd get hit again, shaking her head aggressively. I didn't steal it. Then where? My mother gave it to me. She said it was the only thing my father left me. I can't believe this. This shape, the man muttered with a blank stare. He motioned Blondina to a chair. Stay right here. I'll be back soon. Blondina didn't say anything. She still didn't know what was going on. Rushing like some sort of madman, the owner locked the door and put out the closed sign. Blondina called after him quietly. Mister. He had already disappeared. What a mystery. Blondina just stared blankly at the closed door. The dim interior of the store was illuminated with nothing but a candle. Blondina entered the guest room in the imperial castle, carefully lying down on the luxurious king bed. She was still in disbelief of what was going on. How could she, of all people, be staying in the castle? 2 days ago, at the jewelry store, the owner returned not long after he left with the emperor. Blondina couldn't bow deep enough, she had just seen a nobleman. She was driven to the castle in a carriage. That's how Blondina had been staying in the castle for days now, still not knowing the reason for anything that had happened to her. She fiddled with the ring in her hand and looked out the window. The sun was setting on the horizon. It bathed the fields outside the window in an orange light as the sky darkened. Blondina slowly drifted away into daydreaming. Before she knew it, the moon and stars were the only things left to light up the room. She was interrupted by the rattling of the door. It was usually never opened except for meal times. Who could it be? Uneasily, she picked up a candlestick, the only useful weapon she could think of. The door opened with an eerie creaking noise. Blondina put down the candlestick as she saw the gigantic male figures that stood at the door. It would be useless to try and fight them, she thought. By a glance of their spotless skin and imposing walk, she could tell they weren't just ordinary people. After all the tall men filed in, a strikingly beautiful young man entered. He walked in gracefully, followed by his servants. His blonde hair shone softly under the light of a torch in the dark room. He soon caught Blondina's eye and raised an eyebrow. Blondina clasped her blanket tightly as he approached. Tell me your name. Who are you? Blondina asked, avoiding the man's question. He asked again in a slightly irritated tone. Your mother's name is Lily, right? Do you know my mother? Blondina gulped and raised her head to look at the man. He gestured at the servant next to him, who gave him a candle. He lifted Blondina's chin with a hand, as if he were observing it all, and examined her facial features closely. A bit of wax dripped on the girl's collarbone. Oh! She yelped, but didn't really seem to care much about the pain. Only then did the man's expression change. You look very similar to your mother, you know. He said in a low, emotionless voice. His sharp eyes shot through Blondina. A mirror image, almost. She asked him in a much kinder voice this time. Who are you, sir? Instead of answering, the man scanned Blondina's face again. The blonde hair and pretty, twinkling eyes. He could see that she had a very upright character. He started laughing and stroked Blondina's head. I am Tris Rinhaberti Aetas. Your father Emperor of Aetas. Blondina's heart skipped a beat. Blondina opened her eyes wide. A fragrant, flowery smell enveloped the room and a fresh breeze came in through the window. The child looked at the stunning patterns on the ceiling and the expensive vase on the table next to her, blinking. She murmured in a sleepy voice. Yes, this is the imperial palace. She should have opened her eyes in the attic of the old inn. The flashy decorations all around her couldn't have been more different. Blondina's fate turned around in the blink of an eye. From an unknown, small village in the countryside to the royal family of the empire, she was now Blondina Renatas. Her father. The day she met her father, the emperor, she was transported to the royal castle. The jewelry shop's owner remained the only person who knew of her secret identity, and rumors began circulating in the village that she had been kidnapped. In this era of rampant human trafficking, it didn't take too long for all the villagers to accept Blondina's ill fate. She had no one to feel sorry for her. Her half-asleep daze was interrupted by a voice outside the door. Highness, if you're up, I'll come in. Yes, come in. Blondina sat up on the bed and stretched out her limbs as the door opened. The maid came in alone, with no escort. It's probably because I'm from low birth. The details were somewhat foggy, but it seemed that she was a sort of bastard daughter, the result of a one-time rendezvous. She also knew very well that her lowly blood was a disgrace to the royal family. Those were the only things she could be sure of for now. Your Majesty invited you to a tea party today. I'll guide you to the imperial palace's garden. Yes. I see. It was strange. Blondina was on her way to meet her father, yet she didn't feel happy about it. Princess Blondina has arrived. A chill ran through her body as the maid called out over the garden door. I can't possibly face the royal family like this after living as a commoner my whole life. An attendant took her inside. Come in, princess. She carefully entered, feeling the carefully cut grass under her feet and the pleasant aroma that hovered by her. There was a huge stone statue of a leopard at the entrance, bigger than a bear. A statue commemorating the sacred leopard clan that was in charge of protecting the empire. Blondina unthinkingly cowered away. The statue reminded her of the innkeeper who hit her, and she couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. It was an instinctive fear she'd acquired from experience. Princess. The attendant stopped and turned around to call her. Blondina sunk her feet into the grass again and cautiously walked toward her family. There were 4 people sitting in the sunny garden. They were the emperor and his wife, along with Blondina's half-brother and half-sister. They were almost seething with arrogance. The emperor put down his teacup and called her closer. Blondina tottered towards him. The emperor walked up to her and slowly started to examine her face. Their eyes met. I wish my eyes were as golden as your hair. The emperor roughly smoothed out Blondina's hair. A smile showed in the corner of his lips. At first glance it looked like a very dry smile. Keep this in mind, princess. Your descendants may be complicated, but no one needs to know that. Excuse me? You must not reveal your embarrassing past to anyone. Embarrassing. You tell me I shouldn't reveal your secret, but you're really one that should carry your past embarrassment, not me. Blondina looked up at him silently. The emperor continued on, smiling, disregarding the girl. You were found in another kingdom in a sickly state and brought back to the palace. Blondina bowed her head, just for politeness. Yes. Even if others don't believe it, that's the truth. Do you understand? I will be careful of what I say and do, and live as if I were dead. Yes. You must be humble, but you're not a stupid girl. She already knew that for the emperor she was nothing but some scum of low birth. Maybe that's why his harsh words didn't hurt all that much. They were nothing compared to the sharp pain of the innkeeper's blows. The emperor shooed Blondina away as he returned to his seat. He paused to say his last words to her. Oh, I forgot to say, welcome to the palace. My daughter. Blondina thanked him with a bow before turning around. My daughter. Could his voice have been any colder saying those words? She walked away lost in thought. Why did my father ask to see me today? The answer was a no-brainer for her. Dealing with the aggressive mood swings of the innkeeper had taught her how to read a room. It was a clear warning from the emperor. It would be too complicated for him if she were to reveal the real truth. So she was destined to live as if she were dead in a separate palace. That was it because she was nothing but the emperor's servant. It reminded her of the childhood feelings of the empress staring at her silently with that look of disgust and contempt. Blondina set off towards her palace. At that moment she heard a little boyish voice. Hey, you! She stopped and turned back. Lard, Blondina's brother and the prince of the empire, stood behind her. Blondina instinctively bowed. She wasn't used to being a princess after all. The boy smiled. Well, it doesn't take noble blood to get here apparently. He was actually younger than Blondina, but she didn't know that. She just smiled. You. Blondina, was it? The girl nodded instead of answering. I see your empty head has enough space for some manners, at least. Bowing and all. Where did you learn that? In a barn. Did the cows teach you? The prince's voice was filled with contempt and ridicule. Why would you come up to me all of a sudden and start a fight? I am worth less than an ant in your view. It became clear to her upon seeing the hateful look in his eyes. It was an act of nothing but unconditional contempt. Blondina answered unthinkingly. Cows cannot teach humans. Don't you know that? Prince Lart's eyes narrowed. How dare you make fun of the royal family with your vulgarity? You know very well you belong in a back alley. Well, I've never been shy. A royal? With your blood? I won't stand for it. Blondina scoffed. It was good to finally be able to escape the innkeeper, sure. Still, she was convinced she'd be a million times happier living alone with the money from selling the ring than among all these people that loathed her. Blondina looked around before loudly whispering her answer to the prince. My blood may be dirty, but half of it is the emperor's. What? If you deny me, you deny the emperor. That is also known as treason. You don't want that, now, do you? Blondina may not have received a proper education, but she was more quick-witted than any noble lady around. The prince just stared at her dumbfounded. However, he was not about to let a street rat have the last word. Well, I am denying you. A girl, a dirt poor girl at that, pretending to be naive. It's no ordinary thing to see someone so unimportant with this little respect. Don't mistake yourself for a member of the imperial family, you low-born scum. His Majesty the Emperor welcomed me personally. You don't know anything. You. If you are going to be disrespectful to me, I'll. Prince Lard pointed a trembling finger at Blondina. The girl knew the prince's threats were just empty words, the consequence of being surrounded by an illusion of infinite power at his young age. Either way, she just watched the child's anger bemusedly. It was difficult for her to believe that she'd have to constantly stand up for herself, worried that was the attitude of the imperial family. What do you want me to do? Be angry, shout, and toss a cup of tea at you? At this point, all she wanted was for her brother to leave her alone so she could go to her quarters. Besides, her father's warning was clear, live like a dead man. Okay. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry, let's stop. Okay. What? I'm a little tired today, so. Go. The emperor said to live as if she were dead. She would live up to that. Even though she didn't do anything wrong, she apologized first, and it hurt to be treated like this. I don't want to be kicked out yet. Unlike Blondina, lost in thought with a serious expression, Prince Lard was redder than a tomato. How dare a lowborn leave the table before anyone else? Blondina sighed. Even a million apologies wouldn't get her anywhere. The royal family was just too complicated for any commoner to understand. Then a girl butted in. Lard. Stop it. She was Blondina's half-sister and Lard's twin, Princess Adele. Gracefully signaling at her maid to leave, Princess Adele stared at Blondina quietly. Rather than the overly emotional Prince Lard, whom Blondina could easily read, the princess seemed to have much more deeply ingrained contempt in her silent eyes. You should stop now, too. An awkward yet powerful silence settled over them. Prince Lard shut his mouth and Blondina, too, was silent. The twins really couldn't have been any more different in appearance or personality. It seemed impossible that they had the same parents. Adele glanced over at Blondina, pointing a finger at her with an arrogant smirk. Anna, if you ever insult the royal family, or even Lard, in front of me ever again, I will not stand up for you. This is the last time I'm turning a blind eye to this kind of unpleasant disturbance. Blondina was already too tired to care, both mentally and physically. She shook her head with a quiet sigh. I was just walking. I came here and all of a sudden I am confronted by my angry brother, stomping around and pointing fingers at me. I wouldn't exactly classify myself as an unpleasant disturbance. Princess Adele's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that Lard is the unpleasant disturbance here? Blondina stayed silent. She knew the answer very well. Still, she decided to hold it in for fear angering the twins again. What strange twins. Every word I say makes them all angry and defensive. Their behavior was definitely a matter of good manners, but, well, Blondina's father wasn't the best at educating his children on manners. You should have been trying to get to know me ever since you abandoned me. Adele skimmed through the girl's expressionless face with a sharp look. There was cold rage flashing in her eyes. As she saw with Lard earlier, the princess made a mental note of Blondina's unusual sarcastic demeanor, muttering under her breath. Yeah, I won't be letting this go all that easy. She bit her lips and tried her best to put on a poker face. Being emotional would never win you a fight. Well, Princess Blondina. I mean, Anna. Do your best from now on. Don't tarnish the values of the imperial family. Blondina nodded. No matter which way she looked at it, it was actually the twins and not her defaming the imperial family, but she decided to keep her mouth shut. Yes, princess. Blondina smiled lightly, again somehow irritating Lard. What's that look on your face? Are you laughing at me? Blondina was quick to return to her usual expression. Adele quickly restrained her brother a bit before he got too out of hand. Let's go, Lard. The bright colors of Adele's dress faded away into the distance as the bickering twins walked off. Before she knew it, only Blondina remained standing on the grass. Weird kids. Blondina turned around with a shrug. All she wanted at that point was some rest. She walked alone to the guest palace, originally a place where nature-loving foreign envoys would stay. For this reason, unlike the main palaces, they were adjacent to the hunting ground, and the flower beds were replaced by whole fields of flowers. After the finely laid tulips and rose beds, clusters of trees began to appear here and there. Blondina's thoughts trailed off to the twins she had just faced. She never thought they'd give her a welcome party. But she never thought they'd hate her so much either. Why are you making such a fuss of me when I am your father's embarrassing past? Instead of letting her feelings of injustice take over, she just smiled. You really just gonna treat me like some uninvited guest, huh? She walked on, letting the lush grass tickle her feet and her thoughts roam free. Blondina heard a small cry from the bushes a few steps away. She stopped walking and listened for it. As soon as she heard it again, she started rummaging in the bushes without hesitation. A small black creature crawled towards her. Ah, pretty. It was an angelic black kitten. It looked like its hind legs had been injured. His forehead was studded with jewels the same color as his eyes. Blondina bent down to examine the cat's wounds. What an amazing cat. I am not a cat. Surprised, Blondina pulled back. Could it be magic? I can't believe a cat talks to a man. It must have been a magic cat. She couldn't believe it. The palace had already felt mysterious to her, but this was on another level. The cat is talking. I told you I am not a cat. But you're such a cute little thing, aren't you? You're a kid who can communicate properly, aren't you? The cat slapped the ground with his tail, sending up a flurry of fallen leaves. Blondina just smiled in surprise. A child who can't communicate, huh? Quite a thing to be told by a talking cat. Did you hurt your leg? What does it matter to you? I'm afraid you have an injury. She picked up one of its legs very carefully, deciding that tending to him was more important than all the questions crossing her mind. The cat slapped Blondina on the back of her hand with his front paws. It didn't do much to deter her, rather, she found it very endearing. The cat was afraid Blondina would call him cute again if he bared his teeth, so he decided to do his best to stay silent. The displeasure that lingered in Blondina's mind after the meeting with her half-siblings had disappeared. How did you get hurt? The cat didn't answer. There was a small cliff behind the bushes. A tree was sticking out in the middle, with one branch slightly bent. It seemed to be the thing that injured the cat. Blondina turned her head back. As she looked at the wound again, she heard a rustling sound behind her. She looked around to see two cats trying to hide behind a tree. Blondina didn't take long to realize that those cats were the ones that had done the harm. Their attitudes were exactly like those of the town boys that had chased Blondina into a ditch years ago. She approached them confidently. Would you like to come over here for a moment? They froze upon hearing her words. Blondina's low-pitched voice apparently held the power to tame beasts. Strangely, there was no need for human speech. The cats creeped towards her and she hastily bowed. Hey! You guys understand me, too? Meow. The cat was pretending not to understand her, but she could see from the guilt in its eyes that it was bluffing. Oh, cute. She chuckled but soon regained her seriousness as she thought of the injured kitten. Did you guys bother that black cat? The cat stole a glance at Blondina before ducking behind the bushes again. Blondina peered over the bushes. You shouldn't bully your friends, hey. That's really mean. She couldn't help but see herself and her half-siblings in the same situation. Hey, he was the one that bit our tail. A nervous voice snapped back from behind Blondina's back. Hey. You guys hit me from behind first. You were so strong that couldn't have hurt you. Blondina grabbed the cat's tail in a hurry, before it could try to hurt the other more. Moving on an injured leg only causes pain. Blondina knew this very well from her ample experience of beatings from the innkeeper. Calm down, cat. If you move, you'll bleed more. I told you I wasn't a cat. In the meantime, the two other cats took the opportunity to escape. Blondina screamed after them. Are you just going? You must apologize later, huh? She heard a faraway meow in response. Blondina approached the wounded kitty again. He was still wagging his tail. He must have been angry. Blondina sat on her knees. She lowered her head to look at the cat, whose expression softened a bit. Come with me, cat. No. What are you going to do with that leg alone? I'll cure you. Why should I follow a stranger? That's all you need to know. I am Blondina. Blondina ran a test. I didn't ask for your name. The cat jerked its head away, but Blondina wasn't about to give up. Be friends with me. You don't have any friends anyway, do you? Who said that? You disagreeable, saucy man. The cat groaned. The girl was right and he knew it, so he was even more annoyed by the comment. Blondina could tell by the appearance of the cat that he had grown up in the streets just like her. Can you be my friend? I'm alone. The cat flinched at Blondina's sudden change of tone. My mom's dead and my dad got to know me days ago, but I don't think he likes me. Even my supposed brother and hate me. I got really angry at them earlier. She tried to lighten the mood with a forced smile. She was trying to instill some sympathy in the cat. She actually didn't care that much, she'd gotten used to loneliness and bad treatment over the years. So please be friends with me. Let's play together. The cat's ears pricked up again as their eyes met and he unconsciously began wagging his tail again. T/N, hi guys. Don't worry, I've noticed you all hate the name Blondina just as much as I do. So, I am doing a poll to ask you guys what you want her name to be. Please vote in the comments below and I'll tally your votes up. This closes Saturday and a valid vote is a comment on this chapter clearly mentioning your pick. The names I've thought of are Belinda, Bella, Brianna, Dina, Diana and Lena. Of course, you can also vote to keep the name as it is.
If you have any other ideas, feel free to suggest those too, but if you can also pick one of the above mentioned names so I have an easier time counting votes.
Thank you. B is also wanted to apologize for the irregular posting schedule. I will try my best to even it out from now on. T/N Hello everyone. For those of you that aren't on Discord, I have tallied up your votes for Armak's new name. Thanks to everyone for voting. Blondina will become Belinda from now on. Belinda immediately sensed that the cat had let his guard down a little. She carefully reached her hand out to him. Come with me, Mom. I can ask my maid for bandages and medicine. You'll get sick if you go home in this condition. The cat remained silent as he sniffed Belinda's hand. He put his tiny paw on her palm, letting her feel his sleek black fur. Belinda's heart was fluttering. The cat nuzzled her hand and climbed on her arm without warning. Ah! The warm, soft ball of fur made himself comfortable in her embrace. She had to stop herself from letting out a cry of joy. Don't forget, I am going home as soon as I get treated. Alright, just come so we can get you treated already. This doesn't make us friends. The cat's muffled voice was so cute that Belinda couldn't help but smile. Hey, but how can you talk if you're a cat? Because I am not a cat. What are you then? That's for later. You'll faint from the shock. Belinda looked down at the cat, comfortably nestled in her arms with his eyes closed. She asked him to be friends because of how lonely he looked, but now that she held him, he actually looked very lovable. Yes, I know we aren't friends yet. She thought of the cats she'd seen earlier, the ones who were bullying this kitten. She had been somewhat nosy, honestly. But seeing the cat reminded her so much of being bullied by the village children and her siblings that she couldn't just pass by. My mom used to scold all the kids that bullied me. Mom. All the repressed pain stabbed her in the heart. Her mother, who held her just like she was holding this cat now. Coming to the unfamiliar palace alone, she missed her mother more than ever. It had gotten a little better over time, or so she thought. A muted longing spread through her like ocean waves. The rosy cheeks and motherly smile. The freezing winter wind, the warmth of lying in a shabby bed hugging each other tightly. And then there was the disgusted expression of the Empress, the maliciousness of her step-siblings. That's all she was, an unwelcome being. It wasn't exactly new information to her, yet the feelings began to flow in. Something that could almost be called sadness. The cat looked up at her as she tried her hardest to stop herself from showing her emotions. His pretty purple eyes were filled with questions. Are you crying? What is it? I'm not crying. No. Then what are those tears? Huh? Belinda touched her eyes and felt tears. As she blinked, the fat droplets rolled down her face. Where did those come from? She pretended to be okay and laughed it off, but, well, it looked like this was really sadness. The sudden tears were proof of that. Oh. I cried, huh? I don't know why either. The cat tapped Belinda's face with his front paw. What a strange girl. Humans are impossible to understand. Belinda nodded in agreement. He could see that she sympathized with him, attempting to make friends, even offering to cure his leg. Maybe the strange girl wasn't all that bad. Having almost arrived at the guest palace, Belinda spotted a huge man in a shiny night suit. Belinda lost her footing before she could ask him who he was. Her face turned pale as a ghost. There was an uncanny resemblance between him and the innkeeper who hit her. She unconsciously squeezed the cat even tighter. Hey. Sorry. I am sorry, the man surprised me. I'm really sorry. Belinda loosened her grip and stroked the cat's fur, whispering an apology. The cat hit her arm with his tail. It seemed to be a sign of discontent. It didn't hurt much, of course. The knight approached Belinda. Good morning, princess. His words were cut short when he saw the cat in Belinda's arms and caught his eye on the purple jewel on its forehead. He flopped his giant body onto the ground, his face pale. Humble greetings to the great leopard Shinsu. Belinda was confused. For once she couldn't read the room. The cat jumped off of her. But it wasn't the beast's black foot that landed on the floor. White, clean human feet touched down softly on the grass. The light filtering through the tree leaves glittered on his neat face and the shiny black bangs on his forehead. The breathtakingly beautiful boy smirked at Belinda. I told you I wasn't a cat. The shining amethyst-colored eyes flickered mischievously. He looked about 10 years old. Belinda was so amazed by his beauty, she almost thought he was a girl. The shimmering cloth enveloped his body gracefully. The flowy white fabric complemented his elegant face. Even his ankles, slightly visible under his gown, were pretty. Belinda was speechless for a moment. She was still a young 11-year-old girl, but her mouth opened wide when she saw a beautiful boy of her age. She forgot that he was a cat pawing at her just a few minutes ago. He tilted his head slightly and fluttered his long eyelashes. Human. Belinda finally returned to reality. It seemed like a dream, but now that she thought about it, it wouldn't make sense for a cat to talk like a human, would it? The palace still didn't fail to amaze her. The cat must have been under its spell. But that was not it. Belinda fiddled with her red-hot ears. By the way, cat. I am not a cat. How's your leg? The boy glanced away. Are you sure you're all right? He replied in a tiny voice, still staring at the ground and playing with his hair. It hurts a little. Belinda bit her lips. Cute. Even if he turned human, she could instantly recognize the little cat in his expression. The knight was still on the floor, not sure of when to stand up. He could tell at a glance the small animal in the princess's arms, a fierce and cruel leopard of the Shinsu clan. Not to mention the worst black leopard out there. Even at his young age, his physical abilities had already surpassed the knight's. He had no idea how long he'd been on the ground. Sneakily looking up, he could see the boy pointing at his ankle and grumbling at the princess. Belinda lowered her gaze and backed away unconsciously. She could see the large man lying down in front of her and again recalled the figure of the innkeeper. Belinda hurriedly hid behind the boy, who turned his head to look at her. What brings you here? Good morning, princess. I'm here to give you the bracelet of the imperial family. He reached out his hand carefully and pulled something out. A bracelet indicating the status of the imperial family, a very special item that would usually be presented by the emperor. A token of the imperial family, not just something to be handed out like this. Considering the emperor's attitude towards her, Belinda wasn't all that surprised. She stomped her foot, indicating to the knight that he could stand up. He stood up, his eyes fixed on the ground. It should be okay to stand up now. Shinsu didn't say anything either. He was relieved to get out of that uncomfortable position. Well, I'll get going now. Yes. As he was about to leave, the boy stepped him on the shoulder. Hey. Don't tell anyone I am here. I want tea. The knight nodded firmly. Shinsu was not a person to take lightly. He and his people were, perhaps, even more difficult to deal with than the royal family was. Belinda let out a relieved sigh. With the man gone, she felt like she could finally loosen up. She looked up at the boy, who had a very proud look plastered on his face. Now. How does it feel to see me in my true form? Belinda answered without hesitation. Pretty. It's pretty. The boy's expression completely changed upon hearing her blunt words. His usual arrogance was nowhere to be found and his cheeks flushed. Not that. Don't you see the greatness of this body? Belinda smiled. Yes. You're a human now. You were a cat before. It's amazing. No, not even that. I don't mean the surprising part. He shook his head and opened his mouth to say something but stopped. I am the strongest and the greatest leopard in the world. He could say it himself, but then it wouldn't sound as impressive, would it? A body larger than a bear, an incomparable destructive force, an almost godlike species. The leopard Shinsu had been a king ruling over people since he was born. He was not raised to confront petty, weak humans. Such a great species. The boy crossed his arms. You were more afraid of that useless speck of a human being than this noble body. Yes. First off, he was gigantic, not a speck. Why? Look so deceiving. I could tear his heart out with a swipe of a paw, you know. Lord Rohadi is just really big, you can see that too. That's just scary. He looks like the innkeeper that used to beat me. She couldn't say that, obviously. He gave her a questioning look after the evasive remark. The answer didn't seem to please him. Belinda hurriedly changed the subject. Let's go to my room. You need to heal. When she looked down, there was a little black beast before her eyes. He hit the floor with his tail. Take me in your arms. My ankle hurts. Belinda lowered herself without a word and held out her hands. The face of the cat, sorry, leopard, looking up at her sulkily was irresistibly cute. But she couldn't say that either, could she? He scampered onto her arm. Belinda gently smoothed out the soft hair on his back as she walked inside. You said you could take out the night with a single swipe, and now you want to snuggle up against me because your ankle hurts. Belinda snickered at the thought. What's your name? Amen. Amen Arkin. I'm Belinda. You heard it earlier, right? You can call me Birdie though. That's what my mom used to call me. All right, Birdie. Amen looked up at her. A humble human should not dare to make eye contact with me. Then won't you be friends with me, a humble human? That's not what I meant. Amen sighed defeatedly. He just couldn't make sense of the girl. He tapped her arm and almost recoiled at the feel of her skin. It was much softer than he'd assumed. He pricked his ears and started playing around with it. Belinda grinned. It tickles. But you're so cute. The soles of your feet are soft. Aemon snatched his paw away and looked at the floor. As soon as they arrived to the palace, Belinda asked the maid for ointment and bandages. She carefully washed the blood off the leopardess legs with clean water. There was no serious injury. Only a slight cut remained. It's not a big wound. That's a relief. Belinda smiled to herself as she applied ointment to Aemon's hind legs and bandaged them. I can't believe you asked me to hug you because of such a slight wound. Isn't that the cutest thing ever? She didn't know the whole truth though. When they first saw each other, Aemon was badly hurt from having fallen off the cliff and torn open his leg on a branch. That's why he couldn't move for a while and was in pain. However, Shinsu's healing powers were excellent. By the time they came across the night Rohadi, only a slight throbbing pain remained. Still, he didn't mind Belinda's careful touch, so he just remained silent. There. You re good. The sun has already set. Can you go back in the dark? It was a cloudy day. Outside, even with the slivers of moonlight that shone through, everything was enveloped in a dreary darkness. Only the sound of the wind could be heard coming from the desolate forest. Aemon answered in a flat tone. What are you talking about? My attack abilities are superior. I am Shinsu, for crying out loud. The night is my time. Oh, really? Have a safe trip home then. Belinda started putting away all the ointments and bandages. Aemon glanced at her with a sharp look before leaning on a soft cushion. His black tail moved gently. I'll just sleep here. Yeah. Okay. Of course. Belinda nodded absent-mindedly. It was Aemon who was embarrassed by her repeated affirmation. What do you know about me to let me stay here just like that? You? Just that you're a cute cat. He didn't even bother to correct her again. He flapped his tail around rather nervously, which was rather strange for someone that could usually fall asleep anywhere. You've treated me very kindly, so I'm sleeping here. It's the first time I'll sleep in a human habitat. How come? Because we're not friendly with human beings. And why would that be? We don't like humans. Why don't you like them? Belinda continued to prod away like a nosy child. Eamon scratched away at the pillow nervously as if he was expecting it to give him an answer. Human beings smell cunning and foolish. Do I smell like that too? Belinda asked, concernedly sniffing her wrist. All she could smell was expensive perfume. She wasn't a girl living on the streets anymore, she was a princess. You're fine. Eamon answered lazily, his chin rested on a cushion. Oh, that's a relief. What is that smell like though? It's a thing, it really is. You're just a human kid, you don't need to know. He wasn't talking about an actual scent.
It was just the easiest comparison to, well, simply human nature, which any animal like him could feel by instinct.
Most of the people he'd met before Belinda were high-ranking nobles and royals, cunning and arrogant. To a beast like him, it was easier understood as a stench that surrounded them wherever they went. However, Belinda couldn't wrap her head around his words. She went into her dressing room and changed into a silk chemise. Instinctive smell? She, a human, couldn't know. She came back into the room, turning on the soft lights before laying down on a rug on the floor. The feeling was familiar to her, so much so that it was way more comfortable than the bed. She shuffled a bit to get closer to Eamon. He frowned when he felt a hand stroking his nose and moved his long whiskers slightly. Even that is cute about him. He was so tiny and cute as a kitten. Great leopard Shih Tzu. In Belinda's eyes he was just an adorable black kitten. Eamon. What? Belinda couldn't help but giggle a bit about his lazy voice, answering even while he was half asleep. How old are you? I'm 11. 9. I am your Nuna then. Nuna? Eamon laughed. She certainly spoke like a Nuna. Wouldn't you be an adult already if you were 9? Since you were an animal. But you were still. We're not like ordinary leopards. We grow all at once when we are about 18 or 19. That's when we have our coming of age ceremony. I see. So you're going to stay this cute for another 10 years. Belinda rubbed Eamon's forehead, suddenly in a good mood. Her fingertips brushed slightly against the purple stone on his forehead. He slapped her hand away, barely remembering to retract his claws. Hey, don't touch me. Huh? Are you in a bad mood? I'm sorry. I must have gotten too touchy. Belinda pulled away with a sullen face. No, I am fine, it's just we're sensitive here. Huh? What do you mean? It feels a little. Anyways, don't touch it. He was relieved he was in cat form. If he were human his ears would have been burning red. Belinda nodded understandingly. Can I touch anything else? What are you saying? Eamon sighed again. By the way, Eamon. How did you get here? Didn't you say you don't go near humans? You saw them. Those kids with the spotted fur. Yeah. Well, this is where I ended up after they chased me. But why did you fall off the cliff? I didn't see it behind me. It was a stupid mistake. Belinda looked at the pretty beast, taking her hand off Eamon's forehead. Why don't you get along with those cats if they read just like you? Did you fight? Eamon didn't answer. The problem was that he was born a black leopard. It wasn't his fault that the color of his fur was so dark, but most leopards still avoided him. He was born from a bloodline of ruthlessness, and they were afraid that Eamon would kill them just as the black leopard did 500 years ago. Although he had the title of Shih Tzu, he was still just 9 years old. He approached the cats because he was lonely and wanted a friend. They couldn't be friends, so they ended up fighting instead. That was it. Better to stay lonely and fight than have a fake friend. It was just his personality. Just because. Eamon yawned and turned around. It seemed to mean don't talk to me, I'm going to sleep. Belinda gently swept down the fur on the back of his head. The cat sighed as if he were annoyed. However, he didn't resist her. He smiled. That's so cute. A little rough around the edges, but she had a friend that was a cute little leopard and a breathtaking bow. That alone made Belinda happy. After the day, Eamon went in and out of Belinda's palace like it was his own home. He always excused himself with something along the lines of only coming for food, but they were already friends. More or less. Belinda was very happy with her new friend. The sound of water splashing in the indoor fountain permeated the stillness of the imperial palace. The emperor moved a chess piece with a languid expression. It wasn't the right one this time either, was it? Yes, I was expecting golden hair and golden eyes. The duke fiddled with his mustache, eyes firmly on the floor. The emperor held on to his wife. What happened to the one you found the other day? She didn't respond to the spirit stone. So you've failed. Again. I am sorry, your majesty. He pushed away the chessboard, lost in thought sprawled on the sofa. Finding the secret ability of golden-haired people was of utmost importance. It was the only thing that could make beasts bow to the emperor's authority. Including the leopards that had been toying with the imperial family for so long. And Belinda? With her blonde hair, she resembled her mother, but luckily not enough to be a complete clone of her. Lily, too, had the golden hair and eyes, but no ability. He had a child with her, just in case, but Belinda's gray eyes left no hope of the ability. Her eyes looked exactly like her father's. As soon as he made sure that the child didn't have the ability, he abandoned the woman and returned to the palace as if nothing had happened. The beauty of a poor woman could shake him, but not make him change his ways. Leaving a ring, he promised to come back one day, but the promise was quickly forgotten as the tasks of the palace brought him back to his normal lifestyle. He didn't forget, no. He just deleted it from his memory. Lily and everything surrounding her was just a mirage. His place was in the palace. Even his decision to seek out Belinda was just a childish impulse.
It was still his blood either ways. He thought it was better to have her be in the palace out of view than be plagued by what ifs.
They might bring on setbacks. But he couldn't just go and kill them. What can I do with those Shinsu bastards? The emperor slowly put on a sly smile. He might have been impatient, but there was just no way. If their god disappeared, the humans themselves would have no choice but to bow their heads to someone else. Princess. The maid's voice could be heard from behind the door. A fresh breeze blew through the room, carrying the smell of earth. Belinda stirred slightly. You mentioned the other day that you wanted to play backgammon. Mademoiselle Lucy came to play with you. This time she sat up in bed. Princess. Princess Belinda. Oh my god. Wait. That's me. I am a princess. The more she thought of it, the more amazing it was. It's been months since she entered the palace, but she still couldn't fully understand that she was a princess. It was only natural, after so many years living as a commoner. She roughly tossed away her blanket and answered. Come in. The maid came in carrying a large golden box, followed by a little girl. It was Lucy, the daughter of Earl Herb, who had become Belinda's companion maid 3 months ago. She was the last descendant of a crumbling noble family. Good morning, princess. Eamon isn't he here, is he? It has been over 2 weeks since he came. I know. Lucy had met Eamon for the first time a few months ago, and it didn't take her long to figure out his real identity. Belinda recalled it with a smile. Lucy fell onto the floor bowing with a white face as soon as she spotted the spirit stone on his forehead. Welcome to the great leopard Shinsu. She was so afraid she couldn't even raise her head. But that only happened once. She softened up and now she absolutely adored the kitten. Lucy brought some cookies and they began playing. Why isn't Eamon coming? Eamon's visits had always been irregular. There were times when he stayed for a whole week, and times where he disappeared hunting in the forest for 10 days. But this time, he hadn't been around for 15 days. Well, where could he be? Curious, Lucy. What do you like so much about him? Of course, Belinda thought every little detail of him was perfect, but she doubted that Lucy thought so too. Lucy fiddled with her ears and laughed awkwardly. Oh, you know, he is cute. It was a vague reply, as if she was ashamed. That's true, he asked, very cute. The black fur and sparkling eyes. His eyes almost looked like jewels, don't they? The two girls talked and joked around affectionately as they played. They were interrupted by a fluffy black paw stepping onto the game board. He indifferently scratched at the board, seeming to signal that he wanted some attention. Amen. Lucy lit up at his brazen reappearance of the leopard, but her face soon stiffened as she saw something sticking out of his mouth. Belinda carefully pried it out. Eamon had casually picked it up on the way as a present. Lucy screamed. Arg! It is a sparrow. It was indeed a small, plump sparrow. A cute, lovely creature. Lucy covered her face with a trembling hand so she wouldn't see it. Belinda also couldn't help but look away. She gulped. Come to think of it, the old lady at the mill always told her that the alley cat she used to feed would start bringing her dead mice if she wasn't careful. And she turned out to be right. A thoughtful yet horrible show of gratitude from a cat. Did he bring it as a gift? But he is not a cat. Belinda carefully opened her eyes. The sparrow was still there, lying on the table dead. Lucy had already fled to the other side of the room. Eamon tilted his head and looked up at Belinda. Why do you close your eyes? Her strange reaction made his ears prick up. Are you afraid of sparrows? I am not scared. It is just. The dead sparrow was just pathetic, not scary. But she couldn't say that. She didn't know what to say. Someone of such a great importance had caught a sparrow for her, but don't humans like this kind of thing? I like it. It is cute. But when it is alive? How can I say this without hurting him? How can I teach an animal kindness from a human's perspective? Belinda was quite desperate. You're cute, like a little sparrow. That's true, but I'd rather have this alive than dead. Eamon switched his gaze from Belinda to the dead sparrow on the table. He poked its plump body with his paw. Wake up. It was a firm order. Obviously the sparrow did not answer. It was dead after all, wasn't it? Eamon tried again, this time in a sweet yet gangster-like voice. I said wake up. Silence. Eamon scratched the table with his razor-sharp claws as a final warning. Hey, if you keep playing dead, I guarantee you won't have to pretend much longer. Then, a miracle. Yes, sir. The dead sparrow sprang up, shouting in a high-pitched voice. Belinda stared at it blankly. It was amazing that Eamon had brought the sparrow, it was amazing that the sparrow had played dead, it was amazing that Eamon threatened it, it was amazing that the sparrow talked. He pressed down roughly on the sparrow. Now play with the girl. The sparrow again answered, yes, sir. And flew over Belinda's shoulder. She glanced at it awkwardly. The twittering voice rang in her eyes. Hello. I didn't pretend to be dead because I hated you. I swear. It really hurt. Eamon's teeth are so sharp that he could stab you with them. I didn't even want to come here. I'm telling you again, it's not because I hate you. Belinda quickly gave up on listening and turned back to face Eamon. The little leopard had an arrogant smirk plastered on his face. Come on. Compliment me. Say thank you for the gift. He wagged his tail adorably. Forgetting about the talking sparrow for a moment, she reached out to him, gently rubbing his chin with her fingertips. The fur was incredibly soft to the touch after so much time. I haven't greeted you properly. Hi. The sparrow butted in. Yes. Hello. Belinda awkwardly scratched its head and tried again with Eamon. Eamon, long time no see. Why haven't you been here lately? I was at the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain? Yes, I have to go there to regain my strength and keep prying. You make me answer like that without me even wanting to. Eamon answered furtively and raised his chin a little. Now, come on. Pat me some more. 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 Belinda kept on patting the both of them as she continued to talk. By the way, Amen. How come the bird can talk? Is it a Shinsu too? Instead of Amen, the sparrow answered enthusiastically. No. I'm not a Shinsu. I can talk because Amen shared the sacred power with me, but it's true that I'm a little smarter than others. It wouldn't he stop twittering and flapping its wings. Belinda gently stroked its neck to try and calm it down. Amen simply growled. Shut your mouth already. Only then did the sparrow quiet down, understanding the implication of his simple action. However, his mood quickly shifted as he turned to Belinda, wagging his tail. Well, what do you think? Do you like my present? Yes. It's really cute. But what's his name? The sparrow chimed up again. I don't have a name yet. He shut up again as soon as Amen's eyes narrowed warningly. No name yet. You name it for me. Shall we name him Mazzetto then? Eamon lazily wagged his tail in approval and Mazzetto tweeted in a shrill voice, flapping his wings. Okay. Don't be absurd. Eamon slapped the piece of fabric out of Belinda's hand. She just shook her head and put it back on his awfully well-set head. Before they knew it, lush, green plants were sprouting up again, announcing the arrival of spring. As the thick blanket of snow on the hunting ground melted and the frigid wind chill turned to a fresh breeze, the imperial court was ready to host an archery competition. Eamon was intrigued by it. An archery competition? I'll have a look around, too. You've always said you weren't interested in what humans do. What happened? The weak human race took over this whole continent, driving out powerful beasts with claws and fangs. Yeah, they did. It's all thanks to their weapons. I need to see that power. How strong they really are. The elder Shinsu leopards had always said to Eamon and his three siblings to never underestimate the power of the mere human. That they are ill-intentioned and cunning creatures, yet they couldn't possibly bring them down. So he wanted to see it for himself. Even so, though it was embarrassing to have to wear such an ugly hat. He needed it to cover the spirit stone on his forehead, but it was more than enough to completely destroy the Shinsu's confidence. He couldn't deny, even to himself, that he was a cute kitty. Amen. You can't go without this. No one will believe you're my pet cat if they can see the spirit stone. Lucy chimed in. That's right. Or do you want to miss it? Amen sprawled on the floor, pawed at the end of the ribbon on the hat. It's not difficult to accidentally reveal my identity. He wouldn't want to be caught in or near the palace by another Shinsu, close to humans, and have rumors spread about him. Not just that also. Also, Belinda has golden hair. Shinsu leopards absolutely detested golden hair and golden eyes. Well, Belinda didn't have golden eyes, but still. Just because of the hair, he was sure he'd be told that he would be stuck with a pathetic human his whole life. With the ensuing nagging from the elder Shinsu, he doubted he'd be able to roam around the palace as freely as he could now. All right. Eamon murmured in a small voice, finally deciding to put on the hat. I am absolutely not going to look at the mirror, a glass, or the fountain water. That's wonderful. It looks good on you. You should wear it all the time. Mazzetto flew around, twittering at him. Eamon shot him a dirty look, not knowing whether the sparrow was giving him a compliment or making fun of him. I'm gonna get rid of that bastard bird right now. Soon they couldn't stop him from going after. Some time later, Belinda held on to him tightly as they arrived at the hunting ground. She awkwardly stretched out her legs, standing around at the entrance. She couldn't help but laugh at the sheer absurdity of cradling a leopard pretending to be a cat and having a sparrow sitting on her head. His Majesty the Emperor is entering. The booming voice of a servant rang through the grounds and the royal family entered, well, except Belinda, of course. Why aren't you going in with them? Isn't he the real star supposed to enter alone? I can't go with them because I have commoner blood. She couldn't say that, so she just made a joke instead. They were of pure, noble blood, and she was just a mixed-blood street rat princess. It couldn't. They were of noble descent from the Empire and they were half-penny princesses mixed with commoner blood. It was worlds apart. so she could only trail after them like a ghost. However, Eamon didn't need to know that. She just smiled as they went in quietly. No one cared where she went or with whom. She definitely didn't mind though. Attention for her would mean attention for Eamon, not to mention the very noisy sparrow on her head. Let the games begin, the emperor announced, lying carelessly on a fur rug. The nobles in fancy hunting clothes stood in a line, smiling. They got ready to shoot. The rules were simple: they had to hit pigeons with their arrows, and whoever hit the most would win. A pigeon was released into the sky, swiftly followed by a flurry of arrows. Mazzetto quickly burrowed himself into Belinda's hair. This is not a sparrow hunting contest, right? No, it is not that. He poked his head through Belinda's hair, quickly going back into hiding once he saw the arrows. Bah! Humans are cruel. I'm sorry, Mazzetto. Belinda gave a gentle sigh and patted the bird buried in her hair. Hunting, just a game for humans, must be a very cruel and frightening event for Mazzetto. Meanwhile, Eamon was carefully observing the hunters' every movement, trying to figure out their methods. His ears twitched as he followed the path of one arrow after another. The event seemed to be dragging on forever. Eamon was paying careful attention at first, but as groups of hunters rotated and repeated the same actions, he got somewhat restless. He jumped on Belinda's shoulder and quietly whispered to her, pretending to rub his face on the back of her neck. "Breedy. I'm sick of this. Hang in there. It is almost over. What the hell does this stupid human entertainment form even mean? It doesn't mean anything. Then why are they doing it, like some sort of idiots? It is just for fun. Like you playing with a ball of yarn." She responded, teasing. He slightly bit her earlobe as a retortion. "You don't know much, Breedy. My best entertainment is hunting, not yarn balls. You know, leopards sink their claws into their prey and rip them apart. How dare you treat me like a cat playing with yarn?" That's what he meant, but Belinda wasn't swayed. She trusted him not to sink his claws into her body and rip off her flesh. "You re-saying some really creepy things in that cute little voice of yours." Eamon's hair stood on end at the lack of reaction from the girl. The dignity and authority of the Shinsu had never affected her, but this was different. She couldn't exactly threaten him, he was just a nuisance. She smoothed out the fur on his tail that fell down on her back. "Soft. If you're bored, how about we look around this tree behind us? What's the use of looking at trees? What is the use of looking at people shoot arrows?" Eamon climbed back down into her arms, indicating his approval. They looked around without speaking at all. Just sightseeing, so to say. "Look, there's ants climbing up the tree. You're good at climbing trees too, right? Since you're a leopard. If you're bored, why don't you climb up there? Breedy, if you don't know what to say, it is okay to just stay quiet." Belinda smiled awkwardly at his words. It was her who suggested they go see the tree rather than the competition. She racked her mind for some way to lighten the mood, but it would be better to stay quiet. They continued staring at the ants, not saying a word. Then, suddenly, whoosh! An arrow hit the tree just inches from Belinda's head. "Aff!" She let out a shrill scream and held on to Eamon tightly. It was almost instinctive to protect him. A little twist in the trajectory of the arrow, and it could have pierced my head. I almost died. Her entire body tensed up, as if someone poured a bucket of ice over her. Eamon, too, heard her heart beat clearly before he opened his eyes. His face hardened, he was definitely not pleased by the sudden role reversal. A soft sound of crunching leaves could be heard. It was none other than Prince Lart, approaching them with a sly smile. He seemed to be the one who had fired the arrow. "Oh, it is you? You're so shabby, I couldn't even tell you apart from an animal." He couldn't finish the sentence. Eamon lunged out of Belinda's arms, straight at the prince. A small gust blew around him, and soon he was on top of the boy's body. Lart was paralyzed by fear. "What a lowlife, how dare you!" The chilling voice of Eamon's human self rang out. He emitted a heavenly glow as he kept a firm hold on the prince. Lard let out a shaky breath. Looking at the face of the boy stepping on his neck, a shiver ran through his whole body. Just now, that cat in Belinda's arms jumped at me. And he turned into a human, and now he is stepping on my neck. He knew from the glittering spirit stone on his forehead, a Shinsu leopard. A beast in human form. He didn't know why the leopard was there, or why he was there with Belinda, but knowing that wouldn't he help him anyways. The fear was choking his whole body. He wanted to close his eyes and escape. Run away screaming. But he couldn't do anything. Eamon lowered even farther onto the prince. As his facial expression so clearly indicated, he was serious. How dare a human being threaten what is mine? Huck. No, he did want to answer, but he couldn't since he was being held down by the neck. He wanted to shake his head, but again he couldn't move his neck. A pained groan escaped his slightly open mouth. Eamon pressed down even harder, not taking his feet off until the prince was out of breath. Killing a fragile human being was very simple. There was nothing to hesitate about. What worried him was all the nagging he did get from his elders for killing a member of the royal family. Also, if I kill this little boy, Belinda and I will no longer. Eamon looked down at him, holding his neck and rolling around on the ground. Belinda was still clinging onto the tree with an astonished face. You. Haha. Instead of answering, the prince moaned in pain. Eamon knocked him back down onto the grass. You humans are very weak. You know that, right? Oh yes. If you're hit by an arrow, you will obviously die. Lard looked back at him with a terrified gaze. Are there thorns in the air? Why is it so hard to breathe? But you fired an arrow at Belinda. I didn't know. I didn't know Princess Belinda was there. He was trying his hardest to deny it, but they both knew it wasn't true. A faint smile appeared on Eamon's face. You didn't know, sure. You might not have known. Maybe. Well, here's what I don't know. How much strength do I need to waste for you to die? Dump. Eamon's feet were straining. Prince Lard took another sharp breath. He felt like all his ribs might break. Will this be enough to kill you? Cough. Or this much? Whenever Eamon increased the pressure on his chest, his eyes blurred with pain. Maybe his bones were already broken. Before they knew it, Mazzetto twirled around their heads chirping. Kill him! Kill him! Lard in terror did not hear it, and Eamon pretended not to hear it either. Lard's intense breathing caught in his throat. A damp liquid flowed down between his trembling legs. It was embarrassing, but he didn't even have time to feel ashamed about it. He grabbed Eamon's ankles and shook his head desperately. No. Save me. I was wrong. Save me. The royal child, more arrogant than anyone else, was now clinging desperately onto Eamon with tears and snot all over his face. But there was an even more arrogant beast above him. Eamon laughed. His smile seemed to hide a lot of cruelty. He whispered in a small voice so Belinda couldn't hear. Belinda is my human. Haha. You see what I mean? You were a smart, great member of the royal family. Yes. Prince Lard replied obediently, nodding his head wildly. He was desperate to get out of this threatening situation somehow. Mazzetto, sat on Belinda's shoulder, was twittering excitedly. Bite him, Eamon. He killed a pigeon, too. Only then did Belinda come to her senses. She hurriedly stepped in, afraid that a cruel incident would soon unfold if she didn't. Eamon. She grabbed his collar with trembling hands. Eamon slowly turned to face her. He skimmed over Belinda's scared, confused face. She couldn't speak. The sight of Eamon stepping on Lard made her think too much of the innkeeper that would beat her. Unknowingly, her hands trembled and her mouth was closed so tight it felt like her jaw would break. Are you scared? Should I stop? Eamon asked tenderly. She shook her head and softly grabbed Amon's shoulders, whispering in a thin voice. No, it's not that. Mom. Just in case. Pick a spot where the wound wouldn't show. She didn't want him to be killed, he was her half-brother after all, but still, it would be okay to punish him a little bit for almost shooting her, right? Amon almost laughed but managed to hold it back. I know the situation is scaring you, but are you really asking me to bite him somewhere it wouldn't be seen? This girl is really clueless. Amon thought a little about what to do with the prince. Belinda told me to not be gentle, so I think I shouldn't be. It's not like I am some sort of domestic cat, but this still feels weird. He shook his head and stepped away from the prince. He knew that Belinda was still afraid, even if she pretended to be fine. Amon was well aware of when it was time to end his act. Lard crouched on the ground holding his chest, coughing. Mazzetto chirped lamentably. Why don't you kill him? Belinda hushed him and smoothed down his wings with her fingertips, which were still trembling. Amon sighed, once again sensing her fear. A little leopard appeared on the grass. Amon slowly approached Lard, now in his animal form. He whispered in his ear. Just so you know, if you try to retaliate against Breedy for what happened today, that will be the day your life ends. Yes. Prince Lard nodded with his eyes bathed in tears. Don't talk about today either. It's embarrassing, isn't it? For someone of the royal family. Yes. Good. You were smart. Amon pricked his ears, satisfied. He didn't want to be nagged by his elders because of the bow. Elder Asha's lectures had always been long and boring. He strode towards Belinda, who was still frozen in shock. When she felt him rubbing up against her shoes, she looked down. The archery competition is over already. Let's go to your palace and have some snacks. Amon said, wagging his tail. All right. Pick me up, Breedy. He rubbed against Belinda's legs, acting cute, perhaps to threaten the prince just a bit more. Don't be afraid of me. I'm your cute little beast. Belinda crouched down to pick him up. Yes. Let's go. She stretched out her arms and the expectant Amon jumped right into them. A warm, soft creature that I can hold in my arms. A cute and scary little friend who scolded Lard for me, Amon. Leaving behind Lard, who still hadn't stopped panting, they turned around to return to the guest palace. No one would care about the mixed descent princess, even if she had not made any effort at all to hide. Her father wouldn't have cared either. Why didn't you kill him, Amon? He swiped at the bird with his front paw as a response, and it flew away before he could catch it. Belinda stared in the direction of the palace, still some distance away, and lifted up Amon by his torso. Dangling in the air, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. Amon. You threatening the prince was really cool. He rubbed his nose with his front paw to hide his embarrassment. Next time I step on someone I'll be even cooler. I can do it. He promised better acts of violence against Prince Lard. I've done this a lot in animal form, but it's my first time doing it as a human. He murmured awkwardly. Belinda smiled brightly and nodded. But aren't you going to get into trouble if you act like this? Trouble? What trouble? He's from the royal family. What if he wants to get back at you? Amon could see the worry in her eyes. He slightly licked the back of her hand. Surprised, Belinda accidentally dropped him. The texture of his tongue was unfamiliar. He landed lightly on his feet and looked up at her. Breedy. I'm strong. Yes. I know. But. Don't worry. I don't care what rank a person is. I'll step on the emperor if you want. That emperor is my father though. True. Shall we exclude the emperor then? Belinda put off answering and smiled lightly. Anyway, what I am saying is you just need to be next to me. Hugging and petting me. Belinda choked up. I keep getting emotional. She tried to hold back her tears. She just made a joke about the emperor, but the way Amon could comfort her without saying a word made her emotional again. A friend who is always nervous but kind. Great and noble, but just a cute leopard for me. My dear friend, Amon. Belinda slowly knelt down and made eye contact with him. She reached out her hand and Amon rubbed up against it. So, Breedy. Take care of me now. Yes. She blinked over and over again.
She felt like crying, but tried to hold back her tears. She didn't want Amon to see her crying.
She stroked his head gently. Satisfied, Amon closed his eyes. After some time, he looked up at her. His eyes glittered beautifully in the sunlight. Belinda smiled. Tears streamed down her face, but she didn't know why she was crying. Those wicked, arrogant Shinsu bastards. Prince Lard said, fists clenched and still crying in frustration. He was busy complaining to his twin, Princess Adele. He called and revealed the neck-trampling incident to their father. The royal family didn't see much beyond threatening and making fun of the beasts. Well, it wasn't his fault, but he knew the emperor would be angry with him for showing weakness. He hated it when his father was disappointed in him. So he threatened you to stick up for Belinda? Yes. He stepped on my neck and tried to break my ribs. It really hurt. He shouted, hitting his chest. An intense feeling of disgrace rose up his body. Adele tried her hardest to keep a calm expression. I don't care how strong you are, you insulted Lard and the royal family by extension.
This alone was enough to make her outraged, but worst of all, she couldn't bear that Belinda, with her vulgar veins, was the reason for all of it.
It was a disgrace, plain and simple. You completely forgot about the attitude of the royal family, didn't you? You were the one who's been humiliated, but all the traces back to the whole family. When are you going to stop being so thoughtless? Adele. Cold sweat trailed down her face. Imagine you shot the arrow that killed that stupid thing. What do you think our father would have said? It would be hot gossip. The prince remarked calmly while still wiping away his tears. I am sorry. Adele sighed. It's not your fault. You were just trying to make fun of her. I understand your feelings, too. That's right. The vulgar blood that puts our mother into misery. His sister wiped his face with a handkerchief. Anyways, let's be careful now. Don't go near Belinda when she's with that Shinsu. It's true that they're strong. Alright? She said in a friendly voice. She was just a child, but she knew perfectly well how to twist Lard around her little finger. He nodded and responded with a long yeah. She patted him on the back as if to console him. Lard, I will avenge them for humiliating you. How? I'll find a way somehow. I'm sure they have a weakness. Yes. They must have one. Trust me. She flashed a cold smile. Your Majesty, are you very busy? The princess went up to her father doing paperwork at his desk. Her attitude was very different from the one she'd shown Lard. She clung to her father's arms with twinkling pleady eyes. The emperor gave in and laid down his quill pen. Come here. With his arms wide open, he held Adele tightly, a loving father that Belinda would never get to know. Adele sighed deeply to draw his attention. Is something troubling you? Yes, Your Majesty. What is it to make you sigh so deeply? He laughed, as if the princess's worries were cute. She responded in a somber voice while fiddling with his collar. I was learning about the history of the empire yesterday and it made me really sad. What do you mean? It's the imperial family that has built an empire and the great emperor who leads the people, right? Yes. But it's so sad to see the Shinsu leopards who have nothing but power. The emperor's expression changed. He gazed softly into the child's eyes. Adele didn't look away. Adele. You really look like me. I'm glad to hear that, Your Majesty. I am thinking it wouldn't be a bad idea for you to be our next empress, since we're so similar. Really? Adele's eyes widened. She could barely open her mouth to speak. Emperors had all been men for generations back. Female rulers existed, but they could only rule because there was no other successor. I didn't dare to think that I could be emperor with Lart around. Adeli's cute eyes filled with greed. The prospect of getting a position she didn't even expect herself was exciting. However, she pushed away these thoughts and instead stared at her father calmly. Adele. You have to look for golden hair and golden eyes. Blonde gold eyes. The only way we can defeat the Shinsu is to find the descendant of God. The Shinsu leopards had never been defeated, no matter how many times humans charged at them with their knives and spears. A ruler the size of a house. Tough skin that could bounce off arrows. The only one who could deal with these fearfully strong beings was the descendant of God. The first god made people in Shinsu, but also a human god, Barhan. The only one who could deal with the Shinsu was Barhan. The original god had died and Barhan had also disappeared, but 500 years ago, a descendant of Barhan appeared. He was killed by a leopard, but he had a child, so a descendant of his must be out there somewhere. Once we find him, humans will rule the world. The emperor stroked his daughter's cheeks affectionately. Adele. If you find Barhan's descendant. He smiled. You will have the crown. She sucked in a sharp breath. Spring was slowly coming to an end at the palace. The blooming trees outside Belinda's window shed their petals one by one. Eamon came to visit for the first time in nearly a month. Belinda, give me some cookies. He sat down by the window with his ears drooping. Both Belinda and Lucy dropped the embroidery they'd been doing and ran to him. Eamon. Why haven't you been here in so long? I missed you. Eamon. I've collected a lot of wool for you. He looked up at the two girls and yanked away from Belinda's hand. A ball of wool. I'm not a kid. Plus, I am a leopard. I am not young enough to be playing with wool, and I am not a cat to be playing with it either. Eamon said, not revealing any of his upset. Who do they think I am? There goes my authority. This isn't easy. Mazzetto appeared, fluttering around Eamon's head. Yes. You are the greatest and most wonderful person in the world. Definitely not a cat. 10 minutes later though. He is having a great time, isn't he? Yeah, Lucy. I didn't know he'd like it that much either. The once grumpy Eamon was having the time of his life with the ball of wool. He was really a beast whose words never matched his actions. The two girls just watched the scene unfold from a table at the opposite side of the room. Belinda smiled. How can someone be so lovely? It feels like he is my own baby. Eamon, the beautiful boy who stepped on Prince Lord's neck, and Eamon emitting a cool glow after casually kicking the prince away, were nowhere to be seen. There was just a little leopard running around on a rug, playing with a bunch of wool. After a long while he stopped playing, claws entangled in the wool. I am stuck. Get it off. How cute. Belinda blurted out without thinking. Eamon hissed at her. This is really uncomfortable. Of course, Belinda just toyed around with his paws without any attempt to entangle him. Eamon pulled away. Hurry up and do it. Stop acting cute. She could hear the desperation in his voice, but didn't he care much. Lucy ended up getting his claws out of the wool and throwing it aside. You're the only one for me, Lucy. What about me? Am I not one for you? Asked Belinda in a briefing tone. He looked up at her, flustered. What, you're here too? Always here. She responded with a quick butt pat. Amon lurched back. Do you want to live without hands? What are you, a cannibal? There is nothing you can do. I could eat you whole. It was meant to be a threat, but didn't he sound threatening at all? Mazzetto also flew over, chirping in support of Eamon. Of course. You can eat her. You can eat it all. Ignoring him, Belinda embraced Eamon and rubbed their cheeks together. Don't eat me. It won't taste good. I ate nothing but food waste until I was 11. Waste? Yes. Leftover rice from the restaurant dumpster or moldy hard bread. So if you want to eat, eat, Lucy. Lucy, who was next to him, shrugged. I don't think I'll taste that good either. It's been quite a while since my father went into ruin and we couldn't eat meat. There was even a little tinge of fear to her voice. Lucy and Eamon got along well by now, but it still scared her to be reminded of his status. Unlike Belinda, just a commoner, Lucy responded instinctively to a supposedly cruel and ferocious Shinsu. She was the daughter of a count, after all. Eamon. You choose. Do you want to eat me or Lucy? I'll think about it when both of you gain more weight. Too many bones are hard on the teeth. He answered with a serious tone. Lucy flinched and Belinda also started pondering whether or not she should really gain weight. Eamon, having declared bloody murder, well, cannibalism at least, circled around Belinda. However, instead of sinking his fangs into her neck, he softly touched her cheek with a paw. Let me ask one last question before I eat you. And what is that? Tell me about your life. Before you came here. Belinda clenched her jaw. Once again. Always the exact same question, and she always had the same cookie-cutter answer.
Her usual happy expression, no, the happy expression she faked for everyone, melted off her face.
Well, I spent it like any common person, you know. What the hell was it really like? Belinda lowered her gaze. Beat and kicked by the innkeeper, wandering around town crying, looking for scraps of bread on the ground to eat. It was a scar and a disgrace. Even in the palace, she would wake up crying and screaming after nightmares, reliving all of it. She still needed time to heal and to talk about it to anyone, even Eamon. I just picked up bread from the ground because I didn't have any money, so what? Hearing Belinda's words, Mazzetto started chirping eagerly. Beggar. Were you a beggar? He quickly stopped and flew to safety on Lucy's shoulder after Eamon swatted at him. Why does Eamon hate me so much, Eamon slowly went up to Belinda. Uncharacteristically for him, he scanned her expression with serious eyes. Breedy, you always keep quiet when the topic comes up. Oh, really? She laughed in an effort to lighten the mood. That's why all those big men scare you, right? Her eyelids trembled and her pupils dilated the slightest amount, indistinguishable for a human, but an instant indicator of fear for Eamon.
He'd seen it many times, in the eyes of all the common beasts that had faced him.
Fear, restlessness, panic. It was apparent in the girl's entire body. He sneaked up on Belinda from behind and touched her cheek again. Tell me, Breedy. I'll kill all the remnants of the past that haunts you. He said in a seductive whisper. It sounded almost magical. Belinda paused to think for a moment. Yeah, Eamon will take care of everything for me. He is so strong after all. They'd avenge the innkeeper one day, but not yet. In the future, when she is a bit broken. It would be better to talk about it later. It took the last bits of an 11-year-old girl's pride to reply with a smile. I'll tell you when I'm ready. It's really nothing. It's not a big deal. Just later. Amon was lost in thought. He wanted to know right away, but for now, rather than pressuring her, it would be better to wait until she can talk about it. Maybe that's the best thing I can do for her. Take your time. You can tell me anytime you want. Okay. She said in a thin voice, trying her best to suppress all the old memories taking over her mind. Eamon sighed and rubbed his soft cheeks on her forearm. This tiny ball of fluff could kill all the remnants of my past, huh? She giggled a bit at the thought. What are you doing? Eamon was over to play, but Belinda was too busy to pay him any mind. She was preparing for a huge party the duchy would hold for some foreign visitors. Eamon, I have to leave for the party soon. Play with Lucy and Mazzetto today. Do I look like a kid who can't even play alone? Eamon slapped the table with his paw, displeased. Belinda just continued dressing up, ignoring him. Before they knew it, it was time for her to leave. I'll be right back, Eamon. She hastily waved to him before scurrying outside to her carriage. Eamon waved back with his tail, but as soon as the carriage started moving, he bolted after it. Eamon! Where are you going? Mazzetto flew by and poked his nose. Aemon growled at him. Don't you come. If you come, you die. Mazzetto disappeared before Aemon could finish his sentence. Content with having scared the bird off, he concealed himself again and continued running after the carriage. After all, easy concealment during the night was his specialty. The party was located inside the main palace, not too far from Belinda's guest palace. Standing at the entrance of the palace, Belinda took a deep breath. It was not her first time at a party by any means, but the momentary nerves standing at the entrance never quite went away. It probably had to do with her slightly lacking party etiquette. There was also Prince Lard and Princess Adele, who would always stare at her with contempt and sneer at her slightest mistake. Princess Belinda has arrived. The doors opened to let her in, and the colorful lights of the ballroom flooded over her. Bright and shiny and fancy as she always felt, it was not a world she could seamlessly fit into. A while later, Belinda was sipping on some apple juice, leaning against a column. You're being treated like some idiot again today, huh? She whispered to herself. Nothing much to see around, just some duke's daughter. And then there was her, just a princess who was treated like an outcast by the emperor. She was alone again. Aristocratic circles were not all that easy to break into. Not to mention the royal twins were standing right there with the group, along with all the noble families of the duchy. It felt like an unscalable wall to Belinda. If you're going to be like this, why even invite me? Sheesh. To put it plainly, she wasn't enjoying herself too much. Also, the stunning blue dress she was wearing, with a bejeweled collar and luxurious fabric, seemed really out of place. Everyone else was dressed in yellow. Could it have been a dress code they decided on themselves? Of course she wouldn't have known either ways. She never as much exchanged a word with any of the noble children. They were whispering, then turning around to glance at Belinda before going back to whispering again, as if they were telling a joke. From time to time, Princess Adele stood in the center of their little circle, laughed loudly. It didn't take a genius to discern who the conversation was about. They must be laughing about me. Like it as such a big deal to put on a luxurious fancy blue dress instead of a luxurious fancy yellow one. Looking around, she noticed that she was indeed the only person not wearing yellow clothes.
Even so, she raised her head high and kept on eating horse overs with a smug look on her face, just to show them she didn't care.
How could she be hurt by something like this when the memory of the innkeeper's blows was still so insistent in the back of her mind? She got sucked out of her thoughts when the music suddenly stopped and the servant shouted an announcement. All welcome His Majesty the Emperor, the shining sun of our empire. The dramatic late entry of the main character. Shiny and imposing with a huge red cape, yet with a relaxed smile perched on a beautiful face. And of course, the unmissable arrogant expression that was the trademark of the royal family. He looked awe-inspiring even to Belinda. She couldn't help but notice how similar he looked to Lard and Adele. Unlike her, she just saw more and more distinctions between them. A man who was her father but not really her father. Roughly shoving away the crowd that had gathered around him, the emperor cracked a huge smile when he saw the twins. Your Majesty. There you are. With a brisk bow, the two approached the emperor quickly. The warm affection was obvious in the emperor's eyes. I've been so busy lately, I haven't seen you properly. How have you been? I saw you a week ago, Your Majesty. A week without seeing you feels like a month to me. Natural affection, unconditional love. The emotion between them was clear and Belinda laughed bitterly. The Empress, who usually had on a sour expression, was also looking at the scene like a loving mother. Your Majesty, stop greeting the children. You have to greet the visitors to our duchy. I'll be with them a little more. I haven't seen them in so long since I've been touring the empire. A harmonious family bound together by love. Belinda burst into tears watching it. She couldn't possibly intrude on that. She never dared to think she could be included in that family. She had no choice but to rip that piece of her heart out so as to not deal with the pain so much. She was just an unnecessary disturbance to them, like a nasty piece of rotten food. It is not that she was bothered by their happiness, but it broke her heart to think she had no one that could love her unconditionally like that. Hiding behind a column, she thought of her mother. I can be thinking of my mother here. I can just randomly start crying. They were her family. A family that always turned a blind eye to her. A family that rejected her. Hearing Adele's happy, loving laugh hurt so much more than her mocking one. After he finished greeting his children, something suddenly caught his eye, the hem of a blue dress sticking out from behind a column. He could recognize it instantly. It was the dress that he gifted Belinda. Well, it is not like he gave it to her out of affection, it was just a sort of appeasement to the girl he trapped in a guest palace, hid away from everyone. He called out her name. Princess Belinda. Are you doing well? Why yes. The royal twins looked on with a sour face. The emperor smiled and gestured invitingly at Belinda. Go and talk to the children. It makes me sad to see you with no one to talk to. He was pretending to care, as if it erased the fact that he dragged her to the palace, only to hide her away. Of course, it was a consideration not at all appreciated by Belinda. Soon 4 or 5 children gathered in front of her, including the twins. Come on. Talk to us. Belinda just stared at them. There was clear displeasure and contempt in their eyes. It felt like she was an uninvited guest being forced into a social situation she didn't fit into. I don't like you very much either, she said, whispering to herself. The Princess Adele tilted her head. Instead of greeting Belinda, she started talking in a language she didn't understand at all. Lionel, I heard you got a new horse for your birthday. So that's why I can understand them, it is not an imperial language. Soon a conversation unintelligible to Belinda was in full swing. Yes, my lady. It's a child of the horse that won the last equestrian competition, and I waited half a year to get it. Can you let me ride it sometime? Of course. The language they were using was ancient. A dead language that only the royal family and high-ranking aristocrats knew. They were intentionally disregarding her, only using it to show her that they were superior. Belinda saw these intentions. But rather than being ashamed, she laughed at them. You're childish. It reveals a lot about nobility, doesn't it?
Anyone would assume they were graceful and polite because of their noble blood, but their shameful behavior was worse than any common person is.
The children's conversation went on. Avi decided to take painting classes from Finale. Finale? Isn't he such a famous artist these days? Avi heard it as impossible to get a painting from him because he has such a wild spirit. My family has decided to sponsor him this time. Belinda poured herself another drink. It was a little sweet just to her taste. How long are you going to keep this up? Hasn't it been enough picking on me to satisfy you yet? Adele looked up and smiled as if she had finally found Belinda. Oh, look. I guess we've forgotten my sister is here, haven't we? Belinda put down her drink and smiled back faintly. I guess you have. Adele was embarrassed for a second by her rude reply, but soon a malicious smile spread across her face. It must be boring for you to hear us talk about the things that we know. I am sorry. Join us. A language you can only use between yourselves, you mean? Everyone noticed her expression. They were cruel children, they wanted her to be hurt. To feel shame and to mourn. Belinda shook her head and answered casually. No, it's okay. I have nothing to boast about. Even if I did, I wouldn't want to stoop that low. She talked in a calm tone, as if addressing toddlers. Adele was embarrassed once again. Did you understand? Did you learn ancient languages? That can't be true. How could one learn an ancient language rolling in the dirt on the street? Belinda gazed out the window indifferently, then turned around with a polite smile. The weather is very good, I think I'd better get some air. I'm sorry, but I'll be on my way. She turned around and left, still showing absolutely no interest in them. She had to admit her manners were rather bad around Adele, but They were just aristocrats looking to blend in. All of them were in a gentle mood, so Belinda had to be too. Her role was to lie low and be obedient. To leave just like that, unprompted, was not exactly good manners. When did that vulgar thing ever learn an ancient language? As she watched Belinda disappear in the crowd, Adele tried to put her pleasant face back on, but no matter how much she thought about it, it was incomprehensible. The prince leaned over to whisper in her ear. Adele. Belinda must know ancient languages, too. That can't be true, you idiot. She almost let herself yell out the thought, but held back just in time. The forever calm and elegant princess was tipped off balance at the drop of a hat with Belinda involved. Oh. There's no way, Lard. She forced out the words, trying to sound as sweet as possible. I understand though. I just came to tease you a bit, but instead you start bragging like there's no tomorrow. What was that? I think we were really childish. Lard scratched his head. Wait, am I on the wrong side? This doesn't even make any sense. The princess hid her irritation from him, but clenched her fists tightly. Meanwhile, a boy standing near her caught his eye on Belinda. He was the second son of the Duke of Rotson, also mingling with the noble children. However, he was the only one among them who didn't speak any ancient languages and remained neutral. Belinda burst out laughing as soon as she stepped out into the garden. Of course, she didn't know a word of any ancient language. It was so easy to tell what those little kids were talking about. Some things really don't change. It had been the same when she was a commoner. The boys bragged about their horse riding skills and the girls bragged about the new clothes they got for their birthdays. That's why she could guess what the earlier conversation was about. If you want to screw me up, slap me in the face. It hurts more. Walking through the neat flower beds, she approached the window where she'd been standing earlier with the other children. She took out a cherry tart that she'd swiped from the party and wrapped in a handkerchief. This is so delicious. With no one except Belinda, the garden was perfectly still and quiet. She continued to talk to herself as she strolled around. Such a unique taste. I've never had anything like this before.
She would have looked like a madman to anyone that saw her, but she just laughed to herself, thinking of what a relief it was that her chauffeur wasn't with her.
There was no one around to call her crazy. Are you sure you don't want even a bite? I'll eat it all. Huh? As soon as she finished the sentence, a bush rustled to reveal a small ball of black fluff. No. Gimme. It was Eamon. Oh, as expected. Belinda pursed her lips tightly to avoid bursting out laughing. That's right. Eamon can't resist the thought of dessert. She sat down on the ground with him. Her beautiful dress would be crumpled, but she didn't care. A ridiculous-looking scene unfolded, a tea party between a girl and a beast. Eamon curled up on the hem of her dress and began munching at the tart. How did you know I was here? I heard a growl and saw a cute little kitten outside the window. Little and cute? He said in an embarrassed tone, face buried in the tart. She brushed the crumbs off his face, smiling. It's certainly all right to be small and cute, isn't it? You're here because you're worried about me, right? Eamon flinched and hid his face in the tart again. No, I was just wondering what a human party was like, that's why I came. He muttered as an excuse before going back to the food. Belinda had had a feeling for a long time that there was something different about him. He wasn't bragging constantly like those kids at the party, he was actually so shy and humble. The sound of leaves falling and the soft breeze was the only thing to interrupt their peaceful stillness. Belinda looked down at the cat and they held eye contact for a few moments. He might not have seemed like much, but he had a real knack of making an impression on people. Belinda didn't actually notice him at first. That was a lie. She only discovered him in a tense moment, his tail swinging nervously outside the window as she stood around the group of noble children. She saw his pointy ears pop out when she talked back to Adele. A bit more time, and he would have lurched straight in through the window. That's why she tried to get out into the garden as soon as she could. To meet this stout, tender-hearted gentleman. Amen. What? Nothing. Just because. Amen replied, wagging his tail slowly. What is it? Honestly. Honestly, Belinda wanted to thank him. There were so many things to thank him for, she was embarrassed to express all she was feeling. It was really hard at the party. The heartbreak of seeing the Emperor as perfect family, a stable, loving relationship she envied yet couldn't ever have. Well, not anymore. No one there to love her unconditionally, the sad reality of a de facto orphan. Just because she expected all of it to happen, didn't he mean it wouldn't he hurt? She was still always lonely and sad. She could only run away from the feelings for so much time. But there's Amen. At that moment, just having him right there next to her was perfectly consoling. How could such a little thing be so lovely? This is delicious. Bring more, Tilda. Belinda couldn't stand it anymore. She picked up the little leopard and hugged him tightly. Surprised, Amen screeched, but didn't he let her go. Pretty. You really pretty. What? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? He couldn't stay still for long. He tried to push her away with his paws. Without sticking his claws out, of course. Soon he stopped for fear of hurting her with an annoyed look. Whatever, do as you please. I'm sick and tired of being loved and adored. Where had his dignity gone? With this girl, he was nothing but a cute little kitty. Belinda rubbed their cheeks together and smoothed out his fluffy fur. He smelled of cherries. He sighed deeply. Belinda just booped his nose and laughed again. What a cute sigh. Amen looked away. Belinda squeezed him again. Soft and warm. Thank you for Amen. So self-conscious and always pretending to be manly. Sweet, threatening without ever showing his claws. There was a lonely cliff facing Belinda, but there was still hard ground under her feet. Amen. That was enough. A yellow butterfly hovered over the blooming flowers and flew away. Warm sunshine fell down on the Duke of Rotson's garden, where 4 people were gathered for a tea party. The protagonists were, of course, the royal twins, accompanied by the Marquis's daughter and the Duke himself. Philip Rodson put down his teacup and turned to face Princess Adele. Miss, where does Princess Belinda live? I don't think I've ever had the chance to meet her on any of my visits to the palace. Why are you so interested in vulgar blood, Philip? Her face hardened immediately. All the more so hearing Philip say the unpleasant name. Belinda was known officially as a dwarf woman who recently returned to the kingdom after recuperating from a grave illness, but it was an open secret that it was just an excuse to hide her away. The hidden, unofficial embarrassment of the royal family, that's all Belinda was. Vulgar blood, maybe, but there's a very confident air to her. Confident? You can't even tell the difference between confidence and coarseness. You remixing up your words. How ignorant. Ma'am. See, you don't even pay attention. What a sorry addition to the imperial household. She said in a stifled voice. But Philip was lost in thought, smiling. He was reminded of Belinda at the party, standing alone, but head held high, looking relaxed, even avoiding the children's meanness so easily. What kind of life could she have? Philip was inexplicably drawn to her. It was an ordinary afternoon in the guest palace. Lucy and Belinda were sat on the floor, immersed in a game of chess. She'd learned to play it recently from Lucy, and although a bit more complicated than the games they usually played, she found it very fun. Wait. Lucy. Isn't it a checkmate? Because of my queen? Well, it is a tie. Not a checkmate. No, you can't do that with one queen against a king. As Belinda stared at the board trying to figure out the queen's position, a maid's voice came from outside the door. Princess, you have a visitor. It is Philip, Duke of Rodson. Huh? Who? She'd never heard the name before. She'd definitely heard of the Duke of Rodson though. One of the 4 dukes of the empire. A founding contributor and at the height of his power among the imperial family. Tell him to come in. In any case, he is a royal family when it comes to a visit from a duke. It was half a penny, but there was no need to shrink unless it was not a commoner. Rather, it was Lucy who was nervous about the guest. She might have been the daughter of an earl, but that was no match for a duke. Not to mention, she'd never met Philip Rodson. The door opened and a lanky boy came in. He walked very stiffly, with the restraint typical of the high nobility. Belinda skimmed over him. She'd been expecting an adult since he was a duke, so she was surprised to see a boy 2 or 3 years older than her. She was familiar with his face, even though she didn't know his name till then. Soft dark brown hair, beautiful sparkly blue eyes. A very handsome boy with a noble air. Wait, isn't he one of Adele's friends that was laughing at me at that party the other day? Are you here to pick a fight with me? Did Adele send you? The tension was obvious in her expression. It was somewhat overwhelming to have to deal with someone like this without Eamon. Good afternoon, Princess. My name is Philip Rodson. Yes. Duke Philip Rodson. I couldn't greet you properly when we first met at the party some time ago. Pleasure to meet you. The boy smiled calmly. Belinda, fiddling around with a chess piece, looked him in the eye and smiled back. She wanted to be straightforward and say she didn't want to see him, but she couldn't do that. She wanted to live her life with as little conflict as she could. Even so, though, her emotions were quite easily visible on her face. Philip glanced at her silently in a flurry of thoughts. Is that it? There's no way she would welcome me if she thought I was making fun of her at the party. Belinda was unlike any other person he'd met. She demanded respect, but in a very different way from the snobby aristocrats that usually surrounded him. In any case, she was nothing like the ignorant and vulgar person Adele described her as. He decided to get to the point quickly before she could kick him out. He pulled out a small gold box. It was embossed and looked valuable at first glance. I came here to give you this. What is this? Belinda opened the box. It was a flower-shaped brooch with tiny pink diamonds wrapping around a huge ruby. It glistened beautifully under the sunlight. Pretty. Belinda's reaction was blunt.
It was a rather vulgar response, as Adele would say, but she didn't want to give the fake, shallow reaction that the Duke had probably expected.
This is made out of a very large gem that was found at our mine. But why give me this? There was also one made for Princess Adele, but come to think of it, there's more than one princess in the empire, isn't there? Belinda blinked. So the Duke made this for the princess of the empire, and so I have one too because I am the daughter of the emperor. It felt very strange. She was a princess, sure, but she was always treated as lesser by everyone. Always. It was hard to believe she was actually considered one of the 2 princesses by someone. She handed the box to Lucy to put away. Philip was holding another box, as well. It had neatly stacked glass bottles filled with flower tea. I got this as a gift from a foreign merchant. Please make good use of it. It was time for her to express her gratitude for the gifts. Then, suddenly, she heard a snarl outside the window and something leaked in. It was Eamon. Lucy, startled, hurried over and spoke to him in a shrill, nervous voice. Candy. You back? How was your walk? Making a big fuss, she snatched him up and forced him to put a hat on. It was a defensive measure to hide his spirit stone whenever he met someone.
When rumors started spreading that Ishinsu was going back and forth from Belinda's residence, they decided to start pretending he was her pet cat, Candy.
No matter how young, Belinda was a lady. And Eamon was a beast. Lucy, who had grown up in the nobility, knew better than anyone that there was a lot of vulgarity hiding behind the elegant face of the nobility that everyone saw. They might be cursing Belinda out behind her back, saying that she was still dirty-blooded, even being protected by the Shinsu. She couldn't let that happen. Eamon finally dashed across the room to Belinda after reluctantly agreeing to put on a hat. He didn't speak, instead simply glaring at Philip with harsh, threatening eyes. You back? Belinda put down the box of teas and greeted him. Eamon jumped up onto the table without answering, not taking his eyes off the Duke for even a second. Philip felt somewhat strange. What he thought was a house cat was staring at him like it would kill him any moment. A chill ran down his neck. It looked like such a cute cat, but it had very sharp eyes. He felt like he was standing in front of a predator, not a pet. He unwittingly avoided Eamon's gaze and held out a small letter. "What is this?" Belinda opened the envelope and saw a sheet of glossy paper with luxurious embossed writing. "It is an invitation to my birthday party." Belinda was conflicted by the friendly gesture. "What should I take this for? Maybe it is a trick to make fun of me again." Philip grinned. "Belinda, I'd appreciate it if you could go." He couldn't finish the sentence. "Garar?" Ski asked. Everyone turned their heads at the sudden noise. Eamon straightened his neck. He was holding the open box of tea bottles over the table. Candy, you can tea dropped it. It might break." "Meow." Eamon gave a single cute meow, just to live up to the expectations of being a cat. Philip coughed awkwardly and continued the conversation. "It would be a great honor if you see a..."
He couldn't finish his sentence this time either, because Eamon, now standing on the floor, drop-kicked the box straight at Philip's shin.
The Duke's face went dark red with embarrassment. The blow hurt like crazy, but the worst part was that it was caused by a cat. But he couldn't exactly blame it. It was just a pet cat, right? He swallowed the pain and looked up with his best fake smile. Belinda swatted at Eamon lightly before turning around to apologize. "I am so sorry. My cat must be in a bad mood today. It is okay." Eamon pawed at the back of her legs, but she ignored him. "I'll think about your invitation." "Thank you. Have a good day, Your Highness." He bowed and turned around to leave. He caught the cat staring at him again and lowered his gaze. It seemed like it was laughing. No, that couldn't be true. It couldn't have thrown the box out of malice, right? "I'll leave then. Infinite glory to the Empire." "Indeed. Goodbye." As soon as Philip disappeared into the garden, Belinda grabbed Eamon. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "What?" His tail was twitching, like he was in a good mood. "God, he doesn't need to feel this unnecessarily imposing." Belinda put the box of tea back onto the table and sighed. One day she would understand this unruly Shinsu's behavior. Maybe he was just in a bad mood. Lucy brought in a plate of cookies and pushed them in front of Eamon. Paying no attention to them, he kept rolling around a glass bottle of tea. "This was a gift, huh?" Lucy answered. "Eamon, it is a tea made of rare dried flowers. It is really expensive." "What? That is ridiculous. Even the flowers from the flower bed outside are prettier than this." He pushed down on it with his front paw. The thick glass bottle, intact even after falling on the floor, shattered like cheap candy. It was an amazing feat, but instead of being surprised, Belinda ran over to him with a concerned face. "Eamon, is your paw all right? Are you hurt?" She was much more worried about his paws than the bottle. She couldn't let him hurt his cute little feet. He lifted up his paws for her to examine. Eamon started to pounce on Belinda with questions while she had his front paws in hand and was looking through them. What the hell was he here for? Why did he give you that invitation? And the flower teas? Instead of answering, Belinda moved her lips slightly.
She was caught off guard by the stream of questions and didn't even know what to answer first.
Lucy answered, smiling. "Eamon, I think you'll have to ask her one by one if you want an answer." That didn't calm him down. "Is it common for humans to invite people to their birthday parties?" "I don't know. Maybe it is just to be polite since I am a princess." "And why would he give you all these expensive teas as a gift?" "It is a polite thing to do when you visit someone." She couldn't exactly take out the brooch now, she was afraid it wouldn't last long in Eamon's hands if he found out about it. What? What is wrong with him? Just coming around to see you like that? Well, Is he reading my mind right now? She shook her head. She was more worried about Eamon rather than herself. Could the Duke be trying to make fun of her again with Adele, or is it really just kindness? Eamon growled and snapped back roughly. How could you not know that? As he hit the table with his paw, the ivory chess horse that Belinda had left there flew up and landed on the floor. He may have been violent at the chess piece, but somehow he managed to look cute even while acting like a gangster. It was one of the many positives of natural cute charm. Belinda stared at his angry expression blankly, then approached him and stretched her arms out. He jumped into them unknowingly even though he was angry. It was really an instinct for him, so to speak. It wasn't until he was snuggled up in her arms that he rolled his pretty eyes as if the situation was a disaster. Weird. Why am I in Belinda's arms even when I am angry? Damn habit. How the tables turned, a great Shih Tzu leopard acting like a human girl as pet cat. Without even realizing, Eamon started wagging his tail. I can't believe you've forgotten about the anger just like that. I don't even want to leave here. Why am I leaning my head against a human girl? This is a disgrace. Belinda smiled and stroked Eamon's smooth fur. The nervous little leopardess anger melted away at her touch. Eamon, calm down. Why are you so angry all of a sudden? He sighed and rubbed his nose against her chest. I know. Why am I angry? I don't know. Eamon, lost in thought for a moment, looked up at Belinda. Are you going to the party? I'll think about it. You know I am a princess anyway, so it might be rude for me not to go. Even though she said that to Eamon, she thought it would be better not to go. She still remembered the last time very clearly. If Adele and her friends ignored her by speaking ancient languages again, she'd be very hurt. Belinda had heard somewhere that ancient languages were a symbol of the nobility, so nobles and royals were taught to speak them only by oral tradition. She couldn't exactly ask the emperor or the empress or her half-siblings to teach her, so she'd have to accept that she could never learn them. She couldn't avoid them forever though. She felt bitter. What could she possibly do in the future so she wouldn't be ignored anymore? As if reading her mind, Eamon patted her. Greedy. Do you want to learn the ancient languages? Belinda was surprised. Can he read my mind because he has a Shih Tzu? It was clear that he was being so considerate because of the time he followed her to a party and saw her be excluded by the others speaking an ancient language. Still, ancient languages were not easy to learn at all. I want to, but I can't see. I don't even have a book. I'll teach you. Eamon, you know the ancient languages? She asked, eyes wide open. He lifted his chin and replied with a pompous expression. Of course I can. I am a great leopard of the Shih Tzu clan who've been of noble blood since ancient times. Oh my god. Yes. Yes. Great. Thank you. She squeezed him tightly. Eamon was surprised but quickly gave in to the shower of affection. The maid at Belinda's palace was soon busy with fetching a pen and paper as per Eamon's request. She came back with a pot of ink, a pretty feather pen and a stack of fine paper. Eamon patted the pile of paper with his front paws as the feather pen was placed on the table. Belinda smiled cheerfully at the sight. Can you hold a pen with those cute front paws? She imagined Eamon writing with the feather pen in his mouth. Just imagining it was cute. If he got ink on his paws, it would leave little prints all over the paper. Oh my. So cute. So cute. She really wanted to see the baby leopardess footprints strewn across the paper, but she was also imagining him sitting gracefully, quill pen held firmly in his front paw. I can't wait to see it. Cute and lovely, but able to bite. Things went a little differently than Belinda expected. The breeze lifted up the thin curtains. The leopard jumped off the table, but human feet landed on the rug. Belinda and Lucy stared dreamily at the beautiful boy who stood before them. It was Eamon, who was a cute leopard cub until just now. Eamon slowly grasped the white paper and looked at it with a still face. The boy's lower lashes gracefully caught the sun. Belinda gazed at his pretty lips. Strangely enough, looking at him made her heart flutter. Eamon picked up a sheet of paper. Come on, Breedy. Now you can make me do anything you want. He whispered sweetly. Belinda gulped. At this pace, she was going to forget even the scraps of ancient language that she knew. A soft wind flowed in as they sat down at the table. Then, suddenly, Mazzetto burst in the window. Wow. Eamon. Handsome. Cool. Pretty. Why are you so handsome? Hmm. Hmm. I like the type of person that looks good in all their forms. He chirped wildly, flying around before finally landing on Eamon's hand. Can't you just stay human? Please? Eamon slightly squeezed the bird between his fingers, annoyed. Go away. I am studying with Breedy now. When Mazzetto didn't move, he tightened his grip. The little creature screamed. I am sorry. Don't eat me. Help. Eamon looked down at him with pity before hurling him out the window. Mazzetto's distant cry rang in the air. Eamon. Noisy bastard. He picked the pen back up. Belinda swallowed nervously. Why am I this nervous? Is it just because he is handsome? Eamon. Why do you suddenly turn into a human? You were always a leopard usually. Would you prefer if I switched back? Eamon muttered, bored. At least Mazzetto loved it. No, not that. It's not that. She was just strangely embarrassed about it. But she didn't say that out loud. It was the same Eamon, leopard or boy, but why was it suddenly so hard to look him in the eyes? Every time he tilted his head to look at her, every time his pretty fingers touched the pen, her heart skipped a beat. I can write with leopard paws. That's true. She answered vaguely. Eamon, paying little attention to her reaction, dipped the quill into the ink and began to write curly letters on the paper ancient language. Even though ancient script was lost, the language could still be written with modern letters. Let us not think about grammar for now and just memorize simple words first. Here. This is teacup. This is plate. This is knife. And the last one is fork. Eamon pointed to the words on the paper as he explained. Belinda smiled faintly. What should I do? I am too nervous. We should start with something practical, since you're going to be using ancient language at tea parties. Belinda silently bit her lips. What's wrong? I can tea. You can tea what? I can tea read. She revealed her embarrassing secret quickly. She'd only ever lived as a commoner with no money in the back alleys when one is struggling to survive. Learning to read is not exactly a top priority. I'm sorry I'm this ignorant. Eamon, looking at her contemplatively, shook his head. It's just letters. You can learn it step by step. Still. She lowered her head in despair. Eamon smiled softly and stroked her cheek. It's all right. Belinda stiffened up. It was just a small touch, but her whole body reacted instantly. When he was a baby leopard, Belinda had always approached Eamon first, but as a human, her attitude towards him changed. Eamon turned around to speak to Lucy. Lucy. You can write in the ancient language, right? Lucy, still starstruck by the boy in front of her, quickly came to her senses. He really looked like someone out of a dream. Oh. Yes. Of course. Teach Breedy the alphabet while I am away. Lucy nodded and Eamon looked back at Belinda. Breedy. While I am not around, start with learning the alphabet from Lucy. It is complicated, so step by step. Yes. I see. Hey, what is up with you? Since earlier. What? Eamon leaned towards her and smiled slyly. He took her hands and she instantly looked away. The boy's face was filled with mischief. Eamon smiled, sneaking my fingers between Blondina's fingers. What? Am I that handsome? The lamentable reality was that she couldn't deny it. The warmth of Eamon's hands on hers made her heart pound out of control. How many times had his cute front paws touched her hands and clung onto her ankles? The only difference was that they were human hands this time. Even though it was the same touch as usual, she felt butterflies. Eamon, still staring at her, pulled away his hands. Soon the boy disappeared and a cute little leopard was sitting in the chair. He jumped up onto the table and tapped Belinda's hand with his front paw. She quickly unfolded it without giving it a second thought. Eamon rubbed his cheek against it as usual. Just a warm little ball of fur. He rolled around wagging his tail, satisfied with the pets. I can read just fine not being a human. Yes. Then pet me now. Belinda obliged happily. She smiled, gently rubbing the leopard's chin with her finger. Only then did the tension between them subside. He was just her cute leopard. She could finally be with him comfortably. Of course, human Eamon was very nice, but strangely, he made her feel lost and confused. I guess I am not fully used to having a pretty boy around. It is probably because I don't see it often. She left it at that, focusing on Eamon's teaching instead of her feelings. A strong smell of lilies lingered in the air. Belinda was alone, Lucy was sick and Eamon hadn't shown up either. She was walking through the palace gardens alone. It is not like anyone cared whether or not the leftover princess took walks properly. She walked along the beautifully decorated paths to arrive at the little place behind the library. Plopped down on the lush grass in front of the fountain, she laid out the papers she'd been carrying. They were all explanations of the alphabet written by Lucy. This is A. The next one is O. O. She tried to memorize the unfamiliar characters, sounding them out over and over.
I might have a headache now, but if I work hard, I'll be able to read books soon.
Come to think of it, it was rather ironic.
Eamon, who was a beast, spoke the ancient language perfectly, and here she was, a human, still struggling to learn to read.
Her studying wasn't interrupted until she heard footsteps on the grass. She glanced back to see who it was and her face went blank. She hurriedly stood up and curtsied, remembering the etiquette rules she had learned so far. Your Majesty the Emperor, shining sun of the Empire. The Emperor was steadily approaching her. He sat down on the edge of the fountain and beckoned her over. Belinda forced herself to put on a poker face and sat down softly, making sure to think of etiquette. Well, we finally meet. It has made me very sad how you've been hiding from me all the time. He said it, barely even pretending to be upset. It seemed like he didn't care at all. His blunt tone reminded her of the distance between them. Belinda smiled faintly. Hiding? I am not exactly in a position to hide from you, am I? Wouldn't it be more accurate to say that you've never once visited me? Have you adapted well to the palace? Yes, thank you for your question. I am doing fine. Is there anything making you uncomfortable? No, everything is perfect. She replied just as dully and emotionlessly as the Emperor. The conversation didn't have the slightest bit of love or affection mixed in. An uncomfortable silence settled on them. Considering the absolute lack of common conversation topics, this was only to be expected. The Emperor ran his fingers across Belinda's shiny hair. You look like Lily. Yes, many people have told me that I look similar to my mother. Lily, her mother, and once the Emperor's lover. There they had their common topic. Did you live at that lord's castle? Was Lily his mistress? She was beautiful enough for it. She managed to possess me even. All right. The Emperor first met Belinda at the lord's castle. He didn't seem to know that she had lived in the old attic of an inn and only stayed at the castle to meet him. Belinda stared at him with a puzzled expression. My mother? A lord's mistress? He doesn't even have any idea of how she lived after he left. It wasn't exactly a light topic. All the complicated emotions got tangled: sadness, sorrow, compassion. Your Majesty, my mother was never a lord's mistress. Really? Whom did she remarry to, then? She never did. You were always the only one for her, Your Majesty. The Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Belinda stared at him coldly. You don't know anything. You don't know anything about my mother. My mother rejected everyone and raised me by herself. I waited for you my whole life, trying to fill the hole you left. As you sat in your shiny throne and raised your perfect family, she died alone. She could recall her mother's voice, whispering to her in a pained, harsh string of a voice. Breedy, your father was a beautiful man. He may have lied about his identity. I knew it, but I closed my eyes and accepted it because I really loved him. Belinda, you read the precious result of our love. She knew. She knew that he was cheating and would probably leave her someday. But she accepted it and gave birth to his child. She knew everything, but chose to close her eyes to it. How dare you talk about being a lordess mistress when it is my mother? My mother who did all this for you. My mother was a beautiful woman. Even with a burden as big as I was, she flooded me with love. She never once faltered. The emperor listened to her silently with an uncharacteristically stiff expression. Belinda continued. As hard as her life was, she never stopped missing you. She had to raise me by herself, yet she never forgot you until she died of lung disease. The emperor's face went blank. He clearly wasn't expecting that remark. She never even thought of selling the ring you left behind. She held it dear until the very end, always saying that it was her last lifeline connecting her to you. That's the kind of woman my mother was, Your Majesty. She spoke calmly, looking the emperor directly in the eyes. She was appealing with her heart, all these things that were so painful to dig up. A deep silence filled the space between them. A cool wind whirled by. The emperor stayed silent. Belinda was right there in front of him, Lily's daughter. His daughter. His blood. He asked in a roaring voice. How did Lily die? Belinda kept a straight face, as if she didn't know the intent of the question. He only asked after months and months, so he probably didn't really care at all. She replied calmly, still blaming him on the inside. Lung disease. Alone, while I was working at the inn. She was holding the ring you gave her. Her voice trembled. Despite her best efforts to stay calm, the memory of the day brought a sharp pain with it. The one last time she grabbed her hand before leaving in the morning. Now all that was left for her was a faded memory of a loving face. The emperor stared down at her blankly. Behind the girl's face, he remembered how Lily had smiled at him that day. Looking at her daughter's golden hair, he remembered running his fingers through hers. The Pandora's box of their shared past was unleashed. The garden was still desolate. You going over to the Duke's house? Yes. Duke Philip invited me to his birthday party. Belinda replied to her maid, busy fixing her hair. She seemed to be looking forward to leaving the palace after so long. Eamon sat on the windowsill, ignoring the bird flapping around him. Are you going to be alright? Huh? What do you mean? Just everything. He seemed to be worried that everyone would ignore her again. Belinda smiled. She was not a child, and couldn't use Eamon to protect her forever. Do you want me to come with you? You'd get bored quickly hiding in the grass. Eamon rubbed his spirit stone with a paw. I can always turn into a human. Mazzetto twittered excitedly, barely even letting him finish his sentence. Yes. Good. Great. How can you say no to that handsome face? I am in favor. I am all for it. Mazzetto lurched at Eamon, not sure whether he was trying to attack him or woo him. Hurry up and change. Yes. Yes. Now. Come on. The overexcited little bird never changed, no matter how many times he was met with an angry Eamon. That in itself was pretty amazing. Belinda was lost in thought, looking on as Eamon began to growl and chase Mazzetto, who was already flapping his wings and fleeing. Yes. It will be reassuring to go with human Eamon. Even though he looked like a regular human boy, he was still a Shinsu. If that was revealed well, surely people's attitudes towards the forgotten princess would change. Didn't he say that himself though? That he didn't want to deal with the elders finding out he was spending time with her. Even though she couldn't control that, she didn't want to be a burden for him. Besides, she'd been studying the ancient language so hard and preparing herself mentally. She knew enough to hold up small talk enough to take over the situation by herself. Leave it, Amen. I'll go alone. It's okay, she said to him, still busy squeezing the poor bird between his paws. He quickly turned around and stared at her. Mazzetto, still pressed in his paws, was wildly flapping his wings and screaming at her to save him. Ignoring it, Amen looked at her calmly. Why? Are you also one of those people that doesn't want to show their face at a party with a beast? Huh? So you don't want to be seen with a beast either, huh? Belinda, trying to figure out what his word meant, glanced down at his paws. Mazzetto had escaped and flown out the window. He might be really handsome, but he is crazy. The bird's babbling voice resounded from far away. Clearly he'd been getting more and more shameless. Belinda tapped Amen, who was still staring after Mazzetto in disbelief. Amen. His ears pricked. He didn't speak, but Belinda knew it meant he was listening. She began to stroke his back gently. Amen, look at me. What do you mean that I don't want to be with beasts? You humans are all like that. With beasts, leave it. Huh? She lowered her body and turned Amen's head to look at her. He gently pushed her away with his front paws, sighing. Anyways, if someone bothers you at that party, just bite them. Even humans have strong jaws. Or you can scratch them with your nails. They long. Okay. I am sorry I have to go now when you're here after so long. Play with Lucy, alright? Amen growled at her words. Playing with Lucy? What am I, a baby? But when Lucy, who'd been listening to their conversation, rolled in a ball of yarn, Amen immediately grabbed it. It was, so to speak, an instinct. Like a cat pouncing at a bird on a tree. There was a deep silence between the three of them. Belinda smiling widely, Lucy looking on with a poker face, and Amen with a sheepish expression. He muttered, scratching at the yarn with his claws. This is a terrible instinct. It really was a damn instinct. Are Lucy and Amen doing okay? Belinda stood in front of the huge doors of the ballroom, trying to stifle her racing heart. Her thoughts went to Amen. Right before she left, he was playing with Lucy gruffly. Unlike her, who was always teasing, hugging and tormenting him, Lucy was always nice and friendly with him. Amen was also careful with Lucy, never tapping her cheeks or resting his paws on her hands like he did with Belinda. Lucy was always a bit jealous of how close the two were, but what could she do? In the end, it was all just greed. Her thoughts were interrupted by the doors opening. The bright lights of the party poured down on her. She had to blink a few times to get her eyes used to it. Belinda in Aethes, Princess of Aethes. The butler's voice resounded. Belinda in Aethes. Yes. That's me. Belinda pulled herself upright. Even if no one cared about her, she could be confident for only herself to see. She felt hundreds of eyes on her. Even though she had been invited like everyone else, they were all wondering what she was doing there. She stood beside a table trying to look as relaxed as possible, repeatedly muttering all the bits of the ancient language she'd learned over the past 2 months. Duke Philip, obviously the star of the party, began to approach her and bowed. You've come, princess. Belinda quickly curtsied. Yes. Thankfully you invited me yourself. Philip smirked at her slightly sarcastic response. Just as he was about to reply, someone popped in and cut him off. Oh, you've come, Anna. I am surprised to see you here, to be honest. It was, of course, Princess Adele. She stood in front of Philip as she stared Belinda down with weary eyes. Before long, her brother Lart appeared behind her. Belinda, unwavered, greeted her casually. Hi, Adele. How have you been? Adele squinted and snapped at her with a short well. I didn't know she was here. Obviously Philip invited her. She almost felt as if she was being invaded by her. It was a very belittling feeling that she couldn't exactly put her finger on. Come on, don't you have any self-respect left? What Lard said next really made her raise an eyebrow. Oh. Look at Belinda Nuna's brooch. Isn't it the same as yours? He tilted his head and pointed at Belinda's bejeweled brooch. It was the one Duke Philip had gifted her. Everyone's eyes gathered on the brooch. Adele, too, stared at it with a stiff face. It's the same one. I am sure. The same one Philip gave me. For the Empire's princess. Was he saying that Belinda was a princess just as much as she was? Was he admitting that? Adele tightly bit her lips in shame. Lard, standing next to her, kept on with the conversation, blissfully unaware that he was embarrassing his sister. Didn't you say this jewel is really rare? I thought you only gave one to Adele. Anyways, if you're gonna give one to her, give me one too. I like red as well, it looks good on me. Philip shook his head, smiling. If we discover any more rare jewels, I'll be sure to gift you one, Highness. You don't have any more of this one? No, those two brooches have the only stones. Really? Too bad. By the way, Belle, I mean, Nuna, it looks good on you. I thought he'd give you something cheap. The young prince was simple, straightforward, and perhaps a little tactless. With someone like him around, Belinda could manage perfectly well even without Amon's help. Adele glared at him with an irritated face. What are you on about? Pretending to be best friends, don't you have any pride? However, Lard was still oblivious to his sister's furious eyes. Twirling around Belinda, he was just making her more and more frustrated. Belinda. Lend me that brooch later. I want to try it, but Adele never lends me hers. That was the last straw for Adele. She snapped her fan shut as a warning. That's when Lard finally stopped talking. The look on his twin's face was unusual. As tactless as he was, even he could tell that it was a cue for him to shut his mouth. Adele tightened her grip on the fan and turned to Philip, who'd been observing the situation. Philip, you'll have to choose next time. Her or me. She was speaking the ancient language, of course. Belinda didn't say anything for the moment, she had to pretend she didn't understand. Adele stiffened her neck even more. This is a warning. You've seen my sister has been wagging her tail like a dog to blend in with us. I am not letting that happen. Philip smiled softly instead of answering. Adele was speaking calmly even as he threatened her to hide her intent. The Duke's status may not have been as high as the imperial family's, but it wasn't low enough for him to have to submit to Adele. Lard tried to lighten up the atmosphere, butting in. Yes. Next time only Adele and I will be invited. And you can gift me a brooch. Philip was still silent. It was Belinda who finally answered. Go ahead and do it, Duke Philip. I don't care. Everyone turned to stare at her. Even she was a bit surprised by how fluent she sounded. I thought she just got lucky last time. Adele. I don't have to wag my tail like a dog to be around you. You and me have the same blood. Adele bit her lips at the words but didn't reply. The same bloodline. Isn't that blasphemy towards the emperor? Lard butted in again. Yes, blood is blood. That's true. Belinda smirked and continued. If you have something to say, tell me yourself instead of scheming behind my back and trying to hide your words from me. The remark contained a faint anger. The second time. It was the second time she'd done it, trying to alienate and ignore her. Twice. Twice in front of me, trying to alienate me and ignore me. How could she not be a little angry at the ignorant and vulgar origins of such childish schemes? Belinda continued in the ancient language, just to drive the dagger in deeper. And if I wanted to be friends with you, I would express it myself instead of wagging my tail like a dog. In words you can understand, surely. At that moment Adele's neck was burning hot. Belinda's pointed words made her feel ashamed. She had no choice but to fan herself and act unaffected. Prince Lard intervened yet again. Hey, but where did you learn the ancient language? Only high-ranking aristocrats and the imperial family speak it. I am also part of the imperial family. Wait, Yuri, right? Yuri, my sister after all. Adele gritted her teeth and stabbed him in the back with the fan. She was beyond annoyed by how he'd been acting the whole night. Lard closed his mouth again. Philip could barely stop himself from bursting out laughing. Adele loudly snorted before picking up the hem of her dress and turning around. I am tired. I'll leave first. She left the ballroom without hesitation, trying to maintain her graceful composure. It was true that she felt really tired, all the more so because nothing seemed to be going her way. Why am I always pushed into a corner by that vulgar princess's calm words? After Adele stood up, Belinda picked up an hors d'oeuvre and muttered a goodbye under her breath, knowing she wouldn't hear it. Knowing that maybe her half-sister wouldn't even want that greeting. Adele's angry steps faded into the noise of the party. Philip was still standing right beside Belinda. I am sorry, Duke Philip. What for? He glanced at her quizzically. For causing friction on your birthday. That's not your fault, princess. Is it Princess Adele's fault then? It was quite a straightforward question. Philip shrugged and shook his head. No, it is mine for inviting the both of you without expecting this would happen. Belinda gulped down a walnut tart lost in thought, before quickly reaching for another. Philip looked on with his eyebrows slightly raised, as if the sight of Belinda gulping down dessert was the most interesting thing in the world. Well, you're braver than I thought. Brave? In this situation? It is just because I am used to it. Used to it? Philip's eyes caught hers. Belinda, not paying attention, continued eating tarts while going over the events in her head. She could laugh off the twins' comments and pretend they didn't affect her, but on the inside it wasn't that simple. She wasn't that shameless or tactless. However, she thought it would be the best way to deal with the situation. She was tired of dealing with their pointed words, but definitely not weak enough to be disgraced by mere words from Adele. You already know my descendants is not great, don't you? I know of all the rumors going around about me. How everyone sees me. Amusing, loathsome. I don't despise you, princess. All that doesn't mean that noble-blooded people have the right to ignore me and trample on me. Philip just looked at her as she talked. She moved her hand over the table, trying to decide between the almond cookies and cherries. Actually, I am very happy with my life now. I can eat as much as I want and have a comfortable place to sleep. I don't have to wash the inner's sheets in the freezing cold or go to sleep on an empty stomach crying. That alone was enough to satisfy her. The bar for her happiness was that low. She chose the cherries, picking some up from the dish. Anyways, I like things the way they are. It is not like I am threatening Adele's position or so absorbed in mine that I ignore my surroundings. I want you to know how I feel, but it is not easy. She muttered to herself, taking another handful of cherries. It wasn't easy not having anyone but herself to confide in. Belinda looked up again as if she had come to a decision. Philip, if you want to visit me or invite me to parties in the future, please be careful with these things. What? I understand, Adele. You're trespassing over into my world. So I am sorry, but I'll have to decline your goodwill from now on. It was the manners of someone that grew up in a back alley. In any case, their relationship forming was as simple as picking up a tissue from the floor. She could see it in Adele's eyes, trying to get her away from Philip. Her feelings for him. Her half-sister obviously had feelings for the boy, and no intention of sharing him with her. She was the only one hurt here, but she was too satisfied with the life she had built to be disturbed. Duke Philip was trying to gather his words. Don't visit me. Don't invite me. Rejection was a brand new feeling for him. Belinda grinned at him, still with a blank expression. Her last words just rubbed salt into the wound. May today be the last day we meet. Yes, princess. Philip muttered his simple answer, looking away. He couldn't think of anything else to say. He'd just been rejected, but somehow his heart was still beating like crazy. The overwhelming sadness washed over the emotionless boy's heart. Princess Adele stepped into the carriage, fuming. Next to her, Lart was chattering endlessly. Adele. Adele, I am sure she spoke in the ancient language. She did, right? Where could she have learned? It is not written down, so there are no books. She sounded really fluent though, right? Even the vulgarities. Maybe the emperor himself. Shut up. Please. Adele, who'd been ignoring the prince all along, finally squealed. She'd been trying to control her anger all evening, but Lart kept adding fuel to the fire. She finally calmed down and looked around. Luckily, there was no one around except for some guards. A relief for her. It was a disgrace to use such casual words as an imperial lady. She turned around again to see Lart with his shoulders lowered and a sullen look. I am sorry, Lart. I couldn't control my feelings for a moment. I shouldn't have snapped at you. No, it is fine. I guess I've been a bit too excited. She patted him in consolation. As mad as she was, he was still the next emperor and her brother. Until she could become the ruler herself, she had to build up her strength by pretending to encourage Lart. A guard approached them. There is something wrong with the carriage's wheels, so I don't think we'll be able to leave right away. Adele walked up to the bottom of the carriage with a furious expression. She just wanted to return to the palace already and relax, so why was everything making things difficult? She bent down and examined the wheel. It had deep scratch marks across it as if an animal had damaged it. If only the wheels were damaged, the problem could have been solved easily, but that wasn't the biggest problem. The joint between the wheel and the carriage was crushed by what had to be a terrifying amount of force. The guard tried to explain himself awkwardly. I don't know what happened. It couldn't have been done with human power. This is a fenced private garden, so there is no way a wild animal could come in. Adele couldn't even think of a way to criticize the guard. Everything was stacking up horribly. You know the problem, so solve it quick. A nervous voice came from inside the carriage. Princess. I am afraid you're having a very bad day today. Shut up, you idiot. She again took her anger out on Lart, who stepped in suddenly. He looked down with a somber face. It really was the worst day ever. It was a sunny day. Belinda absent-mindedly listened to Lucy's story and sat down at the table. And Amon's ears pricked up when he smelled the flowers the other day. Really? Yeah, even his tail did. It was so cute. I wanted to grab it. Why didn't you? Lucy shook her head. How could I dare? It wasn't a concern for Belinda, who was used to touching him all the time. However, unlike her, who was brought up as a commoner, Lucy had been hearing about the Shinsu's notoriety all her life. She'd become very close to Amon, but never quite as much as Belinda. The fear of the Shinsu was still engraved in her brain. By the way, Lucy, are the Shinsu on good terms with people? The answer came from Mazzetto, who looked up from the cookie basket. Of course not. Why would you ask such an obvious question? He jumped onto the table, sending crumbs flying everywhere as he flapped his wings and chirped excitedly. It is a hell of a bad relationship. Humans fought the Shinsu in bloody battles. Everyone remembers it with horror. Belinda wiped some crumbs off the bird. Why did they fight? I don't know that. I didn't learn. Sparrows don't go to school. Mazzetto, proud of his smart comment, hopped back into the cookie basket. He only liked the chocolate chips, so he was picking all of them out with his beak. Belinda turned to Lucy. Do you know why they fought? Yes, princess. When the gods in control of the Shinsu disappeared, it caused a war to erupt between humans and the Shinsu. A war? But the humans aren't a match for them, are they? Hearing Belinda's remark, Mazzetto hopped out of the basket again. His beak was covered in chocolate. Of course not. They're no match. Humans are stupid and Shinsu are very strong. Belinda put away the basket. Surely, stupid man-made cookies wouldn't be good for him then. Mazzetto didn't hesitate to run after it, twittering. The cookies are baked well. Humans are much better at baking than Shinsu are. That's for sure. Lucy laughed at the spineless sparrow before continuing. Humans may not be strong, but there are a lot of them. Anyways, after a lot of meaningless conflicts, we came to an agreement. Both sides just ended up hurt by the war. Mazetto butted in again. The humans were just annoying ants to the Shinsu. Easy to step on and kill, but annoying. Belinda grabbed him and carefully threw him out the window, as Eamon usually did. Hey! Belinda! The shrill scream sounded from afar, accompanied by a smattering of crumbs. Only then did the table finally quiet down. Belinda turned to face the awkwardly laughing Lucy again to ask one more question. Translator/editor, Ruby. We made a peace agreement so we would get along, then why don't we? It was 500 years ago. The only thing that can control the Shinsu is the appearance Barahane's descendant. Barahane's descendant. The royal family that made the treaty started to kill Shinsu recklessly and almost drove them to extinction. Almost drove them to extinction. Belinda's face went pale thinking of Eamon. If they'd all been killed back then, Eamon wouldn't exist either. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. But then, a Shinsu who'd been a cub when it happened grew up that Shinsu killed Barahane's descendant. Lucy stopped speaking and looked around them. They were the only people in the room, but she closed the window tightly before continuing. And it was a black leopard who did it. A black leopard? Yes. Like Eamon. She could have dismissed it as a baseless legend, but knowing Eamon. Lucy looked around again. But the black leopard was possessed by madness as he fought against the goddess' descendants. Even after killing Barahane's descendant, he killed many humans and even some of his fellow Shinsu. So in the end, the warring humans and Shinsu joined forces to subdue the black leopard. It was the only way he could be stopped. Because of just one leopard? Yes. He was a terrible force that killed the descendants of God. Anyways, the humans and Shinsu established a peace agreement with the common goal of suppressing the black leopard. It is a strange kind of peace. Belinda had always assumed that the Shinsu were there to protect the empire. She couldn't have learned about this, never having gone to school. Maybe that's why the leopards that were bothering Eamon when they first met didn't like him. A flurry of questions crossed her mind. What happened to the overly powerful black leopard? No one knows. Some say he died, some say he lost his powers and became a normal beast. All we know is that he hid himself. Belinda nodded with a clouded expression. A black leopard who killed the descendant of God, carried away by madness. The thought of Eamon being one made her strangely uncomfortable. Lucy opened the window. Now that they'd finished talking, they didn't have to worry that a certain little black leopard could hear them. Mazetto burst in, this time looking at Belinda with a faint serious expression. I am sorry. I won't talk badly about humans ever again. I'll do all those things I think are weak and stupid. Belinda wiped off the remnants of chocolate on his beak with a handkerchief. However provoking he may have acted, both him and Eamon were just cute little creatures. As she was folding up the handkerchief, a maid's voice came from behind the door. Princess, a gift has arrived for you. A gift? She invited the maid in. Who could we send it? No one is going to send gifts to the forgotten princess living out of sight. It is not like I care anyways. The maid carefully laid down a small box. It was obviously a very luxurious case, even if not a very big one. It is from the Duke of Rodson. The Duke of Rodson? That means it is from Philip. The one who invited me to his birthday party. The maid handed her a blue envelope. Inside, Belinda found a neat letter written in what she recognized as Philip's handwriting. It was long but simply said that he'd be leaving to attend the Academy of the Kingdom of Carnarvon soon. He wouldn't be coming back even to visit, only when he was looking to get married after graduating. What is it? What does it say? Huh? Who sent it? Mazetto started throwing questions at her the moment the maid left. Belinda shrugged, handing the letter to Lucy. It is from some guy named Duke Philip. He says he is going abroad to study. Belinda opened the box to reveal a bracelet inlaid with gray jewels resembling her eyes. Wow! It looks expensive. So cool. Can I have it? Mazzetto started pecking at the stones curiously. Belinda was not sure what to think. It definitely looked very expensive, so the Duke must have been very rich to gift such precious things, not even being an adult. Duke Philip himself was already crossing the border in his carriage. I am sure she has received it by now. Does she like it? Princess Belinda, the princess with common blood running through her veins, but beautiful eyes. Perhaps ignorant for all her lack of knowledge, but surprisingly confident nonetheless. To top it off, she learned the ancient language perfectly in just a few months and used it against Adele like that. It was definitely an interesting scene to watch. She even pushed him away smiling. He'd never seen such a daring rejection. No, there was no such thing as rejecting a handsome duke. It was enough to fill even Adele with envy. What really mattered was that he felt like his heart was beating for the first time. That was all he needed. He wasn't going to let go of the first real emotion he'd felt in his boring life. When he came back, visiting her would be the first thing he did. It might not have been for years, but that didn't worry him. No man would be foolish enough to marry someone like Belinda, with no power or honor. The high nobility would avoid her because of her lineage, and the emperor would never accept her because of his pride. In the end, she'd end up living alone and secluded. Duke Philip rested his chin on the window frame of the carriage. A warm wind swept through his hair. But he could give Belinda all that. A noble lineage. Power. Wealth. A woman abandoned by her father and neglected by her family would surely live happily with him. He had no doubt in that. The Duke grinned arrogantly. Nothing had ever not gone his way. This wouldn't be an exception. Belinda finally put on the bracelet. It was only polite to do considering it was a gift. The cold metal against her skin jingled every time she moved her hand. How the tables had turned. Who would have guessed that the starving servant girl washing dishes would one day live in a huge palace and receive luxurious gifts? Life is strange. Her voice made her sound like she'd experienced everything there was to experience. Lucy giggled slightly but stopped herself. What did she know about what Belinda had been through? Additionally, she knew something Belinda didn't. Duke Philip was clearly implying that he'd propose after he returned. It was an exciting thought to Lucy, but being so far in the future, she decided it would be better not to make a fuss about it. Suddenly, a soft voice whispered beside her. What is that shiny thing? It was Eamon, who'd somehow come in without making the slightest noise. Of course it was Mazzetto who he scared the most. Oh. You? Belinda looked up, surprised. You right here? You've been around a lot nowadays. What is that? A gift. Eamon's eyes narrowed. He tilted his head slightly, spotting the wax seal on the letter. It was strangely familiar. It was the seal of that man that came to invite Belinda somewhere once. Seeing that the man who'd been interested in her now gave her fancy gifts, he got even more angry. Did he gift it to you? Yeah. Why? I don't know. He just did. She shook her wrist, smiling, as if she was bragging. Eamon stared at the glittering jewels. They seemed to make her happy, but he couldn't figure out why. The last time he threw a chess piece, but unfortunately there was nothing around now. He resorted to scratching the wooden table with his claws. Do you like it that much? Yeah. It is a gift anyways. You screamed when I brought you Mazzetto as a gift. That's right. You weren't happy to see me. Mazzetto commented, flying around them. Belinda smiled awkwardly. Well, I thought he was dead. Anyways, what do you think? Does it look good on me? Eamon answered softly. You're pretty. Belinda nodded. I wish I had a lot of money. Then I could buy you jewelry too, she said with a smile. Eamon, lost in thought, didn't hear her. Why would he give this to her? He whispered to himself. Mazzetto answered brightly. It is obvious. Human gifts are full of love. It is a sign of the Duke's courtship. Don't you know that? Eamon looked up and glared at the bird, who quickly flew away to safety. Then, to everyone's surprise, Eamon, the leopard, settled in Belinda's arms. Ignoring the jingling sound of her bracelet, he wrapped a paw around her wrist. Clang! With a swish of his claw, the string of jewels clattered onto the floor. Eamon made his escape through the window before he could see the reaction. Belinda didn't even have time to call after him. The only thing to be seen was the curtains fluttering in the breeze. Belinda stared after him, lost for words. Did her great and noble Shinsu just run off like that? Lucy, who am I supposed to complain to if a Shinsu steals my jewels? Belinda asked, absent-mindedly. Lucy didn't have an answer, but Belinda wasn't expecting one. They continued to stare out the window at the beautiful red sun setting across the field. It had been a week since Eamon ran off with the bracelet. He didn't come every day, but usually showed up at least twice a week or so. However, they hadn't seen a single sign of him. Belinda spent her days hanging around the window just in case he did appear. Why did he do that? What did he do with the bracelet? Is he not coming back because he feels sorry for stealing it? It's okay. I care a lot more about him than the bracelet. Why did you steal my bracelet? She muttered to herself, not going unheard by Mazzetto, who screamed from among the rose bushes. Desire. Greed. Avarice. Belinda nodded a bit to shrug him off. That couldn't be it.
As the sun rose on the field, rays catching on the leaves, Eamon was still nowhere to be seen.
It seemed like another day would pass before that cute furball showed himself. I am leaving, princess. Me too. Belinda said goodbye to them and drew the curtains. That night, with no one to accompany her but the moonlight filtering into the room, she felt lonely. The distinct cricket chirping from the field kept her awake. He won't come tomorrow either. Will he come to think of it? Where does he even live? She muttered in a sleepy voice. The chirping gradually quieted down, and her firm grip on the bedsheet relaxed. Belinda fell asleep, breathing softly. How long could she have slept? Her chest was stuffy and she could barely breathe, tossing and turning. She opened her eyes slowly. There was a ball of fur sitting on her chest. Eamon. When could he have come? The little animal was loafed, sleeping on her. His black fur shined beautifully in the moonlight. She reached up to stroke his cheek. Eamon just burrowed himself further into her arms and fell back asleep. Knowing that it was Belinda, there was no sign of his instinctive tension.
There'd been times when Eamon came during the night to sleep, but he always curled up at the far end of the bed or the rug.
Why would he get so close after disappearing for so long? Belinda just laughed quietly. She wasn't about to complain. I've really missed you, and here you are, as if you understood my feelings. Or maybe you actually do. Either one is fine. Belinda brushed her hair out of her eyes. She didn't ever want to get up. Suddenly she felt something soft touch her lips. Warm and fluffy. Belinda opened her eyes. It was Eamon. Get up. Huh? He patted her lips again. It was a strange feeling. Oh, that sneeze so soft. It was easy for him to put her in a good mood like this. She'd assumed that seeing Eamon last night was just a dream, but apparently not. She couldn't believe he'd wake her up this early. Eamon relaxed his front paws, letting go of her hands, and rolled onto the bed before she sat up. Belinda ordered the maid to prepare hot water. Where are you going? To wash up. Eamon leaped onto the table. He looked just like a pet cat waiting for its owner. Belinda came into the room, brushing back her neatly combed hair. Eamon was still sitting on the table, looking out the window. Eamon, why do you come so suddenly yesterday? Just because. Belinda sat down and took a cup of tea from the maid. As soon as she disappeared, Eamon approached Belinda and dropped something on her lap. What is this? Just take a look. He didn't seem keen on giving explanations today. Belinda picked it up. Small and sparkly. It was a ring. The golden-colored diamond shone brilliantly in the sunlight. It was gracefully set with smaller diamonds. Are you giving this to me? What, just take it? Eamon blurted out, rubbing his face. He was saying it as if he'd just picked it up on his way. A little shy and awkward. Belinda put it on, smiling. It was a little loose, probably because it wasn't meant to be worn by a child. Where do you get this? You didn't steal it, did you? Do you really think I'd do something like that? He answered, raising his head proudly. You already did. You stole my bracelet. She didn't say it out loud so she wouldn't offend him. Belinda fiddled around with the ring. Maybe he lost the bracelet. And he felt guilty that's why he didn't come. And he even brought this instead? That had to be it. Apparently even Eamon could feel guilt. Thank you. It's a little big and I don't want to lose it, so I'll have to make it into a necklace. Belinda carefully put the ring away into her jewelry box. Do you want a necklace? What? No. It's okay. I have something I can use. Where would Eamon get the money to buy her a necklace? Belinda was curious but stayed silent. Eamon's house was filled to the brim with gold and silver treasures offered to the Shinsu, but she didn't know that. She was planning to put the ring on a necklace the emperor gave her. Her father had been acting rather strange recently. He'd suddenly have the whole palace refurbished or give her gifts. Although he was never friendly with her in public, he had definitely changed. It all started when they met in the gardens that day. He can do whatever he feels like. Belinda quickly brushed off the thought. Nothing had changed for her, she still just wanted to eat well, sleep well and stick to the palace. She would like to ignore everything else, but that wasn't possible. She stared down blankly, lost in the thoughts of her father. Eamon laid his head on the back of her hand. Don't meet him again. Huh? She snapped back into reality and looked at Eamon. He avoided her gaze. That human man. What? I gave you a gift too, so now don't think of even opening his letters. She was too confused to reply. Eamon softly shoved her with his paw. Why aren't you answering? It's Miriam. Belinda laughed. What is this cute little beast talking about? He must have hated strangers coming onto his territory since he was an animal. Especially since he was such a sensitive animal. Belinda picked him up. So cute. So cute. My Eamon. It's him. He is the cutest thing in the world. As usual, Eamon relaxed his body and gave up. However, he didn't stop talking. Tell him not to come near you. You're a princess. You can do that. The Duke has more power than I do. I can make up for that. How? You can just say I am backing you and will destroy everything if he doesn't obey. Belinda laughed again. How could something be this cute? This pretty? At first, she thought his personality was completely different from his appearance, but seeing him like this, they were exactly the same. Don't worry. He is not coming. He left. He has gone. Yes. He traveled far away to study. Don't worry, he won't be back for a long time. He twitched slightly as if he was holding back laughter. He just rubbed against Belinda's arm, very satisfied. And how could I compare him to you? That means you choose me, right? Of course. Don't say such nonsense. Eamon nodded. If he considers this his territory, I am willing to work with it. The little Shinsu was precious to her. With a satisfied expression, Eamon laid down. He quickly turned around at a familiar noise. Lucy stepped in. Good morning, princess. The weather is so nice, isn't it? It is. Did you sleep well? What is that you're holding? It was a thin branch with blue leaves. My servant brought that thing you asked for last time. Lucy smiled and approached Eamon cautiously. How have you been? I haven't seen you in so long, I missed you. Me too. He answered roughly and placed his paw on Lucy's hand as a greeting. Before she could say anything, Eamon quickly interjected. He has gone. What? He left. Oh, okay. She had no idea what he meant, but she knew Eamon expected an answer. She put the branch down and pushed it towards him. What is this? His pupils dilated as the scent hit his nose. He started patting it with his paws. You know, the plant cats really like. Just in case. Eamon was already rolling around with the branch as if he'd been possessed. He tried to stay vigilant, but the urge was irresistible. He scratched away at the branch with his sharp teeth. He might not have been a cat, but he was acting just like one. Eamon, are your teeth okay? Belinda asked nervously. She knew he couldn't get hurt, but she was still worried. Eamon was wagging his tail gently. It was amazing how quickly he de-transformed into a playful cat. Belinda asked another question mischievously. Eamon, mere the twig? It was an impulse she had after thinking of what he'd asked her earlier. Eamon looked up. He immediately threw away the branch, and in a soft breeze, a beautiful boy appeared. Belinda flinched. She couldn't get used to human Eamon. Her heart was pounding like crazy. He lay down in her lap and her whole body stiffened up. The face looking up at her was so beautiful. Long eyelashes, big, sparkly eyes. He twisted a lock of her hair around his finger and smiled. Obviously you, Breedy. The voice, seemingly more tired than usual, whispered softly. Every time Eamon's fingertips brushed over her, she felt as if her skin was on fire. Was it because his body temperature was above a human's? Eamon looked up at her. There was something different about him. She never felt like this when she saw other human boys. Surely the branch must have done something to Eamon. She gulped. Eamon gently stroked her cheek and somehow a chill ran through her spine. She turned away, trying to ignore the feeling. You lying. You really liked it. She said in a low voice, stammering for perhaps the first time in front of him. No, Breedy, it's you. Only you. She closed her eyes. It was a strange feeling. Whenever he touched her, what exactly, she didn't know. It was strange, but not bad. She restlessly endured Eamon's touch. That is, until Lucy butted in with important news. I present the shining royal family of the empire. Belinda nodded to the envoy. Welcome from the kingdom of Sicily. I hope to enjoy my stay. She spoke and reached out her hand confidently. The envoy kissed it before bowing again. The empire and the kingdom of Sicily had signed a trade agreement not long ago, so the royal family and some aristocrats were visiting to commemorate it. It wasn't a big event, but the whole royal family had gathered to welcome the visitors, including Belinda. Belinda's elegant gestures with the envoy were so elegant and natural, no one could doubt her status as a princess. Slow, calm gestures all in the right moment, those of a proper royal. It must be said that this was the result of Lucy's efforts more than skills Belinda acquired naturally. She made sure Belinda wouldn't be ignored by anyone. Although they were now a low-status family, the Herbs had been a historic family for generations.
Lucy's mother, Marquis Herb, was once a high-ranking aristocrat as etiquette teacher.
Therefore, Lucy was naturally a great teacher to Belinda. The envoy, after being greeted by Belinda, Princess Adelaide and Prince Lard, bowed to the emperor and commented cheerfully. Your Majesty should be glad to have such graceful women. The emperor put his hands on the envoy's shoulders without answering. He stole a glance at Belinda, head slightly raised, back straight. Who would have thought that she was a commoner rolling in dirt not too long ago? He smiled. He was proud of having taken a commoner and making a noble lady out of her. He felt as if he'd saved his daughter's life himself. He was satisfied, so satisfied that he wanted to show her off. Then, oh my God! Adele couldn't help but exclaim when a big snake passed by them. She blushed, quickly readjusting herself. The people of Sicily treated snakes like cats. Therefore they were hard to ignore, even if not dangerous.
Since they always carried them around, The visitors came with snakes wrapped around their necks, shoulders, and wrists.
It took a lot of guts to keep calm in the face of the hissing reptiles. The envoy spoke to Adele, sounding a bit offended. They don't bite. You don't have to be afraid of them. I am not. Adele tried to pretend everything was fine, but she couldn't hide her quivering lips. There were only two people that weren't afraid. The Emperor and Belinda. Apart from them, even the most dignified knights were a little scared. Looking at the unfazed Belinda, the Emperor was even more satisfied. That was the attitude of a proper royal, unshakable boldness. Belinda had it. She shooed away a cobra as if it were just an annoying fly. She'd have been scared if it wasn't for her knowing Amen. No matter how cute a leopard is, humans are instinctively afraid. But Belinda, who was so used to having him around, wasn't shaken by an ordinary snake. She was more determined and bold than anyone else, and she had Amen to thank for it. The Emperor tapped her on the shoulder and whispered. See? You're almost a royal. Thank you. It is all thanks to your teaching. Satisfied with the answer, he laughed. Adele wasn't pleased to see the relaxed atmosphere between them. Belinda's unaffected expression as a snake coiled around her made her even more annoyed. So gross. You wouldn't be afraid of anything growing up like you did. She muttered in an attempt to justify her behavior. However, she knew that she had lost. She knew how highly her father thought of proper royal qualities. At this rate, she was afraid he'd end up considering Belinda more suitable than her. Belinda with her dirty blood as an emperor? She didn't even care about the empire. Belinda felt good. Being praised by her father almost made her nervous. For the first time, she felt like she was within the league of the family. But not for long. Your Grace, I am so ashamed. I am afraid I am not used to this kind of situation. The Emperor hugged Adele, who was obviously trying to appeal to him by acting cute. You still need to grow up. You can be protected in my arms. Belinda turned away and looked out the window. Almost a royal. She recalled the Emperor's words, but also his gentle voice towards Adele. You can be protected in my arms. She was momentarily happy to be recognized by her father, but that was it. She was still just an uninvited visitor intruding on a family. No one would love her unconditionally, no matter how much they praised her. That was the bitter reality. Then she saw a black figure moving on the window frame. Belinda narrowed her gaze, then quietly laughed to herself. Eamon must be watching. Is he worried that I'll be ignored and left out like last time? A pair of small ears peeked out for a moment before disappearing again. Belinda's momentary sadness washed away in an instant. How can he possibly be like this? He took care of everything he had without ever making himself known or expecting compensation. It was so commendable, grateful, lovely. Thinking of a Shinsu this cute was rather irreverent and blasphemous, but that was the only way she could see him. Belinda looked up again to see the Emperor and Adele. She did not feel the pit in her stomach this time. Smiling leisurely to the envoy speaking to her, Belinda was more confident than anyone. She was like a real noble lady. The Emperor turned around to stare at Belinda. Once again he smiled, satisfied. His impression of her had changed completely. Before he knew it, his smile was one of trust and affection. He absent-mindedly patted Adele on the shoulder. A few hours later, back at the palace, Belinda shouted out the window as soon as the maid left. Where are you? It was not addressed to anyone. Her loud voice echoed, but there was no answer. She grinned and tried again. Amen. I know you read there. Come in here for a moment. Only then was there a rustle in the tall grass. A leopard, blacker than coal, popped out. Although his body was not visible, the beast's eyes twinkled like jewels. How did you know I was here? How could I not? I know you. Stealthy hiding and tailing might have been what a leopard did best, but definitely not concealing their ears. Belinda giggled and stretched her arms out to him. He jumped into them without any hesitation. She began to gently rub his back. Were you worried about me? Is that why you followed me again? He replied by shamelessly licking her arm. The ticklish Belinda lowered her head and rested it on his. You really like my personal escort night. It was good to see you there, otherwise, I would have been alone.
I was a little lonely at the party, but as soon as I saw you, all that disappeared.
Because of you. Her words slowly died down. Eamon jumped out of her arms, and a beautiful boy appeared in the darkness. Smiling, he spread out his arms to her. You said you wanted me to hug you. Belinda froze. It felt like her feet were tied down. Eamon smiled calmly. There was a distinctive warmth in his sparkling eyes. What are you waiting for? Come here. She unwittingly walked over, as if she had been placed under a spell. The ball of fur she was used to cradling was now holding her in his arms. It was so unfamiliar, she could hardly breathe. He has a bow. He has a bow, but still the same animal. Wait, how can he look younger than me? Her head was spinning, full of all the nonsensical ideas that were hitting her. Eamon swept back her hair and whispered calmly. Don't forget, Belinda, you are infinitely loved by the most wonderful, powerful, and great race in the world. Aren't you just saying that you're wonderful, powerful, and great? She could hear his low laughter from just inches away. You're the same little leopard, so why are you so? He whispered again, pulling her in tighter. Don't feel lonely, greedy. You're all I have. Belinda shut her eyes tightly. She could not bear to answer. That small warmth in her chest he always caused, why was it so big today? That night, even the moonlight pouring through the window felt warm. Belinda always wore a necklace, a ring pendant on a thin gold chain. The ring given to her mother by her father, the emperor, was stowed away deep in a drawer, but the one Eamon gave her was always with her. After so many years wearing it, it felt strange to take it off. She was just as used to it as to the little leopard rolling around beside her. 20 years old. An adult. She was grown enough to wear the ring without it falling off. The grown-up Belinda was beautiful. An elegant face said by some to be entrancing, a calm voice, a smile as beautiful as the morning sun. She looked eerily similar to her mother, Lily. It was the same appearance the emperor had fallen in love with once, and though not going into details, even he commented on her beauty. She was rarely present at small parties and gatherings, unlike Adele, who was the center of attention wherever she went. But, even in her absence, people always whispered about the secretive princess. All grown up, she was still spending her afternoons playing with a little leopard. She was a messy-haired girl far from people's image of the beautiful mystery princess. Eamon, when will you grow up? She asked, lounging on a colorful carpet. He answered quietly, trying to sound dismissive. Well, sometime. It was not a proper answer. She rubbed Eamon's back with her feet and played with Lucy's hair. Lucy was lying right next to her, asleep. Perhaps the warm sun had tired her. She tapped Lucy on the cheek and whispered affectionately. Lucy, get up. The sun is already setting. She was trying to wake up Lucy, but instead the sparrow sleeping in her hair did. What? Is the sun down? Already? Why didn't you wake me up? I haven't even eaten yet. Mazzetto, who already had a plump belly, ran around on the floor untiringly until something pressed down on him. Ah! Save the sparrow. A bad shinsu can kill a good bird. Oh my god. Mazzetto flapped his small wings, powerless against Eamon's strong grip. These many years together emboldened him to be more and more cheeky to Eamon, probably the only animal with that power. Only then did Lucy wake up, rubbing her eyes. Belinda kindly spoke to her, stroking her hair. Go home and get some rest before it gets too late, Lucy. You must be tired. Although she was perhaps too friendly to someone of such high status, Lucy's relationship with Belinda was very tight-knit. She was more of a long-time friend to her than a maid. Lucy laughed awkwardly. Oh, I have no reason to be tired, princess. It is just that the tea made me. You must be tired these days. You can't even rest on weekends. Recently, Lucy had started taking marriage preparation classes. In the palace, she spent all night working on embroidery, and back home on holidays, she spent it with the butlers and attendants constantly bothering her. Although there was no groom yet, it was natural for her to do all this as the eldest child of a noble family. Belinda sent her back early because she knew this well. Eamon perked up. Are you leaving already, Lucy? Hearing his voice so thin and uncertain was strange. It was always the case with him these days, though. He got nervous whenever Lucy left and he was alone with Belinda, circling the room aimlessly. It always made Belinda think. Are you uncomfortable being with me? Do you like Lucy? She had always considered him her best friend, but it felt like his priorities changed at some point. Inferring from his comments, she found it hard to believe that it could be some sort of misunderstanding. I can't help but be a little disappointed. She pouted. Are you that upset Lucy is leaving? I'll play with you. She hugged Eamon's small body to hers. Eamon pushed her away with his front paws. Why did you push me that hard? Belinda picked him up again. In the end, a commotion ensued. Eamon, lurching and twisting around, tried to escape but still made sure he would not accidentally hurt her. Eamon rushed to the window, only just poking out from behind the curtain. Belinda felt hurt inside as she watched his movements. I can't believe I can't express my love anymore. It was always like that lately. He would find a way to avoid it. In the past, he had always let her, but why not now? Now that she was older, her little leopard always found a way to escape her arms. It felt like she was being deprived of her most precious thing, the thing she had raised so carefully. He is still a cute little leopard in my eyes. He would not even show his human form recently. She wanted to see it, but he would not let her. It was hard to face each other as a boy and a girl. However, as she grew up and gained more experience, she gradually started to like Eamon as a beau. His pretty eyelashes and still face while drinking tea. When faced with him, a feeling in the bottom of her heart begged to be released, but she turned it away. What do you feel for that kid? Anyways, now that she noticed the beautiful smile in the boy's eyes, he was refusing to show himself to her. She was in a bad mood these days and about to make a grumpy comment. She was already 20 and Eamon 18, well past the age of acting like a little kid. However, she couldn't help but feel childishly jealous and disappointed in herself. Eamon finally emerged from the curtains and landed on the carpet, ordering Mazzetto. Stay. Why? He asked with his head slightly tilted, still securely tucked away in Belinda's clothes. Eat first. I'll catch a raw deer for you. Hey. I am a vegetarian now. I'll get you an apple then. Mazzetto stared down at his black paws. An apple? With those? He shouted back at him. No. I am leaving. Why? I have a girlfriend now. You what? Everyone turned to stare at him. Mazzetto sprawled out his wings, satisfied with the attention, and announced proudly. We will meet under the poplar tree when the moon comes up. Poplar tree? We promised to kiss today. Belinda burst into laughter. Kiss? Would they just poke each other's beaks? Mazzetto flew over and started pulling her hair in protest. What is so funny? What is it? What? Why are you laughing? Belinda couldn't control herself and kept laughing. I hate you, princess. Mazzetto said before flying out the window. He was very offended. Belinda shouted after him. Mazzetto, I'm sorry for teasing you. I'll get you cherries tomorrow, so don't stay angry with me. Instead of answering, he chirped 3 times and disappeared into the woods, towards the tree where his fiancée was waiting for him. She turned around, still giggling. Lucy was laughing out loud while packing, seemingly about to go back home. I am going to go now, princess. See you tomorrow. When Lucy left, the only ones left in the room were Belinda, who couldn't stop giggling, and Eamon, who seemed somewhat nervous. Belinda closed the window and turned to him. Don't you think it is funny? Mazzetto going off to kiss his girlfriend. He is so tiny. Eamon looked up suddenly. Why? Can't they do it even if they re small? Huh? Belinda's eyebrows shot up in response to his agitated reaction. He started to hit the floor with his front paws. And I am not small. You don't know about it, but lately. Huh? Forget it? He was nervous for no reason. Belinda sat down on the bed to comb her hair. He has been acting so strange lately. It is what happens at his age. Belinda was now 20, but he was still in his stormy teenage years. 18-year-olds' emotions fluctuate a lot, right? She picked up the blanket and patted the spot next to her. Eamon, come here. Eamon wagged his tail nervously, not answering. Aren't you going to sleep? There was no answer. Belinda put down the blanket, disappointed. Is it that you don't want to be alone with me? Her disappointment slowly faded away as he looked her in the eyes. His ears drooped. It is not that. Belinda muttered to herself quietly so he wouldn't hear. It is not that, it is that my feelings are so strange. When I am with you, my heart just... Eamon buried his face in his front paws, not knowing what to say. Belinda sighed. He has really been weird lately. She muttered to herself sadly. A tree whose branches seemed to reach the clouds stood in the middle of the forest. The smell of fresh grass and soil intermingled, and the sunlight filtered through its twisted branches. This place was Eamon's territory. The Shinsu forest. The smell of roses surrounded Eamon, who was taking a nap in a flower bush. Eamon. He opened his eyes when he heard his name called. He'd already noticed someone approaching and knew very well who it was, but pretended not to know because he was annoyed. He saw a spotted leopard, an elder of the leopard Shinsu tribe. Who knew what could lie in the depth of those eyes? Hello, Elder Aisha. Eamon greeted them in an unwelcoming voice. They touched his forehead with a paw to reciprocate the greeting. Have you decided on an observer for your ceremony yet? They didn't hesitate to get to the point. Eamon pricked his ears and rolled around in the bush a few more times. It was not exactly polite in front of an elder, but neither he, the elders, nor anyone else cared about his attitude. They'd already given up on trying to change it. How could you fix someone who'd been like that his whole life? Aisha had long stopped cracking down on his habits. If you don't have anyone, I can do it. It was customary for one of the parents to observe the ceremony, but Eamon didn't have any. As the ceremony got closer, the elder just came to him directly. I'd like a royal to do it. Someone from the royal family? They weren't expecting the reply. Yes. I thought it would be fun to have a human do it. Eamon looked at them, trying to maintain a casual voice so he could gauge their reaction. Fortunately, the elder didn't detect anything strange. Eamon was satisfied. This meant Belinda could really be his observer. It is not like this has never happened. Can I give the honor to someone from the royal family? Sure. It is not that important to me. Also, it isn't a bad idea to create a situation where one of them needs to come here. Just to remind them what we really are. The elder nodded. Humans had been acting like they'd forgotten how to obey them lately. They didn't want a conflict, but it wouldn't hurt to point it out. How about asking the emperor to do it then? No, I'll ask the emperor as first child. I was the Shinsu chief as first child too. Okay. The elder's eyes were filled with bitterness, brought on by the thought of Eamon's parents. Eamon went back to rolling around in the bush, apparently finished talking. When your ceremony is over, we'll have to decide on a chief. There is also Hala and Shanti. Yes. The position had been vacant for more than a decade since the death of the last chief, Eamon's mother. It would now be time for Eamon's generation to fight for it once they grew up. The elder continued to speak seriously. Don't kill your opponents. Why me? Are you worried I'll go crazy like that beast just because I am a black leopard? They called Bear to lie to him. If you think I am going to kill anyone, you might as well lie down and wag your tail. He answered roughly. He meant it, he was just like any other leopard, only black. Blood alone wouldn't he make an animal go mad? He wasn't he about to murder anyone? The elder stayed silent for a while before asking. How long do you plan on staying like this? Why do you still? Eamon rolled back around and answered softly. I want to look cute. And it is easier to get around being this small. They shook their head, unable to understand him. When had that little leopard ever done something rational? They touched Eamon's forehead with a paw, signaling that they'd be leaving. Good night, little leopard. The cute little leopard will rest well, don't you worry. The elder chuckled at his rude answer and left. He was alone again. The sun had now hidden behind the mountains completely. Eamon considered going inside but decided to stay and enjoy the warm breeze of the fresh evening. He laid down and thought of the approaching ceremony. The ceremony through which leopard Shinsu became adults. Only after that ceremony would the cute little leopard grow into a giant beast and adult human. But Eamon closed his eyes. But why me? He could hear the grasshoppers chirping. Bits of the dark blue sky, who knew what was up there, peeked through the leaves. Eamon stopped thinking and curled up. Most of the children of the clan were born at the same time. Hala and Shanti were the other two leopards who were his age. The ceremony would be held for the three of them. Those two would surely just have their parents as observers. Nothing special. Eamon wasn't too lonely. At least he didn't think he was. But still. I really hope Belinda will come. Eamon imagined bringing her to the forest. Since leopard Shinsu were very individualistic beasts, they lived far apart in the vast forest and only met at the regular gatherings of the tribe. That's how Eamon could spend time in Belinda's palace unnoticed. Behind the flower bushes stood a temple-like building. It was Eamon's house. A quiet, mysterious place in the middle of the beautiful forest. He couldn't invite her till now, but if she participated as an observer, he could take her here with the pretext of them having a close relationship. Eamon curled up even tighter. The huge forest around him seemed to grow even bigger. He laid alone for a long time before slowly opening his eyes. After a while, the small animal left the forest. The cold wind brushed up against Lucy's neck. It was still before sunrise and quiet everywhere. She tiptoed to Belinda's room. She usually woke up at around noon, but today she had plans. They were going to the hunting ground at dawn. They decided to go back early in the morning today after finding some glowing mushrooms there a few nights ago. It was a small break from the boring life of the palace for the two girls. Princess. Lucy called out in front of the door. There was no answer, so she opted to just open the door. The room was still. The blue moon shone peacefully onto Belinda's bed under the window. She walked up to her silently, but then. Hua! She quickly covered her mouth. Her heart was beating like crazy, full of surprise and fear. A stranger was sitting on the chair next to Belinda's bed, stroking her hair. He had broad shoulders, a firm body, and a tall figure noticeable even as he was sitting. As large as he was, he still looked very agile. Lucy wanted to scream and run to the maid sleeping in the other room, but her mouth wouldn't open. Her head was filled with questions and fear. Who is it? Who could it be? Who? Her body trembled with fear. She was afraid that it would hurt her or the princess. Well, it wasn't really that. She was just nervous looking at the man's still face. It was like an instinct. He turned his head. Their eyes met in the darkness. The man's beautiful face was calm. He looked relaxed as if he already knew she was there. But there was something about his beastly eyes that sparkled like fireworks. Lucy pursed her lips. Her anxiety only rose, but the man strangely reminded her of someone. Those eyes. They were so strange but so familiar. Oh. He put his finger on his lips, shushing Belinda. Lucy gulped and managed to nod. The man smiled. It was an ecstatic smile illuminated by the moonlight. The emperor scratched the tip of his chin. There was worry hidden in the small gesture. Recently, the Shinsu had given him an unpleasant notice. We will be having a ceremony. Send your firstborn child as an observer. It was an order disguised as a suggestion, thrown at him out of the blue. Firstborn child, that meant Belinda. There was a time when he'd regularly gone to ceremonies as a means of providing communication between the royal family and the Shinsu clan. But that was before their relations drifted into the state they were in now. It was originally possible because they'd been close to each other. But now, they were far from close friends. He only met the elders of the clan once a year for a silent meal. His stomach tightened. "What's worrying you, Your Majesty?" The Empress, could she read his mind? Whispered from her seat opposite him, drinking tea. "I don't want to send a royal to be an observer for the beasts. They might be beasts, but we can compete with their power. It is best to do what they ask of you." Instead of answering, the Emperor scratched his chin again. "It is a relief they didn't ask for one of our children to be sent to that forest." The Emperor's expression shifted. "Belinda Rin Athes is also my child." The look on the Empress's face hardened as if someone had splashed her with icy water.
She knew that he cared about the child in the past few years, unlike when he first brought her to the palace, but she wasn't expecting him to cross this line, calling her his own.
Then, "Your Majesty, Princess Belinda has arrived," the servant announced from behind the door. It seemed to be Belinda, whom he'd told to visit in the morning. "Come in." The poised princess entered, elegantly curtsying. From her graceful steps, it was clear that the shabby, crude girl from years ago was nowhere in sight. May the great emperor and empress possess the infinite glory of the empire. "Have you called for me?" The emperor got to the point without hesitation. "The Leopard Shinsu clan will be having a ceremony soon." "Is that so? And they have expressed a desire to have you as their observer." "Excuse me?" Belinda looked up. The emperor, unhappy with the situation, sighed. "It is a dangerous place, but they've been set on you the whole time, so you'll be fine." "I understand. Will you go?" "Yes." Belinda lowered her eyes again and replied submissively. She didn't utter a single word of protest. That just increased the emperor's concern. Bringing her to the palace at all was a rather impulsive decision. He wouldn't have hesitated to kick her out on a whim. However, she lived in the guest palace quietly, never making her presence known. Even those times she had the emperor's attention, she didn't abuse it. Like a flower blooming in the corner of the flower bed, quietly sticking to its place, she was quiet but confident, resolute and bold. The empress broke the silence. "What are you still doing here? Leave now." Having said all there was to say, the lowly princess was dismissed. May the emperor and empress always be filled with glory. After all the usual formalities, Belinda quietly left the room. Looking after the skirt disappearing into the hallway, the emperor sighed again. He didn't want to push his daughter into a dangerous situation, but he couldn't refuse. "An observer? What is that?" Belinda grabbed Amon's front paw and pressed it into the pad of green ink. The calm demeanor she'd shown to the emperor was nowhere to be seen. The mischievous sparkle in her eyes made her look like she was still just a child. "It just means that you'll sit next to me at the ceremony, help out a bit and nod sometimes." "How would I dare to do such a marvelous and important thing?" "It is not marvelous or important. Every other Shinsu has to do it too." Amon answered with a blasé attitude. Belinda firmly pushed the ink-covered paw onto the bottom of the silver letter paper. It left a cute footprint. There was still a small stack of letters to be stamped with Amon's paw. However much she lived up to her secretive princess title, she had aristocratic friends now. Well, sort of. She was sending all of them letters. "You should have told me about it earlier."
"I was so nervous when they called me in, and it came as a surprise that you suddenly asked me to go to the Shinsu forest."
"I did tell you about it. You were just too busy trying to tie a ribbon around my neck to listen." "Did you? Anyways, is there anything I need to prepare?" "It is important. I don't want to make any mistakes." "No. Trust me and just come. Leave the rest to me. Belinda laughed and stamped another letter. It feels like you're retaking me there to get married. Hey. Why do you move all of a sudden? The print got smudged. Eamon immediately sprang up when he heard her words.
Belinda patted him on the back a few times, like she was trying to calm him down, then went back to stamping.
The cute beast next to her seemed to be very shaken up by the word marriage. Why are you so surprised? I'll give your elders 6 geese, 2 cows, and 4 bags of flour. You just come and we'll get married. I'll take care of everything, she joked, because that's how people get married, you know. Don't you know you're not a human? Eamon didn't answer. She looked up. I was just joking because everyone is so obsessed with marriage. Why are you so stiff? No reason. He finally replied. Lucy is taking a marriage preparation class, too. Even though she doesn't have any candidates for marriage yet. Lucy. Lucy. Eamon jumped again. Lucy wasn't around that day because of a family event. Aren't you being too dramatic? Belinda was about to ask him out loud but decided not to. She had a bad feeling about this. Eamon's attitude towards Lucy had become a little strange lately. Yeah, Lucy anyways. Eamon glared at the floor with a serious expression. His ears pricked up as if he was lost in thought. He glanced at the ring on Belinda's finger and yanked his foot out of her grasp. Are you and Lucy the right age for marriage? Yeah. Already? Yeah, already. For a moment it looked like the black leopardess face turned white. He began to mutter with a blank stare. It was hard to tell if he was talking to himself or Belinda. If you're old enough to get married. Then after the ceremony. What? I can't hear you. He quickly came to his senses. Why would you get married so early? What do you mean early? I am an adult. I mean, we don't mate that early. Huh? Why? He started muttering to himself again. Our purpose is to see children well, when the season comes of course, it is possible before that but. Would Brady be okay? Eamon recited, as serious as ever. Belinda tried to get closer so she could hear but eventually gave up and went back to fiddling with a letter. Maybe it is because of his age. I guess animals have turbulent emotional phases too. It was late at night, the time for humans to sleep and beasts to be awake. Eamon's ceremony was being held in the Shinsu forest, shrouded in darkness under the full moon. It almost felt like the forest was breathing. Belinda was sitting in front of a brazier, trying to take in the moment. The animals moved around without a single sound, except for the occasional purr from around the brazier. Belinda tightened up whenever she felt something pass by. I am not afraid. I am not afraid. It was strange and scary, but she didn't want to ruin this precious day for Eamon. 2 grown leopards stood opposite to the 3 little ones, sat in a row. The red flames of the fire reflected in their eyes. The rest of the leopards, circling around the brazier, approached them one by one. They would only be recognized once they received the blood of the chief. Then they could become adults. Since Eamon's mother died, the position of the chief had been empty. All of the baby leopards who completed the ceremony were about to select a new chief as they turned into adults. Aisha, who was fulfilling the role of the chief, stared at Belinda. You really royal that as Eamon's observer. Instinctively they could tell that she was scared. But she was looking at Eamon calmly. After all, that was the duty of an observer. The forest had eyes everywhere, the birds sitting on branches, the snakes slithering by. That's the role of an observer. To remember the protagonist of the ceremony and see them become a new member of the clan on behalf of all the creatures watching on. By all means, Belinda was doing her job. Aisha's eyes fell on her trembling fingertips. They got up from their seat. The rest of the leopards circling around stopped. They all turned their eyes to the large leopard descending from the platform. Is that the elder Eamon was talking about? If he smears his blood on him, the ceremony will be complete. She gulped, thinking of the explanation Eamon had given her. The mysterious elder walked up to Aemon and the other two baby leopards. He bit his paw with his sharp fangs and rubbed the blood on Aemon's forehead. "Welcome to the clan." The beasts surrounding them cried out and bowed down to the roar of the ruler that shook the ground. Belinda closed her eyes out of instinctive fear. A cold sweat ran down her forehead. At that moment she realized fully that Aemon, who had always laid next to her, was a feared and great animal. "Hey, is this what a human looks like?" The spotted baby leopard next to Aemon climbed onto Belinda's lap. Not sure what to do, she looked at him uncertainly. Aemon pushed him off firmly like what Belinda usually did to him. The leopard rolled onto the floor. "You've met humans before." "Who, me?" "Yes, Shanti. I heard you telling them not to bother you." "Oh. Wait, you're right. I did." He quickly remembered, pounding the floor with his tail. The mere thought seemed to anger him. "I was just avoiding your attack. So I wouldn't get in trouble. You tried to pounce on me secretly a few hours before that. That I was scared." Shanti scratched at the ground, slurring his words. "I was young back then. You know that? You were just as strong back then, too. You didn't get hurt at all, did you?" "That's right. That's not true. I was hurt in the heart," Aemon replied in a calm tone. Shanti stared at the indifferent leopard and straightened his shoulders. "Aemon, your fur looks so cool today. Look how nicely the light shines on it. Amazing." Aemon responded to the comment by hitting Shanti on the nose. "Oh." He rolled onto the floor with an exaggerated scream. Aemon hit him again. Belinda smiled awkwardly at the confrontation. "I think they were talking about me." He doesn't seem to notice though. When she first met Aemon, there were two other leopards there bullying him. If they'd known that he was a Shinsu, they never would have dared. They'd have been lying flat on the floor, shivering with fear. In other words, ignorance gave them courage. Still, it was amazing that it led Belinda to become friends with Aemon. "Shanti. Welcome to the clan, son." A large leopard crept up and pulled Shanti out of Aemon's grip. It looked like he was used to his son's playful behavior with Aemon. He rubbed his head against Aemon's cheek. "Congratulations to you, too. I am looking forward to seeing you grow." In contrast to his large body and rugged appearance, his voice was gentle. However, Belinda turned away her eyes and stiffened up. She was already 20, but she still had that reaction to any large animal or person. They were scary. Her traumatic childhood memories of the innkeeper still came to her. The past was embedded deep in her. She almost pitied herself, but couldn't help it. Aemon approached her and tilted his head. He scanned her expression, also spotting her whitened knuckles, and leaped up onto her lap. It was a hug-like gesture. "Breedy. Let us go now." She got up from her seat, holding Aemon. It felt as if the celebrating leopards were pretending she wasn't there. She quickly bowed, confusing everyone. Why would they imitate human greetings? Aemon climbed up onto her shoulder. "I said I invited her because she was a royal. I shouldn't make it look like we read this close." Being on her shoulder was still rather intimate, but much better than being carried out like a pet cat. "You have to go to sleep. Humans are always tired around these hours," he said sweetly. He meant that he'd invite Belinda since she was their special guest. The rest of the leopards purred knowingly and sent them off. "Bye, Aemon. Good night." Belinda left as if she was escaping a fire. The leopard's eyes trailed after her before she disappeared. The desolate forest unfolded right outside of their empty spot. "By the way, Aemon, where are you going to sleep now?" "At my house." "You have a house?" The surprised Belinda stopped. "We have houses. We're different from regular animals. We live in houses just like humans because no one wants to sleep outside." Oh. She hadn't ever thought of Aemon having a house. She always just assumed he lived like any other animal in the Shinsu forest, but apparently, he did have a house. The forest grew thicker and thicker. Belinda walked through the darkness with the leopard in her arms.
You'd expect one to be scared on a dark mountain road deep in the forest, but she wasn't. The only thing to fear in the forest were the beasts, and she was well aware that no animal would dare to touch a person protected by a shinsu.
Do you live alone? She held back on asking about his parents. She didn't see them in the group earlier, so she'd known him for years, but never found out that he was alone until today. Yeah, alone. I see. Come to think of it, that little leopard you were with him that time at the cliff, right? She forced herself to change the subject. Yep. It worked, fortunately. He didn't seem to recognize me. He probably didn't. Humans all look alike in our eyes. Really? Do I look like everyone else to you then? Eamon looked up at her, then lowered his head back into her arms. Of course not. You. He muttered, embarrassed. The touch of his soft fur made Belinda smile. It felt good to think that she was a precious being to him. It was just a silly thought. Eamon's house was surprisingly similar to a human's. She was expecting just a plain roof. Eamon had been able to fall asleep laying on the grass only until not too long ago. She was wrong. She wandered around the center of the house in the moonlight, admiring it. It's really pretty. It looked more like a temple than a regular house with its marble columns and domed ceiling. The wind blew in an occasional petal through the open window. The extinguished chandelier twinkled in the moonlight. It felt like she had entered a fantasy world. Do you clean it? Of course. When I was younger, the elders did it, but I do now. How? By turning human. Eamon rubbed his eyes sleepily. He was sitting on a huge cushion, looking up at Belinda. You must be tired. Go wash up. The bathroom is over there. Belinda nodded, loosening the shoulder strap of her dress. As she had spent the whole night sitting on her knees, her whole body was sore. She was hoping some warm water would help. Why are you taking your clothes off all of a sudden? Eamon yelled, bewildered. Belinda turned back to see him hiding under the cushion. The cute little leopard was suddenly shy. She smirked. What do you mean? I need to wash it. I know that. Why here? Eamon shouted into the cushion. I just untied the back. My shoulders are sore because it was so tight. Eamon just twitched his tail nervously with no answer, face still buried in the cushion. Belinda's eyes flashed with mischief. He must be so embarrassed right now. Obviously, she didn't mean to take all her clothes off. She just loosened the strap. But seeing Eamon's reaction, she wasn't about to pass up on teasing him for it. He was so cute. She really wanted to keep on bothering him. And he wasn't the only one with a dirty mind either. Why so shy? He kept on twiddling with his tail. By that logic, you're naked too. You have nothing on you except fur. You can leave the stripping for when I am really a human. He mumbled into the cushion, not managing to sound too threatening. Belinda grinned. Her thoughts went to human Eamon. She hasn't seen it recently, but it was still clear in her memory. Black hair, beautiful purple eyes, plump red lips. A beautiful bow. She was sure she wouldn't be so intimidated by him anymore though. Sure. Whatever you like. She said teasingly, laughing as she saw Eamon still hiding in the cushion when she entered the bathroom. He didn't move until she disappeared behind the door and heard it close. He sighed deeply, a serious look on his face. You don't understand why I can't show my human form to you. He whispered in a low voice. He was holding back his urge to devour her from head to toe. The smell of grass permeated the large living room. Belinda laid down comfortably on the carpet. Eamon was curled up in a circle, maybe trying to sleep. She reached out to him and stroked his chin. The mere sight of the little animal made her want to pet him. So cute and pretty. Eamon slowly opened his eyes. Breedy, you really have to be careful. The beast's eyes glimmered in the darkness. Huh? Like earlier. I am an animal, you know. I don't have anything to go by except for instinct. Mom. What is this cute little thing talking about? He must be upset that I made fun of him. I have some self-control, so I can suppress it, but anyways, it is just how I was born. He was giving an undetectable warning. Belinda didn't know what to say, so she reached out to stroke his cheek again. The soft fur felt very comfortable against her fingers. He stared at her gently. She still thinks I am cute. There seemed to be a hidden emotion deep in those pretty purple eyes. Belinda couldn't look away from them. Eamon closed his eyes and rubbed against Belinda's palm. It was a gesture of resignation. You really don't know me, Brady. She smiled faintly. But I know you will always be by my side. She meant it. She knew better than anyone that the nervous little leopard cared for her immensely, as much as he pretended to be tough. Didn't his actions show everything? His soft gaze. He even made her the observer of this ceremony. Eamon laid his head back onto her palm. He didn't answer, a statement of such a simple fact didn't require any. Belinda already felt better. She kept on staring at him, feeling the warmth of his little body. He began to slowly lick her palm and she squirmed, grinning. The ticklish sensation was strange. You were scared earlier, right? Earlier? You were really stiff at the ceremony. With all the big shinsu. Eamon didn't need to hear the rest to know the answer. Thank you. What for? Enduring that for me. Belinda scratched her chin. She wasn't used to Eamon the big braggart who considered himself the greatest in the world thanking her. It was unbearably embarrassing somehow. Oh, that it is nothing. It is just my greed, but I wanted to be congratulated by you more than anyone. It is okay. I liked it, too. Thanks for inviting me. He gently pulled Belinda's hand in, staring at her with an uncharacteristically serious face. His eyes were cold. By the way, Brady. Yes? Who is it? The big guy that gave you a hard time? Belinda pursed her lips. It seemed like an innocent question, but it tore down her defenses in a single blow. It had been years since her arrival at the palace. Now she was a princess in her own right. She lived happily enough for memories of the past to barely ever cross her mind. However, she still had her fear of large people and animals to face. It was the one thing that made her into an intimidated child. She took in a deep breath and stretched out her tense muscles. As hard as she tried to push it away, the deep-rooted fear of the past still lurked in her mind. It was why she sent back every single bodyguard that the emperor tried to give her. She paused to think for a moment. Should I say it? He is part of my life now. I can tell him. She was ready to face the past and let it go, with Eamon. Well, you know I grew up poor, right? Poor humans, especially young orphaned girls, don't really get opportunities to grow up normally. We could choose between working at an inn to make a living or being sold to a sex trafficker. And that is worse than death itself. Eamon's expression hardened. The innkeeper I worked for knew all this. That is why he could do anything he wanted to me. He knew I couldn't leave. Belinda murmured, trying to smile. She stroked Eamon's cheek again to feel his warmth. He kicked and hit me like I was a pebble in his path. Unnoticed by her, Eamon extended his claws for a moment before controlling himself. Murder flashed through his eyes. My 8th birthday was the worst. Misha gave me some cookies as a present, but I ran into Mr. Nordy on my way home. He was drunk and started to kick me. I ended up on the floor along with the cookies. Eamon closed his eyes, trying to remain calm. But you know the funniest part? While I was running away, I stopped to scoop up the cookies from the ground. And when I got home, instead of wiping the blood off my nose, I ate them. They had some dirt on them still, and eating them made my teeth hurt, but they were delicious anyway. She closed her eyes too. They were delicious. Really delicious. She tried to keep a matter-of-fact tone, but her voice cracked. She bit her lips. It felt like she was acting like a spoiled child to Eamon. Her complaints lost control, pouring out freely. She closed her mouth to stop herself from crying. I thought I'd forgotten. I thought only fear was left over, that the wounds were gone. But I guess not. All those wounds must have been tucked away inside. She thought they'd healed, but they were just hidden. Greedy. It was all laid out before she knew it. The little leopard rubbed against her as consolation. She couldn't open her mouth to answer. She felt that if she did, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from crying from all that warmth and affection. Go back there with me. Huh? Check it out for yourself. See how weak and shabby he is now. Without thinking, Belinda nodded at his almost seductive sounding words. Her face was hot. She felt the soft tip of his tail brush past. If that fear goes away, I'll show you. She had no idea what he was trying to tell her. The animal's quiet gaze hit her as she gently opened her eyes. Those eyes were so deep they were barely visible. It wasn't until he cupped her face that he figured out she was crying. Belinda couldn't hold it back anymore. She buried her face in her hands and heaved with sobs as Eamon quietly held on. His presence alone was comforting. She cried for a long time. At the very least, releasing all those things she'd been carrying for years was relieving. She softly called out his names and pulled them in tighter, smiling as he rubbed the back of her hand comfortingly. Then she cried more.
By the time she stopped, the moon had moved from above their heads and the wind had stopped.
Eamon stayed quiet, but the silence was comforting in itself. I am exhausted now from all the crying. She mumbled playfully. Eamon stared up at her and held her face. Thank you for telling me. His voice was calm, but Belinda could pick out the mixture of worry and affection behind it. It made her feel like crying again. She bit her lips. Come on. You should sleep. The low voice was like a spell. The crying made her head hurt and her body limp, but she felt relieved. She let her heavy eyelids shut and her breathing slowed down. Sleep flooded over her. After a while, Eamon wriggled out of her tight embrace. He looked at her face. Her cheeks still had heat left in them. I am definitely going to be the chief. I am going to be the chief, Greedy. He said, talking more to himself than to her. He slowly licked a tear off her face. He still didn't quite understand the deep consolation of the sleeping girl. Belinda opened her eyes. When did she fall asleep? Judging from the glow in the window, it was already morning. She looked around. It was her first proper look at the rugs and the ceiling, but they weren't unfamiliar. It was where Eamon lived. The place she was so surprised to see yesterday, inhabited by someone she thought only cared to lie around on trees and sleep in the grass. The sound of rustling leaves and the occasional cricket was pleasant. The place was so cozy and comfortable, Belinda almost wanted to move there. She stretched out her body and something hit her foot. It was Eamon. She carefully moved away to avoid waking up the pretty leopard. You must be tired after the ceremony. She felt an almost motherly urge to protect him, who was peacefully sleeping. To her dismay, he opened his eyes as soon as she moved aside. The morning sun filled in. Are you leaving? I am not going anywhere. Just to wash up. Yeah. He answered in a sleepy voice and fell right back asleep, still holding on to Belinda's ankles as if his life depended on it. Belinda slightly tickled his neck to get him to let go. She felt like she was his favorite stuffed animal. Eamon frowned and mumbled something incoherently. Stop moving already. Let me go. I want to take a walk outside or something. The forest outside of the window was very inviting, but Eamon didn't let go. I don't want to stay here and sleep with me. His voice was very relaxed for how tightly he was holding on. She was still sometimes surprised by the amount of power contained in the tiny body. The warm sun laid gently onto Eamon's fur as she looked down at him with an unfaltering smile. As beautiful as the forest was, Eamon's cuteness and prettiness made up for it. When Belinda finally stopped trying to escape, he loosened his grip and sleepily rubbed his face. The soft fur touched the back of her foot. That tickles. Belinda giggled at the touch. It wasn't just a ticklish feeling physically, her heart fluttered along with it. After all his rolling around, Eamon started to slowly lick her ankle. He was careful not to hurt her with his fangs. Ack! Belinda flinched. Her heart was pounding so fast it could have jumped out of her chest. It was a very strange feeling. Eamon opened his eyes at the sound. The purple orbs shone innocently in the sunlight. He didn't look like someone who had just woken up. Belinda flushed but soon regained her composure. That tickles, Eamon. I don't feel it though. Of course you don't. You really want licking. Belinda looked at him incredulously. He kept smiling. Human flesh is so soft. I don't think I need to bite hard at all for blood to seep out. Eamon nibbled on her ankle painlessly, slowly following its curve with his tongue. Belinda flinched again. Leopards can easily bite through animal hide, even without getting hurt. He murmured with an unfamiliar warmth. Eamon's power overwhelmed her. She couldn't control the strange sounds she made whenever she opened her mouth. It was too ticklish. Sometimes I want to sink my teeth into your skin. Just touching it makes them itch. I'll let you, just a little bit. I hope it won't hurt though. She just barely managed to keep her voice steady. She meant it though, if he wanted it that much, she'd let him. If only it didn't hurt. No. The sight of blood excites beasts too much. Eamon flatly refused in a self-pitying voice and sighed. Seeming to have made up his mind, he pulled away. Breedy, let us go to your hometown. How about we leave today? Belinda recalled the village, looking at the tree outside the window. It was a beautiful place with blooming flowers and children swimming in the clear lake. It was also the painful place where her mother died, spiraling her into that miserable life. As if he could sense her hesitation, Eamon sat down next to her. It's really nothing. You'll realize it isn't a big deal once you see it for yourself. But. And then I'll be able to do what I want. Huh? What is stopping you from doing that now? Eamon was really the most unpredictable person in the world. Just say what you want to say and do what you want to do. Without the burden on your mind, you should live a long time. Even for a Shinsu. Instead of answering, he twisted around a strand of her hair. Let us go. Let us do it, Breedy. He still had about 3 months until Hala and Shanti grew up, and the chief would have been appointed by then. Belinda had a good excuse to be away from the palace. It was the perfect opportunity. Belinda soon nodded. She had to face it one day. Although she ignored it, she couldn't hang on to that broken shell of herself forever. It would have to be ripped off like a band-aid someday. The time was now. And Eamon's coming with me anyways. There was nothing to be afraid of. She had the strongest beast in the world with her. Okay, let us go. Let us go and get it over with. Agreeing to go put her at ease. What should you pack? Clothes. We can buy some on the way. Don't you need an escort? She couldn't believe that Eamon, the Shinsu, wanted a human to protect her. It would be really funny if someone found out. Then all we have to do is leave. Belinda, whose thoughts had already trailed off, smiled as she recalled her memories with Eamon. You know what? I am looking forward to this a little. To what? It is my first time traveling with a friend. She hadn't ever been out since coming to the palace, except for the occasional birthday party. It always felt like she was being trapped in a fancy storybook. Of course, it was a good life compared to rolling around in a back alley, but it was still a little frustrating. I want to try laying in bed with a friend and talking all night. Huh? It was in a book I read. The heroine Anne was so excited for her first trip that she couldn't sleep and talked to her friend all night. Can't we do that too? And observe those constellations that you can only see right before sunrise. There were many things she wanted to do, but Eamon didn't he have any answers. He just blinked. I didn't he think of that. Think of what? She asked, puzzled. Well, I mean sleeping together. Eamon muttered to himself. He slowly shook his head before finally looking at her. How about bringing Lucy too? Lucy? What does Lucy have to do with this all of a sudden? Her excited mood died down. She felt like all her expectations had dried up and crumbled. She liked Lucy. She was a precious friend that she wouldn't give up for the world. But when Eamon came into the picture, things changed a bit. He was her own cute cat. They were both precious to her, but strangely, she felt possessive over Eamon. I can't stop myself from feeling like this. I am sorry, Lucy. She swept her guilty conscience aside and spoke. Eamon, do you really like her that much? He seemed to mull over the answer for a bit and nodded. Sure, what about it? But Lucy didn't participate in the ceremony. She doesn't even have an excuse to leave. She find it difficult to travel without an attendant. She was making it up. It was a lie. Why would a maid need a maid for herself? Belinda wasn't even sure why she was thinking of all this. She was acting like she was desperate to exclude Lucy. Eamon didn't he seem to notice that though? He nodded. Why do you want her to come so badly? I don't think I can take it anymore. What? I am a beast after all. Huh? What? Eamon sighed deeply and scratched away at the rug. Belinda looked down at him nervously, not knowing how to interpret his cryptic answer. After a while, he looked up as if he'd made a big decision. Okay. Just us two? I'll hold it in. I'll hold it in. His tone was almost solemn. Belinda nodded happily. Good. I am looking forward to it. At the words, Eamon crumpled and started murmuring to himself again. I am worried I'll go crazy. I must be going crazy. Well, this is a bit embarrassing. Belinda looked at the giant creature standing proudly in front of her. Shimmering white fur, strong legs, bulging muscles. The horse looked 3 times her size. You want me to get on this? She asked, taking a step back. The horse turned around and stared at her. Mazzetto shouted from her left shoulder. Her name is Daisy. She is asking for yours. I think she is angry. Her expression is really scary. Just Daisy. She doesn't have a last name. 'Cause she is a horse. She carefully stretched out a hand and stroked the animal, trying to build some intimacy. Her fur was stiff and rough to Belinda, who was familiar with Eamon's softness. Hi, Daisy. You have a pretty name. I am Belinda. Daisy glanced at her for a second before lowering her gaze back to the ground. As Belinda kept stroking her, Eamon tapped her on the shoulder. Stop. I am the only male you can love. What? Male? Daisy was male. Mazzetto replied from the other shoulder. I am a male too. The princess is touching me right now. He wasn't sure if he meant to tease Eamon or boast. The leopard growled and leaped into the air. Yes, you are. Do you want to die? Oh. What did I do? You started it. Belinda shook her head at the sight of them. It'd been a long time since they routinely fought like this. Oh my god, you're killing me. The sparrow will die. Ignoring them, Belinda turned back to Daisy. Her whispers were met with a loud neig. Mazzetto hid in Belinda's hair and shouted again. I heard him. Eamon just called the horse Daisy. Belinda's hair was, so to say, Mazzetto's unique sanctuary where he could escape Eamon's claws and fangs. It allowed him to keep on chirping wildly. Eamon threatened Daisy with his claws out. To choose between almond, chandelier, croissant and Daisy. I heard it all. Belinda turned around to scold Eamon. Eamon. Why did you just pick a random name? Daisy was a pretty name, but could you really choose just any pretty name? Naming a horse like this Daisy. If she decided to just start calling Eamon Rose, he'd probably respond with scratches. He grumbled, pawing at the grass. I didn't eat. How did you choose this one then? It was just what came to mind. So she was right. Belinda stroked Daisy's mane, smiling at the ridiculous situation. You can just live your life without knowing what it means. Whatever the name, the beautiful wild horse in front of her was grateful to pick her up. Eamon had brought him that morning, along with a shiny saddle to ride on. Belinda hated carriages, but they couldn't walk all the way to her village, so they had to think of something else. I don't know how to ride a horse though. That was the only problem. Princess Adele rode horses often, but Belinda lived in a separate palace spending her days with Eamon. It's okay. Just sit down. Eamon leaped onto the horse and walked to their neck. If you drop Breedy, you're going to die. I'll make sure of it. He whispered the concise threat. Daisy pretentiously neighed in response, but his legs were shaking a little. Mazzetto started to shout, flying over their head. A Shinsu is threatening me. A Shinsu, who should be protecting animals, bites sparrows and threatens horses. That son of a bitch bird. Eamon jumped after him, but Mazzetto had already settled on a tall branch. The fact was, he could easily climb up and catch the bird, but he never did. Knowing this, Belinda took the small leopard into her arms and whispered to him affectionately. Good job holding it in. You're really sweet. Eamon waved his tail slowly, happy to be praised. Fortunately, Eamon's threat worked. Daisy was trying his hardest to keep Belinda in the saddle. Belinda was the one that felt uncomfortable as this was a new experience and all, not the horse. Daisy was more scared than uncomfortable. If he dropped the human woman, the leopard would turn him into horse sausages. You're good at this, Breedy. You look cool. Eamon followed the flattering statement with a satisfied chuckle.
The sharp-witted horse, quickly understanding the intentions of his words, was itching to throw the little beast off, but had no choice except to keep going.
Wasn't it obvious how he would react?
Daisy was born a wonderful white horse in a field with nothing scary in it. Well, that was, until he got tangled up with a certain little leopard.
Daisy resolved to move to another area as soon as the trip was over and went back to trotting ahead diligently. Birdsong drifted over from the trees, accompanied by a fickle wind that tickled the tip of Belinda's nose. She happily hummed as the breeze swept through her hair. Eamon, Daisy and Belinda were traveling through a lush forest. Mazzetto refused their offer to join them, saying he couldn't spend that much time apart from his girlfriend. Smile, Eamon. It looks good on you. What's wrong? Contrary to what his aggressive mood would suggest, he was submissively tucked away in Belinda's arms. He didn't have a very substantial reason to be upset. The cute wool hat tied under his chin with a ribbon was the culprit. Even though he now wore it every day, it still annoyed him. It couldn't be helped though, as he couldn't pass for a pet cat with the spirit stone on his forehead showing. I am already 18 too, you know. He groaned. Belinda scratched his chin as consolation, then put her hands back on the reins. I know, but you're still this cute. The hat looks good on you. Now that he had his ceremony, he grow soon. Belinda was a little disappointed. She couldn't believe she'd never see him this cute again. Eamon, did you say you'd grow up in 3 months? Well, maybe. He quickly blurted out the vague answer, as he usually did when he didn't want to explain something. What else is there bothering him? Belinda continued with a smile. I am a little sad that soon I won't be able to see this cuteness. You will. How? If someone bears my child.
Nope, I know this sounds strange, but it needs to be phrased in a way that can be put into her next thought.
How? Eamon stared up at her. They look like me, obviously. Belinda blinked. What do you mean, a child? If someone bears my child. So to put it, her heart dropped as she heard the words. She didn't think he was referring to her bearing his child, but still didn't expect to hear that from the cute little beast in her lap. The breeze disappeared. Belinda smiled awkwardly. Yeah, I can look at your child. Eamon lowered his head again, and Belinda tightened her grip on the reins even more. The sound of Daisy's hooves striking the dirt road filled the silence. Belinda's expression turned serious. Why had they touched on something so unexpected all of a sudden? Well, it was already Eamon's time to grow up. He'd be a big adult leopard. Surely they mated and had children like other animals. That was nature's order. Then why do I feel so horrible? Uneasiness settled in. Eamon was still a child in her eyes.
It felt immensely odd to imagine him pairing up with someone, having babies, living happily in that magnificent house in the forest.
She soon snapped out of the thought. What kind of thoughts are you having about this little meow? He was even coming with her to her village. What could such a thoughtful and kind? She attempted to strike up another conversation. If you really hate the hat so much, why don't you just turn human? Eamon looked up, still nervously nibbling on the ribbon strap. Come to think of it, wouldn't it be much more natural to see a woman traveling with her younger brother than with a cat? Younger brother. He must have been offended again. He nervously hit the back of her hand, which she ignored. I am an adult, and you're still a 12-year-old boy. No. Why not? Eamon's eyes trailed off in thought for a second. Then Daisy would have to carry two people. It was an unexpected answer. Belinda yanked the ribbon from his mouth. Since when did Daisy interest you that much? You just told him in the field that he was going too fast. Isn't there supposed to be two people on a horse? I've seen the royal twins do it. It must have been a very strong horse. Daisy is actually very weak. It may not look like it, but with two people, he might fall in less than a day. As soon as Eamon finished the sentence, Daisy stopped and turned around with a death glare. He was furious at the remarks. Why would the little leopard say that he is weak? He was a wonderful, strong, athletic horse. Belinda sensed a strange witness in that expression. She'd seen it before when she annoyed Eamon. Hey, go on. Daisy didn't budge. You really want to be weak after all, huh? This in turn garnered a strong reaction. Daisy continued to walk up the path. If Eamon was just any leopard, he'd have thrown him off 1,000 times. But he was a Shih Tzu, so Daisy was doomed. Thank God he wasn't born a human, or he wouldn't have survived with that personality. He must have had many enemies. He was lucky the Emperor didn't find out about him snooping around. Belinda looked down at the leopard in her arms. He seemed to be trying to sleep. You're so pretty, you almost look like a gangster. They were crossing through the mountain as a shortcut. The steep cliffs and bumpy roads had already transitioned into a smoother path. The forest around it was marked with scarlet, referring to the dangerous animals and magical creatures that hid among the woods, feeding off the power left behind by the descendants of God. However, there wasn't a lone rabbit in sight, let alone a dangerous beast. They all hid when they felt Eamon nearing. Of course, Belinda didn't know that. She was happily humming, thinking to herself how smooth and pleasant the trip was. Eamon, let us eat something. Dusk was approaching. Soon they'd be able to eat at their next resting place, but sitting on a horse all day had already made Belinda uncomfortable and hungry. They sat down on a mushroom-like rock and spread out a handkerchief. The cool wind threatened to blow it away before Belinda put down the cookies, apples and water. Do you want some jerky? Eamon shuddered at the sight of the dried meat. Eamon shook his head in fright when she took out the dried meat piece. I'd rather hunt than eat that. He turned to Daisy. Daisy looked like a good chunk of meat at that moment. Daisy blinked a few times, then sneered and instinctively stepped back. His pride seemed to have been hurt. Belinda stood up, approaching the nervous horse with a chopped apple. Eat this. It is a snack. Instead of dropping it on the ground for Daisy to pick up, she carefully held a slice out on her palm. She was still a bit scared, even after riding Daisy all this way. Unlike the pretty name suggested, she was standing in front of a very large, dignified animal. She tried to ignore the fear. Daisy ate the slice, then the rest of the apple. Soon all the apples were gone. Belinda came back holding some sugar cubes. Try this too. Seeing Daisy so calm and accepting relieved her. The sugar was gone in a single gulp, followed by the horse eagerly licking the remaining grains off Belinda's palm. That ass wet? Belinda's laughter echoed through the forest. It was a very different feeling from Eamon's licking. That made her heart flutter, but this just caused a wet palm. Rather than pleasant, this felt strange, but not enough to push him away. Eamon hadn't moved from his spot on the rock. Observing them, he looked like he'd just witnessed an affair. Belinda brushed the crumbs off the handkerchiefs and folded it up, getting ready to leave. As she packed up, Eamon followed her around, muttering to himself. Come on, don't be so rude to Daisy. Huh? She turned around and saw Eamon toying with a peach pit. Daisy is a male too. He is a beast. Why would gender matter? I am a human and he is a horse. It is irrelevant whether they are male or female. Eamon tossed aside the peach pit and looked up. I am just as much of a beast as he is. What? Does the same apply to me? Is it irrelevant for me too? Belinda was too busy with packing to answer, so Eamon went up to Daisy. You re a horse. You re meant to graze. Why do you accept everything a human gives you? So spineless. He seemed to be redirecting his anger to Daisy now. Daisy huffed. Isn't it this little leopard right here that feeds off human food? You like the cookies that human girl gives you. Daisy whinnied, stomping down on the grass. It was Belinda who shut off the confrontation. Hold it in, she said to Daisy as she adjusted her saddle. Eamon is certainly something, isn't he? Daisy waved their tail, perhaps in agreement. He is nice though. Trust me. He'll be more friendly when you get closer. She finally took a side. Daisy huffed in disapproval. Belinda got up into the saddle and Eamon settled in her arms. Motivated by Eamon's snide remarks, Daisy galloped down the darkening forest path faster than usual. At this pace, they could arrive at the next village before sunset. Belinda looked at Daisy's mane flying in the wind as she struggled to hold her balance. No matter how much she thought about it, she didn't understand how a little leopard could provoke a huge horse. Surely Daisy could flatten him into the ground in a split second. Rank was what mattered in the animal kingdom. Could Eamon really be stronger than Daisy? Even if he was a Shih Tzu, the size difference between them was really big. Thinking about these mysteries, she stroked Eamon's fur. It was amazing to consider that the small beast in her arms held such an important position. They arrived at the small village around dusk, finally finding the torn signboard marking Hugo as in among the cluster of plain houses. Belinda got off Daisy's back and stretched out. Her whole body was exhausted, she just wanted some rest. Take a rest and we'll continue in the morning, Eamon said to Daisy. Daisy hadn't grown up in a stable, so he needed somewhere else to go. Daisy was surprised at the leopard's sudden considerate comments, but his niceness didn't last long. I can smell you anywhere. If you try to run off, then you'll die, he meant. Belinda quickly understood this. You really like a villain, Eamon. He crossed his arms. Greedy, as soon as we met, he tried to crush me with their hind legs. If I were a regular leopard, I'd have died. Got it? I am not treating him harshly. We've been on bad terms since we first met, but that's not my fault. Your first meeting didn't go well, I get it. Eamon tried to defend himself with empty excuses all the way up to their room on the second floor. Be nicer to Daisy. He is giving us a ride, she responded, with a smile. Eamon wandered around the room noisily. Belinda went up the creaky wooden stairs, afraid that someone would hear him talking. Fortunately, it seemed like they were the only ones staying at the inn. She absent-mindedly dismissed Eamon, who was still talking to himself, and opened the door. She was expecting something shabby, but the room was surprisingly tidy. It would only be Eamon and her today. Belinda draped her clothes on a chair. Eamon was sitting on the sofa, nervously nibbling at his hat. He'd forgotten he was even wearing it. Belinda stretched out her back. Oh, that hurts. No matter how carefully Daisy galloped, it was still her first time on a horse. It felt like her whole body had shrunk down. She opened the bathroom door to look inside. It was cleaner than I expected. Of course, it wasn't comparable to the palace, but compared to where she grew up, it was heavenly. Amen, I'll go shower first. She stepped inside. It was cool inside because of the open window, but the warm water soon fixed it. Her muscles finally relaxed and the heat turned her face pink. After the well-deserved shower, she threw on a pajama. It was made of rougher cloth since she bought it on their way here. It reminded her of her life before the palace and strangely, she felt nostalgic. Steam poured out into the main room where Eamon was pacing to and fro. He was anxious, so he leaped up onto the windowsill and started scratching the railing. What are you doing? Belinda asked, drying her hair with a towel. I just nothing. He replied in a nervous tone. Belinda sat down on the sofa, drying her long hair with a towel. She finally got a chance to look around the room properly. Apart from the faded, old sofa, all the cramped room contained was a small bed, a narrow table with chipped edges and a clothes hanger. Now she understood why Eamon, used to the vast forest and his luxurious house, was so uneasy. He'd probably never been in such a confined, stuffy space. It was natural that he'd feel trapped. Eamon, are you nervous? Yes. This is small. Too narrow. For what I am used to. Eamon awkwardly said in broken sentences. What on earth are you talking about? There was no answer. Eamon kept on scratching the window frame, producing a sharp metallic noise. The moon rose above the chimney smoke of the village. Its light reflected on Eamon's fur, making him look like the cutest beast in the world. I'll book the biggest room at a Nice Inn the next time I have to stay in a village. Eamon, you should go wash up too. Belinda said to the leopard, still lost in thought. He took his paw off the window frame. Do you want me to wash you? You wouldn't be able to turn on the tap with your paw. Wash me? What do you take me for? Eamon suddenly burst out angrily. Belinda was dumbfounded. I was just going to pour some water over you and give you soap. Why are you being so defensive? He started screaming, ears folded back, as he ran around. The funny thing was, the angrier he got, the cuter he looked. He went back to scratching the window frame. You don't know anything, Breedy. More claw marks appeared on the thick pillar. We better pay the repair fees for that before we leave. The pet cat had a bit of a tantrum. Why are you so angry? You just so. Belinda sighed and extended her arms. I don't know what's wrong, but I am sorry. Calm down and come here. She said softly. Mom. Eamon didn't need to be coaxed much. He leaped onto the floor and walked over to her. You really don't know anything. Before he knew it, he'd resignedly curled up in Belinda's arms. She smiled. The little animal was warm and even his grumbling sounded like a lullaby. So maybe she didn't know anything, but she could still see that Eamon was lovely. His cuteness was irresistible. But any attempt of nose booping would surely be met by a harmless punch. Eamon also washed up and quickly dried his fur. Belinda started to turn off the lights until all that was left was a candle next to the bed. The silent darkness made the desolate room feel even more desolate. Belinda put Eamon onto the bed and pulled the blanket over them. Already half asleep, she saw the small beast still standing up on the bed. What are you doing? Want you sleep? The room was so dark that she couldn't pick out Eamon's figure. All she could see was a pair of eyes. After some contemplation, Eamon turned around and silently headed to the other end of the bed, settling down at Belinda's feet. Do you really like feet that much? You perv. Eamon sat up. Who? He burst out again before lying back down. Belinda slightly pushed his soft back with her foot. Are you upset? He pretended not to hear. Instead, he replied with a very unfreeing growl. Eamon. Emuan. She gave him another push. He scooted away in protest but soon wrapped his tail around Belinda's ankle. God, he is so cute. Belinda suppressed her urge to laugh. That would really make him sulky. The little bundle of warmth next to her was the loveliest thing in the world. After a while, Eamon raised his head and silently scampered across the blanket. He looked at Belinda's face and pondered for a moment. The spot under the blanket next to her looked very cozy. He could sleep in her arms if he only took another step. The impulse was about to outweigh his worries as he lifted his foot to take a step, but he stopped. Lying down by her feet again, he gently sighed, tossing and turning. He slammed down the blanket and covered his face. I am going insane. It was a sleepless night for him. Are you tired? Belinda asked as she put a hat on the leopard. Yeah. He replied half-heartedly in a dreamy voice. His usually sparkling eyes were overcome with exhaustion. You must have had a hard time sleeping in a different bed cause you're so sensitive. I am not. You really one that is too easygoing. I sleep well everywhere. Where I used to live, whenever it rained, we did just get water pouring down on us while we slept. Belinda replied jokingly, recalling the old inn. They stepped out to see Daisy standing proudly, ready to go. His fur seemed especially glossy. You re early. Did you sleep well, Daisy? He looked happy. Clearly a night away from Eamon had done him good. He leaned down to allow Belinda to get on. Then he saw the leopard in Belinda's arms, complete with a pouty expression and cute hat. He couldn't help but laugh every time he saw them like that. You. Daisy turned around and set off before they could start a dispute. It was already afternoon. Eamon's sleep-deprived state was apparent from his lack of provoking comments towards Daisy. Although it was daytime, the thick pine forest didn't let much light in. Before they left, the owner of the inn where they stayed the night warned of bandits, but Belinda didn't care much. She had Eamon. If a bandit appeared, they'd have to worry about getting hurt, not her. Eamon had been on edge lately, so she doubted the bandits would stick around long. Daisy walked along a narrow path, trying to avoid the tangled vines of the forest. Eamon was dozing off. The smell of crushed grass surrounded them. According to the map, they'd be traveling through the forest the entire day. Belinda was used to traveling on bumpy roads, but Eamon must be having a hard time. She always thought he lived out in the forest, but seeing his lavish house proved otherwise. Would a noble Shinsu, used to sleeping on soft pillows, be able to get by with no option but the floor? Daisy was a wild horse, so he'd be fine, but her head was filled with these thoughts. In a way, she was using them to distract herself from them nearing their destination. They only needed to cross a canyon before arriving at the village. Just a few days until she'd need to face her buried trauma. Her heart was constantly pounding with nerves. She looked up from stroking Eamon's fur for a moment and saw a huge log on the road. It was then Daisy suddenly stopped. The stomping noise came closer and closer. Huh? Belinda looked around. There seemed to be someone waiting for them. Bandits. The noise surrounded them. It seemed like there were a lot of them approaching. Only then did Eamon open his eyes. The beast in Belinda's arms only turned his head. He looked very relaxed despite the urgent situation. The feel of the wind, the strangers' voices and their smell of sweat and blood, all surrounded them at once. Belinda, get off the horse. Eamon said, still rubbing his eyes. Belinda quickly jumped off the horse and crouched down behind a tree. The small beast remained in her arms. Soon, imposing figures started to pop out from the dense forest one after the other. Someone is traveling alone. Unbelievable. A joyous voice exclaimed. It was the prey he'd been looking for a good while. An easy, delicious meal, walking around all these mountains. The bandits looked scruffy with their unbrushed hair and dull weapons. However, unlike their physique, the clothes they were wearing were elegant and refined. The detailed embroidery on the heavy fabric proved them to be aristocrats' garments. Stolen, surely. The incongruity between their clothing and physical appearance made their strange appearance even scarier. Are the people they stole those clothes from still alive? Someone yelled a conventional threat. Empty your pockets and hand me everything. Oh, leave it to us to take everything off and see for ourselves. The bandits vulgarly smiled at each other. Belinda was covering her body with a robe, but her pale skin and small hands must have given her away as a woman. She stiffened. She wasn't afraid. Well, she was, and she wasn't. It was a relief to have Amen, but she was still scared to death. This is all because of my broken mind. As she tried to hide her trembling fingers, Amen spoke to Daisy in a whisper. Hey, come have some fun with me. He didn't need to say it twice. Oh. The bandit scream tore through the silence of the dark forest. The man on the receiving end of Daisy's destructive kick flew right into an oak tree. Is that horse crazy? The rest of the bandits froze in place. Daisy took the opportunity to go wild, nagging with Joe. He kicked and trampled on the men, making sure none of them got away. Being able to finally spill out his anger towards Amen, with Amen's own blessing, excited Daisy. The bandits didn't even have time to reach for their weapons. Do something about that thing. What the hell is that? It was none less than a crazy horse. They crawled on the ground in an attempt to avoid Daisy, but the small space heavily limited their defense abilities. Even their chance to retreat was blocked. Oh. 3 of the men flew into trees and the remaining 2 passed out after well-timed kicks in the chest. The only thing that left them alive was their heavy iron armor. The forest became silent again as the last of the men collapsed at the courtesy of the fast, overpowering horse. A bird song could be heard from here, and a gentle breeze stirred in the air. The peace was broken by a loud celebratory neigh. Belinda stared at Daisy, dumbstruck. Is this what you call too weak to carry 2 humans? This was very exciting, really. Amen muttered, avoiding the question. A bit later, Belinda walked over to a bandit and started undressing him. They were a lot less scary passed out on the ground. She searched through their clothes for money and valuables, with no ulterior motive. What could one feel for a person like this anyways? Do you really have to? Yes. These people would have stolen my money, and they would have done worse things if they could. Belinda was still fearful as she scoured pockets for money, but she kept telling herself that she'd donate it as soon as she could. Amen looked on with a sour expression. I'll do it. No. Leave it to me. Firstly, the bandits didn't attack them because they were interested in a cat. It was her place for revenge. Secondly, how could Amen undo a button with his paws? Having searched through all the men's jackets, Belinda moved down to start taking off their pants. You don't have to take everything off, do you? What do you want to see? She brushed away Amen's foot as he tried to hold her back. What would I want to see? I just want to make them suffer a bit more. They'll be cold. I'll take that off. Just let me do it. Well, talk about an awkward topic. Belinda finally gave up after seeing Amen's toughened eyes. She knew that he was impossible to convince of anything when he looked at her like that. Go ahead, then. She took a step back, interested to see how Amen would manage with the task. Even Daisy peered over his shoulder to look. There was not much to Amen's strategy. He simply scratched and clawed away until all the buttons came undone. There was nothing to be found on the men except their underwear, which wasn't a very pleasant sight. Belinda wanted to put all their pants back on just so she wouldn't have to look, but she decided to endure the sight for the sake of making them suffer some more. One of the men slowly opened his eyes. He fainted after a kick from Daisy but seemed to be coming to his senses. Now this. The man tried to speak in a dry voice. The last thing he remembered was the backside of a horse, and now he was lying on the floor in his underwear. He kept on trying to form an articulate sentence without much success. What are you saying? It only took a swish of Amen's paw to knock him out again. Belinda lowered her gaze slightly as she watched. All the bandit's eyes were beautifully golden as if the sun had melted down into them. She'd never seen eyes like that except for her mother's. She considered going up to them to get a better look but was held back by the sight of the abhorrent naked bodies. Amen, take the bracelet and the ring. So she decided to focus on stripping the bandits of their jewelry. It felt good to be the thief stealing from the real thieves. Amen quickly gave up on trying to get the ring off with his paw. Should I just take the whole finger? Belinda silently shook her head. It was a beast's way of thinking, simple and cruel. She couldn't believe that thought would even cross someone's mind. She decided to take the ring herself. It came off easily with a hard pull. She tossed it in her pocket and approached Daisy. Good job, Daisy. The horse gave a satisfied laugh as Belinda stroked his back. She never thought that horses could laugh, but apparently. Daisy didn't get to have much attention to himself since Eamon was soon at Belinda's feet whining to be picked up. I want pets too. Pick me up. What a needy leopard. A few nights had passed. Eamon either didn't sleep at all, or he'd move as far away as possible from Belinda who was on the bed. Even the previous day, Belinda woke up in the middle of the night to drink water only to see Eamon staring right at her. What are you doing? He flinched in surprise when he noticed she was awake. Why are you awake? Is it that surprising? Sheesh, only dead people never open their eyes. She felt Eamon's fluffy paw against her cheek. Why would he do that if he just wanted to touch me? He knows I don't mind it.
Eamon wasn't usually like this, but whenever she asked him to sleep in a bed with her, he ran away to hide in a corner, only to stare at her all night. Is he trying to say that he likes me or that he wants to avoid me? I don't get him. He was a strange creature indeed. Eamon, do I smell weird or something? Huh? They were eating in a quiet field. Eamon looked up from his almond cookies on the grass. Belinda asked again, also munching on a snack. You haven't even hugged me today. It was true. All he did was annoy Daisy. It upset Belinda a lot. Still, she was worried that she might have a smell. Eamon was sensitive to that. Earlier that day, he picked out the smell of rotten leaves in the forest ahead of either her or Daisy. Well, it wasn't clear whether he was just being affected by the lack of sleep, or it actually smelled like rotten leaves.
I always wash myself thoroughly, but you keep avoiding me. You do smell. Belinda hurriedly raised her arm and checked. Could he hate the smell of humans so much that he'd notice even after a wash? It's getting thicker, actually. Eamon bit into a cookie with a sigh. Belinda felt even worse after hearing that. What if Eamon wouldn't want to be around her after he grew up? Should she at least use perfume? But don't worry, Breedy. I am patient. I promise I won't hurt you or take you by surprise. She knew Eamon was trying to comfort her, but it didn't register in her brain. All she could think about was having to shower more. Daisy, who'd been listening to their conversation, went up to Belinda to take a sniff himself. The ticklish feeling made Belinda laugh. Eamon started to get nervous. What is he doing over here? Daisy stepped back with a discontented look after he received a push from Eamon. Even the crazy horse that did away with 5 men in a forest seemed like a meek foal next to this crazy leopard. Belinda wiped her forehead with a sleeve. She felt like she was breaking out in a cold sweat, but her skin was dry. Her grip on the reins only kept on tightening. A large windmill appeared beyond the hill, surrounded by a field of wheat that gave way to a stream winding around the peaceful and still village. Belinda was faced with her hometown. A precious yet scary place, holding memories of her mother but still giving her nightmares. The long grass brushed her calves. Eamon looked back from his spot on Daisy's head and, for the first time in a while, scooted up to Belinda. Breedy, give me a hug. She quickly obeyed, and though it was her holding Eamon rather than the other way around, she instantly felt comforted.
She knew that Eamon had figured out how she was feeling, and for once, he just comforted her with warmth instead of making a weird comment.
My hot-tempered, thoughtful little cat. She sighed. Daisy also slowed down when he sensed Belinda's fluctuating emotions. Animal instincts really were that great. Belinda closed her eyes as the once faraway field of wildflowers got closer and closer. Everything was the same. The strange longing and fear in her heart, the stream flowing by, the sound of the grass rippling in the wind. Just a quiet-looking small village. Before she knew it, they were standing at the entrance. A massive oak tree stood at the end of the intermingling fields of flowers and wheat. Riding under its shadow really made Belinda feel like she was back in her hometown. The sound of a horse nearing caught the attention of a man working in the field. His face was filled with wonder. In such a small village, visitors were a rare sight. "Hello there. You must be a traveler," he said in a cheerful voice. Belinda stopped Daisy and pulled up the hood of her robe. The man's expression changed slightly as he examined them. The visitor wasn't a girl but not quite a woman either. Simple, neat clothes, a thoroughbred horse but no attendants, and a cat. They were a rather curious sight. Belinda immediately recognized the man. It's Hans. The boy from the shoe store at the end of the alley. The mischievous kid who would drop frogs down her collar. Now that she thought about it, the stupid jokes and offers of sharing food were probably just his misguided way of saying he liked her. If she'd known back then, she probably would have cried like an idiot, thinking everyone hated her. Either way, she couldn't believe that he'd become a grown man. It made her realize how long it had been since she left. She wanted to say it's me, Hans, but she decided not to. He wouldn't recognize her. Hello. Instead, she responded with a simple smile. Hans flushed for some reason, then readjusted his straw hat and wiped his hands on his pants. "Are you here to visit a relative? Or just for a trip?" "Just for a trip." She couldn't exactly say she was visiting a relative. There weren't any of them left for her here. "You're looking for somewhere to stay, right?" "Yes. I'll show you around then. The inn is a bit hard to find." "Thank you." Belinda started to worry a little. The town only had one inn. It was the place where she washed dirty blankets and scrubbed grease off plates every day, the root of the trauma that still plagued her. Hans grinned and took Daisy's reins. The proud wild horse wasn't too pleased by a human trying to drag him along by the reins. He tried to resist. "Hold it. You can't even take this much." But he had no choice but to suppress his impulse with Eamon laughing at him. Observing the conversation between Hans and Belinda, however, soon put Eamon in the same mood. "That's a nice horse you have there." "Thank you. He looks even better running with the wind blowing into his mane." The compliment to Daisy made Eamon flinch. "The cat is really cool, too." "I know, right? Head to tail. The little fangs, the soft fur, the shivers when you touch their tail, all so cute." Belinda's raving about his cuteness made him feel a little embarrassed. "And you are beautiful, miss. More beautiful than the daffodils that are the pride of our village." After buttering her up, Hans finally started to be more direct. What? What did you do, Engem?" Eamon shouted angrily. Hans turned around in surprise and saw the cat with its hair standing on end, furious, next to Belinda. She quickly covered the cat's mouth and smiled awkwardly. "Didn't you hear someone shouting?" "That was just my cat. He must have seen a sparrow flying by. It sounded like a human voice, though." "You must have misheard then," Belinda replied calmly. "Oh." Hans nodded. Seeing Belinda's smile made his ears red again. He turned around, pulling along the horse. Eamon fumed at him. Did I really just tease Daisy about his patience? Eamon's own patience seemed to be non-existent right now. Belinda had no time to be immersed in the sentiment of having returned to her hometown. She was busy soothing Eamon all the way to the inn. She gently rubbed his potty nose and smoothed down his fur. In the meantime, Daisy had already crossed the village to the inn. Should I be the one thanking Eamon? The heart-wrenching anxiety she felt at the entrance of the village was gone. Focusing on Eamon left her no time to think about it. "We're here, miss," Hans stopped in front of a large wooden door. Belinda tensed up at the familiar sight. As she got off Daisy's back and stepped onto the ground, an unpleasant agitation washed over her. Thank you for your kind guidance. Hans chuckled at the conventional phrase. Don't mention it. By the way, if you need anything, don't hesitate to come to find me at the shoe store. I am here to help. I will. Hans hesitated for a moment, as if he was looking for the right thing to say, and eventually left with a gaze of lingering affection. It is a small village, but still a nice place in its own way. I hope you have a pleasant journey. Thank you. Sweet dreams, miss. Good night to your cute cat, too. He smiled at Eamon, only to be met with a blank stare. Did he just call me cute? It was a disgraceful surprise. When Hans disappeared from sight, Eamon finally came to his senses. He wouldn't be happy even if he got to sink his teeth into his neck. Breedy, can't I just get rid of him for good? Eamon's voice was very calm and quiet, perhaps because of how angry he was. No. Belinda shook her head firmly. Daisy, come back in the evening and I'll give you an apple. She sent the horse off and pushed open the inn's door. The rusty hinges complained with a loud squeak. She used to oil the hinges very often, but seemingly no one bothered with it anymore. The bell that once hung on the door was also gone. She wasn't the only one that had grown older. Behind the corner at the end of the narrow passage was a large desk. Belinda bit her lips tensely and wiped her palms on her dress. There was a big man right in front of her. Not just anyone, either. He was the cause of all the accumulated fear and anxiety, all the traumatic memories. Nordy. Even she couldn't explain all the emotions that were passing through her head at that moment. Welcome. Nordy looked up from the stack of money he was counting. Belinda froze. Her heart was racing nervously. The man was a little older than she remembered, with a scruffy beard, but the exact same stubbornness and pride in his eyes. He doesn't recognize me. He couldn't recognize her. Hans didn't. She must have looked very different from the tired, skinny young girl Nordy knew her as. Even if he did somehow remember, how would he know how to react? Was he supposed to say, "You've grown up, you're not the weak kid I used to hit anymore"? She looked at his bulging belly and calloused hands. His sturdy body, which had looked like an imposing tree to her as a child, was covered with fat. His broad shoulders were slouched. Was this the cause of all that fear? It felt very insignificant now. She wanted to cry. Tears started to well up. All this time She felt all the emotions that had been suppressed were flowing out now. Eamon looked up at her. Her expression hardened, she bit her lips and unconsciously started to brush through her hair with her trembling hands. It was a simple reaction, but the emotions she was feeling were nowhere near simple. If they were, she'd have slapped Nordy right away. The weight of her emotions made it hard to do anything. Breedy, I can kill him right now, if you want. Eamon whispered, rubbing his face against her neck. Eamon made the suggestion for Belinda's sake, though not unaffected by his own impulses. Belinda smiled bitterly at the words. Nordy quizzically tried to catch the attention of the girl, seemingly rooted to the ground. Belinda quietly replied to Eamon. It is all right. No need to kill anyone. She managed a stable tone. As she ran her hand through Eamon's fur, she slowly calmed down. It is a relief I have Eamon. I wanted to stay here tonight. Give me your largest room, please. She said, slightly lifting her chin. She did get used to seeing his face. She did admit, after seeing it for herself, that he was nothing compared to his past self. How many days are you planning to stay? Despite the much younger woman's arrogant tone, Nordy smiled, rubbing his hands together. He looked at her quiet yet confident eyes and clear complexion, common indicators of a wealthy upbringing. Although she wore plain clothes, she couldn't hide her aura of elegance. Obviously, she was just an immature aristocrat girl traveling by. He had to be as servile as possible. Belinda handed over a few silver coins. I don't know how long I'll stay, but take this for today. You can keep the change. Nordi bowed deeply at the sight of the money, far exceeding the cost of a night as board. The absence of an escort driver outside the door made him even happier. He delighted in the thought of draining every last cent from the clueless girl. I'll show you to your room then. Come with me. Belinda followed him without much hesitation, listening to his useless ramblings about the Daffodil Festival and the local lordess' kindness as they walked down the dark hallway. The simple fact that she was still with Nordi kept her tense. That long-standing fear in her heart was very persistent. She felt better about it now, but back in the field, she couldn't shake it off. Still, she'd get used to it in a few days. And then she'd be able to laugh at herself for struggling so much with a foolish fear of such an insignificant man. Greedy, are you sure you don't want me to cut off his arms or his legs? Before she knew it, Eamon had wrapped around her shoulders. Mom. Not bad. Eamon bit a strand of her hair, not satisfied with the lack of an answer. There were many things he could do right then and many things he wanted to do. He could bite him on the neck and then he'd bleed. Eamon hated the smell of human blood, but if that made Belinda happy, he'd make sure there were pools of the innkeeper's blood on the hallway floor daily. Well, she didn't want that. Eamon rubbed against Belinda's neck instead of continuing to think about his impulses. Soft skin, a sweet smell, even the blood in her thin veins was fragrant. He slowly exhaled. Belinda smiled, shrugging her shoulders, and Eamon's expression hardened. He was trying to suppress his instincts, but they were only getting more urgent. Instead, he burrowed under her arm, not to comfort her, but to try and calm himself down. He closed his eyes and drew in a breath. His heart that had felt like a volcano threatening to erupt gradually calmed down. Eamon was reminded of the smell of the man who was constantly turning around to say something to Belinda. Well, as long as Brady doesn't know. Eamon smiled as he imagined something. You'll be staying in the best room we have at the inn as you requested. Nordi said as he led them to the spacious third-floor room with views of the whole village. Belinda recognized it, the room they always gave to wealthy-looking guests. On the adjoining terrace, someone was watering the flowers. She turned around and headed towards them, wiping her hands on an apron. It was Nordi's wife, Mrs. Ribera. Belinda observed her as she neared. She never beat or abused her, but she didn't stop Nordi from doing it either. Mrs. Ribera's stone-cold gaze remained a vivid memory for Belinda. Are you a guest? The vases on the third floor are empty, I'll go fill them up now. She said in a cheerful voice. Belinda silently nodded. Do you have any preferences for flowers? Mrs. Rivera pressed on. Belinda, awkwardly trying to avoid eye contact, looked up again. She was about to tell her not to worry about the flowers, but Mrs. Rivera's eyes filled with surprise. So that's why she looked familiar. She looked at Belinda's face more closely. Strange feelings had been settling in. Surprise. Shock. Suspicion. She didn't know what to say. But the moment Belinda looked at her, all her doubts hardened into conviction. Belinda? Nordi whipped around as soon as the word left her mouth. Belinda? He was dumbfounded. Belinda? Belinda, the poor, shabby girl who used to work in the inn? He looked at her, astonished. But soon a malicious smile set in. He saw it now. The sparkling grey eyes and golden hair gave her away, even though there was little else left of her past appearance. Yep. Belinda, without a doubt. It's you, isn't it? Oh my God, what are you doing here? Are you moving back? Mrs. Ribera asked. No wonder that voice sounded so unpleasant. The child who used to work at the inn was back, all grown up, but she didn't like the way she arrogantly came in, pretending to be a regular customer. Nordi straightened up. It was Belinda, an aristocrat, no, who made him think she was one. He didn't know where she came from or how she got here, but as soon as he realized that he was facing a filthy homeless orphan, his whole attitude changed. How dare she live off him for so long, then come back pretending to be an aristocrat? Even though she never said she was one, Nordy felt wronged. Belinda. It's you. He laughed. Now he was indistinguishable from the person Belinda once knew. Belinda pursed her lips and turned away. There was a strange tension in the air. Nordy never got smaller, he just hid from who she thought he was. He grabbed her forearm. After you disappeared, there were some rumors that you were sold to traffickers. You got sold to a rich nobleman and properly loved, didn't you? You must have been thrown out again if you re-back here. But you still have enough pride to come in here with your head held high. Nordy kept on talking, gaining no reaction from Belinda. Her expression gradually calmed down, along with Eamon's. This was exactly why Eamon hated humans. Everyone said that animals were always cruel to the weak and submissive to the powerful, but the truth was that none of them could come near human cruelty. He wanted to pounce right that moment. Breedy told me not to. Eamon held on to that religiously. If Belinda told him not to do something, he wouldn't. And she wanted him to be a nice house cat. For now. Belinda took a big breath and stepped closer to Nordy. She got the opportunity to look at him more closely with his smug know-it-all expression. He was the one who inflicted all that misery on her, all right. Now she felt like she was facing him properly. Just show me to my room. I am tired. Ignoring her, Nordy came closer with a grin. I know exactly what happened to you. Some aristocrat kicked you out, right? And now you want to keep on bragging about it. Then you had no choice but to come here because you don't have any connections or any other place to go. You're too proud to sell your body, and now you've come right back like a runaway dog. Belinda listened with a stiff face before finally smiling. She was grateful for Nordy's behavior. Now that he was acting like that, she could do whatever she wanted. He crossed his arms and continued in an arrogant tone. Aren't you right? If you didn't get kicked out, you'd have an escort instead of just hanging around by yourself. He was ignorant, but not completely stupid, or at least so he thought. He smiled, convinced that he understood the situation. Belinda strode towards him, about to do something no one expected of her. Slap? Her palm left a red mark on the man's face. Oh my God. Mrs. Ribera cried out from behind her. Nordy was surprised to feel the hand against his face. What's going on? He didn't quite grasp the situation. What nonsense is this? His surprise made him slow to react. Just when the anger took over him, Belinda swiftly kicked him in the shin. Arg! Eamon looked on, interested in the debacle, as Nordy stumbled back and screamed. Shin throbbing and cheeks burning, Nordy was distracted by the attacks. His face was white with rage. Are you crazy? He approached Belinda and raised his hand. Although she flinched, she didn't avoid the incoming blow. She just stared up into his eyes. Go ahead and hit me if you can deal with the consequences. What? Nordy's hand froze. Don't be afraid, Breedy. I'll kill him if he lays a finger on you. You think I am an abandoned mistress, huh? Nordy still couldn't move. All he needed to do was deal a blow to the spoiled wench, but strangely he couldn't. What consequences? Why would an aristocrat's rejected ex-mistress be so proud? It was ridiculously absurd. However, what was even more absurd was that such obvious bluffing would stop him. Looking at Belinda's sneer, a doubt sprang up in his mind. If there was absolutely no truth to what she said, there was no way she'd be pulling out all these crazy lies. Well, won't you hit me? Are you scared? Intimidated? He certainly couldn't deny it. Lower your hand if you don't have the guts to do it. If you do, I guarantee I won't just let you beat me up like I did when I was a kid. I'll have your tongue pulled out for laughing at me and your hands cut off for hitting me. Belinda warned in a cold voice. Nordy's hand trembled. He was angry at himself, but he had no choice but to begrudgingly lower it. He couldn't make sense of the situation. It had to be a lie. It was probably just a case of a scared dog barking aggressively. Nevertheless, he couldn't be harsh with the girl. He didn't want to put his neck on a simple suspicion. The aristocracy was so cruel and impulsive. There wouldn't be any hesitation to snuff out a commoner for a feud with a mistress. Belinda crumpled her eyebrows in disgust at Nordy's submission. Were a meek woman's threats all it took to scare him? She laughed. Weird. You used to be so enthusiastic in wanting to hit me. Nordy gulped. Have you ever regretted any of that? Have you ever reflected on yourself? I thought so. He may not have hit Belinda, but he was far from feeling remorseful. What little pride remained in him showed through. Belinda crossed her arms and warned him clearly. Bad people who can't reflect should be punished. Shall I do it? Or not? Maybe I will. No, I certainly will. Nordy gulped again. There was still no answer, but Belinda had little hope for one anyways. She took the key from his hand and chuckled. Well, it will be nice having you around for the next 4 days. As she said her last words and grabbed the door, a loud shout rang through the hallway. I am sorry. It was Nordy's voice. Belinda calmly turned around. Please forgive me for what I've done in the past. It didn't seem like hypocrisy. The week never needed much to end up bowing down. Belinda replied quietly. No. I can't forgive you. Nordy looked at her, dumbfounded, and Mrs. Ribera again wiped her damp palms on her apron. After a few seconds of silently staring at them, Belinda closed the door behind her. As soon as the girl and the cat were out of sight, Nordy clenched his fist with rage. He couldn't accept that a little girl, someone less than, had swayed him. He let out a miserable groan. Belinda leaned against the door and stared at the ceiling. Whoa. She slowly slid to the floor with a sigh, still stiff. Eamon approached her silently. The Belinda who would leisurely smile was nowhere to be seen. She propped herself up with a sweaty palm. The touch of the cold floor ran a chill through her. She slapped Nordy and kicked him in the shin so hard he even apologized. Still, that inexplicable fear enveloped her more than ever. She closed her eyes. You tried, Breedy. Eamon tilted his head and looked at her with concern. Instead of answering, Belinda softly stroked his cheek. Just hearing him call her name was endlessly comforting. Without Eamon, what just happened wouldn't have been possible. But she believed Eamon would protect her even if Nordy tried to hit her again. She could be confident knowing that Eamon was right by her side. Thank you, Eamon. She managed to blurt out a coherent sentence. Eamon, I am so lucky to have met you. She swallowed those words and drew in a breath. Eamon was still silent, observing her emotions. Let us just kill him, he said in a grinding whisper. Belinda couldn't pick out the pent-up impulses behind the phrase. She tried to relax her trembling hands. Eamon stayed silent the whole time. He didn't even try to console her beyond rubbing his face against her arm. She took another deep breath. Belinda's erratic heartbeat finally started to calm down. She didn't know when this fear would end, but at least she was moving forward for certain. She sat up from her slouched position. Nordy. That's who she was scared of. He was doing better than she expected. It's a good thing you came here. After avoiding it all her life, taking that first step made it all seem easier. That was a start. Remake it. Belinda pushed the plate away. Mrs. Ribera bit her lip without saying a word. It was the 4th time Belinda had sent the dish back. That shameless little. Why would she want so much from a small inn? Couldn't she just go to a fancy restaurant and eat to her liking? Apparently not. Belinda had spent the last 2 days ordering her and her husband around. It wasn't just the meal. That must have been her 1000th critique for the day. The plate was too dirty, the food tasted bad. Come to think of it, her method of revenge was very light and childish compared to the brutality one would expect of an aristocrat. Well, she was a commoner once. She probably couldn't help it. Still, it infuriated Nordi and Mrs. Ribera. Not only did she not thank them for taking her in as a penniless beggar, but she was trying to take revenge on them. Disobedient children had to be taught with beatings. Wasn't that the master's duty? Where was that inn clerk now? Did she not realize what grace she'd been given? Mrs. Ribera picked up the plate. One more round of cooking carrot soup awaited. After finally finishing the meal, Belinda smugly wiped her mouth with a napkin. A wave of mild anger filtered through Mrs. Ribera's sweet inquiries about the food. Belinda shook her head as if she didn't know exactly the position she was putting the woman in. Don't assume this is the end of my revenge. Did they really think this was all it took to make up for the years of beatings? She hadn't even started yet. Belinda put the napkin down and stood up. You don't have to make me dinner. I am eating somewhere else. Mrs. Ribera and Nordi sighed with relief. You won't be so relieved when you find out what I am about to do. Belinda called Daisy to the inn's door. It was time to start doing the right thing. Daisy, Eamon and her crossed the mountain headed for the neighboring village.
It was a steep mountain path that had taken her more than half a day to walk as a child, but now, Daisy was standing at their destination before she knew it.
If only she could have traveled that fast back then, it would have saved her lots of nights of crying over blistered feet. She walked through the market alley for the first time in 10 years. The store's signs had changed and the buildings had undergone renovation. Daisy turned left right there. The road narrowed down and the neatly laid cobblestones merged into a dirt path. They brushed against the building's wall and passed under a clothesline. It was an area inhabited by only the poor and the backstreet thugs. It should have been scary for a weak woman, but not for Belinda. She had a shinsu with her. They went deeper and deeper into the neighborhood. Daisy, stop. The moss-covered door smelled like rusted iron. It was the entrance to the gambling den Nordi once frequented. Belinda often had to visit under his orders. There was no one around yet. It was a place that flourished at night, where men in blood-stained shirts would talk and laugh while smoking cigarettes. Now, there was nothing but silence. Belinda hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door. There was no answer. Belinda looked around before knocking again. This time with the secret signal requesting entry. Soon, a sleepy voice spoke from behind the door. We aren't opening anytime soon. Who is there? Apparently the signal had stayed the same. It was a great relief to Belinda, who was just about to get Daisy to kick the door down. The door creaked open and a man with disheveled hair appeared. The thick door opened with a harsh sound of iron. The man with disheveled hair stuck out his face. What the? The sight of a girl on a horse raised a lot of questions. Although he often saw Belinda when she was a child, he didn't recognize her. She was now cuter and prettier than any woman he knew. What are you here for? A neighborhood swarming with vulgar people wasn't the best place to run into a noble girl. Weren't the aristocrats supposed to shudder at the sight of someone lowly and dirty? Belinda simply smiled. Take me inside. The man blinked. So, is it true that you're going to settle the inn's mortgage? Yes. Belinda replied calmly, sitting on the sofa. The room was shabby but organized. The building's owner, who let her in, offered her the only seat. You had to be born with a good sense of the back alleys, not to bow down to the strong and to trample on the weak. Otherwise, your life would be left up to others. Judging from the man's deferential attitude, Belinda was likely to come out on top this time. Why on earth? Well, he should be very grateful. He looked at her with wonder. The moment Belinda came in, she had started to ask about a certain Nordi from the next town over and whether he had any unsettled debts. She was already more than certain of the answer. During her time at the inn, Nordi always spent his nights gambling. Then she'd have to visit to pay back the stakes he lost, mostly with money from jewelry left unattended in the inn, but by now, Nordi would be accumulating huge debts here. She was sure of it and her guess was right. Not only was he in debt, but even the inn that had been owned by his family for generations was being held as collateral. He'll be grateful, all right. She originally planned to pay off his debts and thus have an excuse to take over the inn. The inn that held all of Nordy's savings, work, and pride. The inn already being collateral for his debts was a stroke of luck. The gambling den's owner carefully questioned Belinda. Of course, it was a no-brainer to hand over the collateral to an aristocrat girl willing to pay extra money way above the interests, but if she got him in trouble. Aristocrats were prone to change their minds on a whim.
Lady, you know that Nordy called to pay his debts, and I can be the one to blame for that.
What can you do with the pennies he gives you? What is there to think about? You have nothing to lose. The man thought for a while before responding to Belinda's calm comments. There's just one thing I want to ask you. Why would you come all the way here? What is so special? The daffodil field behind the inn is beautiful. I want it. The man chuckled. It didn't surprise him to hear such immature reasoning from an aristocrat. He shook his head and wondered how anyone could come to understand their thinking. The aristocrats he knew of would cut an orphan boy's feet off for stepping in their shadow and demanded to have the millionaire's daughter on her wedding night for no reason other than her prettiness. Buying an inn because of a daffodil field behind it didn't seem like much of a stretch in comparison. Nordy's inn was a bit of a waste since the interest was so high. Despite the debt being repaid properly, it didn't come near to the amount of money this girl was offering. The man smiled weakly. But how are you going to make the payments? Belinda unclasped her necklace and tossed it onto the table. It seemed like a nuisance to her, but its worth easily surpassed a couple of inns. What about this? Of course I can give you more if it is not enough. She rolled up her sleeve to show a bracelet and took out a small bag of money. The man lifted the necklace to examine it. Authentic. His greed was evident. A deal would be made in no time. Nordy couldn't believe his eyes. This. He tried to speak in a trembling voice. The paper in his hands was his inn's certificate of ownership. Belinda reached out her hand and Nordy gave it back to her willingly as if possessed. As I said, the inn's payments and therefore the inn itself have been transferred to me. Belinda's words went in one ear and out the other. His inn was being held by Sex from the neighboring village.
He was paying his debt and the interest in full, and although it was due to expire soon, Sex said he would let it go.
He couldn't pay off his debt without the inn after all. Of course, in truth, he was de facto banned from the gambling table. But this situation, the little girl in front of him, he didn't understand how someone that once worked for him could have such nerve. She had to be lying. I can't believe it. It says so right here. It is not my problem if you don't believe the certificate. Belinda smiled innocently, leaning back against a chair. Nordy shook his head. His alert eyes and clenched fists let on his fear and shock. Again. Show me one more time. It won't be any different. Belinda murmured casually before handing over the paper. Nordy stared at it with bloodshot eyes, holding onto it so tightly it was about to crumple. But this doesn't say Belinda. It is my maid's name. She has been working hard for her reward. She couldn't just write Belinda in Athas on the certificate. Although the emperor had been gentle with her the last few years, she didn't want to push the limits. I can believe. Unfortunately, it doesn't make a difference whether or not you believe it. Nordy picked the certificate up again. She was right, nothing had changed. It said that a complete stranger owned his inn. Aaron Shaw. Belinda's maid? What the hell? Even if all this turned out to be a lie, it wouldn't end with a beating as it would be in the past. It became clear that Belinda was untouchable. Nordy fell to his knees. Have mercy on me, I beg you. I can pay all my debt back by the expiry date. Exactly. You'll have to get out of here before then. You could sell yourself to pay off your debts instead of the inn. Please. He appealed again desperately. The begging didn't inspire any sympathy in Belinda for her abuser. Her heart only got colder. She was once in his same exact position, crying and begging not to be hit again.
In his view, she was a dumb child that needed to be taught with violence, and when her blood started to stain her clothes, he kicked her again, because he was in a bad mood.
Why me? Nordy sobbed. His tears started to collect in a puddle on the floor. Mrs. Ribera was right next to him. For my family's sake, have mercy. He shouted passionately. The inn was the pride of his family, passed down through the generations. It gave him food and shelter. Without it, he'd be left to the streets. Where should we go now, with nothing to our names? He tried with an emotional appeal. Belinda played with Eamon's feet, smiling. She raised her head and answered with an emotionless expression. Is that my problem? The softness in Belinda's voice made her sound even crueler. It was still vivid in her memory. It was the middle of winter. The constant cold wind which she was exposed to while she did the laundry had made her sick. A high fever dried up her whole body and she was dizzy and disoriented. Madam, let me take a day off, please. I am really sick. She could barely get her trembling body to stand up as she begged. But Nordy replied apathetically. Is that my problem? He shoved her into the kitchen, saying he'd kick her out if she didn't wash all the dishes right then. And if she, a young and ignorant girl, was kicked out, she'd be sold to a pedophile or end up at a brothel. Belinda stopped reminiscing and looked back at the owners with cold eyes. Mrs. Ribera eventually collapsed, still whimpering. A rough whine escaped Nordy. It was the sound of despair. It was a dark and desolate night. Nordy's large figure was crawling along like a shadow. All that could be heard was his shallow breathing. The wooden floor weakly creaked. He stopped and held his breath for a moment, but he was safe. He was heading to the third floor of the inn. To the room with a view of the daffodil field. It was where Belinda was staying. Stupid bitch, goddamn you, how dare. The man's eyes suddenly filled with malice. Since the day before, when Belinda presented Nordy with a certificate of ownership, everything had become a living hell. He could barely keep his wife from fainting every 5 minutes. Surely there was some way out. There had to be. He chased after Belinda, begging her to reconsider as he kneeled on the floor, grasping at the hem of her dress. The little girl stayed cruel and cold. All you have to do is pay me your debt. You still have time. She laughed at him condescendingly, as if he were just any other commoner. If it were that easy, Nordy wouldn't he have been begging on the ground. Clearly he was faced with a wicked, mean witch who entertained herself by laughing at others' misfortune. She left him with only one option. Belinda had said that she would leave the next day and send someone to look over the inn on her behalf by the time the debt expired. After that happened, he didn't need to imagine much. He'd lose everything and roll around in the dirt in despair. Even if he found work elsewhere, wouldn't she reappear and demand payment for some other debt? It was a hopeless cycle, there was nothing left for him. His best shot was settling down somewhere else. That made Belinda's lack of escort a perfect opportunity for the innkeeper, and he was already enraged by her foolishness. He was going to kill her today. Belinda, aren't you just a know-it-all blindly trusting in the power backing you? He'd kill that harsh, heartless woman and run away. Then he would be content even if he lost it all. Of course, he had no intention to make it quick and painless. He'd take his time and ensure a tortuous death that would last until the sun rose. He checked his knife and hungrily licked his dry lips. His eyes were filled with hatred. As he neared the room's door, he reveled in the thought of the arrogant girl, fast asleep and completely clueless. She had no idea that today would be her last day alive. He carefully pushed open the door. Then he heard a thump sound from the darkened window. Come on in. Just as I expected. It was a relaxing, sweet voice but carried a hint of danger. Nordy stopped in surprise and turned his head. Who could it be? Soon he faced the strange figure sitting on the windowsill. As their eyes met, an electrifying fear ran down Nordia's spine. The sight of the beast paralyzed him. The cold moonlight lingering over his beautiful face gave him a unique atmosphere. There was a spark in his purple eyes. The stranger smirked. His time had come. He could finally secretly avenge Breedy, who was still asleep. It was already around dawn. The unfamiliar smell in the air made Belinda toss and turn in bed. The cold night air blew in through the open window, mingling with the scent of blood. Someone pulled up the blanket to cover her shoulders. Belinda smiled at the warmth and grabbed the corner of the fabric, still asleep. She felt something brush against her cheek. Before she could react, the big hand covered her face. "Close your eyes, Breedy. Good girl." A soft voice joined the stranger's affectionate touch, and all her arising doubts melted away. Soon she fell back to sleep. The man began to carefully stroke her head. His beautiful features radiated a calm atmosphere. His cool gaze flickered through his long eyelashes. After a long moment of observing Belinda, he stood up. The muted sound of flowing water broke the silence, and the distinct bloody smell washed away from the man's body. The sun was beginning to rise over the village. "Breedy, wake up. And come on. I am hungry." He started to nibble her earlobe before she could answer. She turned away, trying to avoid the annoying ball of fluff, but was forced to get up by the small tongue licking her neck. "I was going to sleep in." Eamon was sitting on her long hair and was pretending to brush it with his claws, but he eventually jumped back down to the floor. "If you re-up, take a shower and let us go get some food. I am hungry. If you read it hungry, go eat a rat. There must be tons in the alley. That's a shameful thing for a leopard to eat. A great body like mine can't be fed with just anything." Eamon stomped for emphasis. Belinda finally sat up, laughing at the sharp comment. "How come you re so hungry today? Were you working out at dawn or something?" Eamon suddenly stopped. Instead of answering, he rubbed his face with a paw. "Hurry and wash up." Hum. "I am going." "Hurry. I said I am going." Belinda got out of bed and walked to the bathroom. Usually, Eamon would have played around and circled her legs, but today, the little leopard was sitting still in the middle of the room. Belinda turned around as she opened the door. "By the way, did anyone come in here during the night?" "Not that I know of." "Oh, really? It must have been a dream then." She had a dream about someone petting her head and a weird smell. It reminded her of the scent of blood that often surrounded her as a child. But that stuff couldn't happen now. Not with Eamon around. Nothing could escape the senses of a Shinsu. Belinda entered the bathroom with Eamon still staring at her. A bit later, Belinda stepped into the noisy lobby. There were 4 or 5 men wearing guard uniforms walking around on the first floor and examining the door lock along with footprints on the ground. Something must have happened. Mrs. Ribera also stood in the room, crying. "In the morning, I just saw it in the morning, I had blood all over the place." Her sobs made the rambled words unintelligible. The serious garrison men nodded, listening carefully. "What's going on?" She cautiously moved closer, fiddling with Eamon's tail on her shoulder. She didn't know what the fuss was about. They'd only come down to eat, but it seemed like something had happened. A soldier approached her. "What's going on?" "Good morning, miss. There has been an incident." "An incident?" "Yes. The owner is seriously injured. It's a very cruel thing, so you don't have to know the details." Belinda was surprised to find out that it had been someone more serious than a petty thief. "What? Who did it?" "It looks like a robber was responsible, but nothing is clear yet." Belinda shuddered. She had no sympathy for Nordy, nor was she sad, but she was certainly surprised. She didn't know what was going on. It was unbelievable, as Nordy had been fine last night, but he suddenly ended up like this. Maybe karma really did exist. Eamon's fluffy fur brushed against her stiff neck. "Don't mind it. Let us go eat." he whispered, rubbing against her face. After a few moments, he asked again. Breedy, are you sad because of what happened? Belinda answered quietly. No. Of course not. I am just worried. Worried about him? I am afraid he'll die quickly. I didn't want that to happen before he saw the end slip away. Nordy was always very cruel to the poor. Belinda was kicked and beaten by him countless times as a child. If she'd been just a little slower to react, or if she hadn't been able to avoid his merciless beatings, she would have died. One day, she was walking with Nordy when a beggar boy grabbed his sleeve. Nordy had lost a large sum at the gambling den that day. The boy got a hard kick and badly injured his ankle. Too poor to afford treatment, he was probably still limping. It would have taken a day just to recite all of Nordy's wrongdoings. What happened seemed like a punishment for all that. It would be a waste if he died just like that. I wanted to see him suffer. Eamon wagged his tail at the half-hearted statement. He's alive and well, don't worry. You don't think he'll die? No. It takes more to do away with someone his size. Belinda turned to a soldier. Excuse me. The owner isn't dead, is he? The man looked up from the floor and shook his head. He's not dead. The robber seems to have had a conscience. He won't be able to use one of his arms and a leg, but he should survive. No need to worry, miss. Belinda nodded roughly. She was never worried at all. Eamon was right, it must have been the Shinsu's senses. He couldn't die that easily without pain. His survival was fortunate to her too, but for a different reason. The guard neared her again. What were you doing last night? It was more of a formality than an actual interrogation. I was sleeping. The man asked a few more questions, relaxed. Did you hear anything strange or see someone you didn't recognize? Well, no, I slept soundly. I understand. In that case, please be careful. Thank you for your concern. She bowed politely, putting an end to the generic conversation. A noble-looking woman with a pet cat looked like the last person to commit a crime to the soldiers. Belinda left the inn. Yesterday a strange dream came to her mind. The warm touch of someone stroking her. She immediately shook her head. It was a dream. Yes. If Eamon said no one came in, no one did. Eamon, didn't you hear anything strange yesterday night? I don't know. Let us go eat. Okay. Belinda walked down the dirt road in search of the restaurant. She had a hungry little beast to feed. It was just Nordy's punishment for his evil deeds. All these misfortunes had crashed down on him like a tidal wave, but that didn't mean Belinda owed him sympathy. She wouldn't be compassionate and return the inn to him, not to satisfy her need for revenge but for the people who suffered as she did and for those she could save from that fate. It would never happen. Daisy had taken them to the neighboring village so they could eat at a good restaurant. They took the best table and ordered the best dish off the menu, a lamb steak for Belinda and an undercooked one for Eamon. He also ate his fill and even got a separate plate for himself. As they were returning to the inn after finishing the meal, Belinda thought to herself that the best thing about being a princess was that she could spend all the money she wanted. Even better, it had allowed her to meet Eamon. They came back to find the inn empty, without a single guest. Evidently, everyone had left for the neighboring village after the fiasco, and there was no one around to book in new guests. Belinda heard a faint sob. She looked around and took a step towards the sound. The sound grew louder, and before she knew it, she found herself on the third floor. A door was open, revealing the innkeeper's spacious bedroom complete with silk bedding and antique furniture. Down to the expensive chandelier hanging in the middle, it looked like an aristocrat's room. Nordy was lying on the bed, wrapped in bandages and taking strained breaths. He seemed to be unconscious still. Belinda sighed and stepped inside. As if she sensed her presence, Mrs. Ribera sprang up from her seat and went up to Belinda. My husband is hurt. Belinda stared at the agitated woman rigidly. You're not going to kick us out in this state, are you? Have some conscience. The debt was expiring soon, meaning they'd have to leave. Although Belinda hadn't done anything to hurt her, Mrs. Rivera's eyes were filled with resentment and anger. Why are you directing your anger at me? I haven't done anything to him. I am. You came and screwed everything up. Self-absorbed bitch. She muttered the latter to herself, grinding her teeth. Belinda didn't falter at her stare. She was reminded of Mrs. Rivera's emotionless expression as she lay bleeding on the floor after a beating. It was a vivid memory. She'd just started working at the inn, and Nordy had beat her up without warning. Her head was spinning, and she felt nauseous while on the floor in pain until Mrs. Rivera passed by. It hurts so much. She groaned, reaching her hand out. Mrs. Rivera's response was cold. If a guest sees you like this, they'll think this is a bad place and leave. She pulled her into the corner and left her there on a chair. She had shown no compassion for the small child. Now Belinda would give her the exact same amount of sympathy. Mrs. Rivera pulled away from her skirt and gritted her teeth. You cold-blooded wench. If I'd known that you would repay my kindness like this, I wouldn't ever have helped you. There was a long sigh. You never helped me. You just took advantage of a little kid. Do you think you could be eaten if it weren't for us? How merciful did I need to be to pick some worthless thing off the street that might have just died in a back alley otherwise? There it was. She thought that all the abuse was a form of justice. Belinda shook her head. You really just trash. What? The food you gave me was half rotten. Those 2 shillings a week you owed me, I didn't get them on time even once. Well, I gave it to you later. You know you trapped me. All you did was abuse a clueless child. Mrs. Rivera opened her mouth to make another excuse, but nothing came out. Belinda continued calmly. Think about it, Rivera. If I was a little crueler, you'd already been dead. Do you really think taking away your inn and forcing you onto the street is enough to make up for all that you've done? What does that mean? Belinda's face was wiped of all emotion. It means that you'd better not provoke me anymore if you want to hang on to your flimsy life. Belinda stroked Eamon's chin with her fingertips. His breathing had been unusual since they went into the room. It was his way of controlling his body so he wouldn't pounce right then just for Belinda. She patted him and he calmed down as usual. He knew she wouldn't let them die so easily. She chose such cumbersome revenge by not revealing her identity so that those two would have to live through the depths of despair. Eamon sank his head into Belinda's arm, breathing sharply. Mrs. Rivera felt her whole body burning with anger as she stared at Belinda, but she knew that she couldn't lay a finger on her. Belinda wasn't someone she could easily control now. For all she knew, she could end her life with a flick of the wrist. What was certain was that Belinda held her debt and therefore her future in her hands. She bit at her lips until they started to bleed. Belinda talked to her calmly. All the things you read trying to blame me for are ultimately your fault. They all stem from your own decisions, don't they? She turned around to leave as she finished the sentence. Mrs. Rivera's voice followed, dripping with resentment. You read the devil. I know about all the grace it took to raise a beast. You don't even deserve to be called that, you demon. Belinda's steps came to a stop. She slowly turned around and stared at the woman. All that grace and compassion you were talking about. How come you didn't ever show it to me if you felt that sorry? Belinda smiled bitterly. Then we wouldn't be here. She turned back around and left without hesitation. Mrs. Rivera only trailed after her with an insincere look. Belinda was planning to stay for a few more days to ensure that all her work was complete, but she'd had enough. She wanted to leave this disgusting place. She was going back to the palace and gift the inn to a trusted maid. She couldn't even make sense of her own thoughts as she walked down the hallway. She walked up the spiral staircase. The cold air seemed to be sticking to her. Was that the reason she was shaking? Her masked expression only broke when she entered her room. She put Eamon down and fell onto the bed. The tears soon came as she buried her face in her hands. Soon she felt a soft hair touch the back of her hand. It was Eamon, trying to rub her cheek. Breedy. Yeah. Her voice seemed to break right away. She forced her tears out. They weren't happy or sad, but perhaps relieved. She wasn't really sure what all those emotions were. All of it was just so confusing. Breedy. He called her name one more time and gently wiggled his head under her hand. He could have pushed it aside, but instead he quietly waited, licking her fingers. Belinda eventually uncovered her face and was suddenly met with a pair of purple eyes. The moment she saw the small leopard, her feelings melted away. The damp, gloomy shadows evaporated into Eamon's glowing ambience. Feeling better? I don't know. Would you rather just kill them? Staying alive is a worse punishment for them. You did a good job, Breedy. I did? Yes, you really did. So don't regret anything. Belinda finally smiled. It felt good to know that Eamon thought she'd done a good job. You know, Eamon, I am not afraid of Nordy anymore. I saw him lying down right there, but I wasn't afraid at all. I guess it's really over. Eamon quietly approached and rubbed his cheek against hers as if he was pampering her. She started to stroke his black fur, and soon Eamon's pampering turned into an affectionate whisper. The end, you say? I am just getting started, Breedy. Huh? What? It will all be fulfilled soon. It was a vague answer. Belinda just stayed silent. As the sun went down and the evening glow began to shine through the window, Belinda softly spoke, staring at the chandelier. Eamon, are you sleeping? No answer came except for a low snore. Belinda decided to close her eyes too. The day that marked an end for her and a beginning for Eamon steadily shifted into a new one. Their journey back to the palace was smooth. After being away from Eamon for a few days, Daisy was in his best spirits. The relief of having finished her work also made Belinda feel good. Eamon was left to groan by himself. Every single night, when they arrived at an accommodation, Eamon made the same demand. Take 2 rooms, Breedy. However, she couldn't do that. Apart from the lack of extra rooms, she had no reason to sleep apart from him. Not to mention, she didn't want to give up the comfort of a little ball of fur sleeping by her side. So, Eamon was left with no choice but to make Daisy run to the palace even faster. He couldn't handle even one more in. Thanks to Eamon's threats, the 3 of them were able to reach the capital city earlier than expected. Birch trees lined the narrow road towards the capital. As they passed under the long branches' shadow, Eamon broke the silence. Breedy. I have to stop meeting you for a while. Why? Where are you going? There's just something I need to take care of. I am not going anywhere. How long won't we be able to see each other? Eamon stared up at the sky as if trying to estimate his schedule. A month or so. Belinda didn't need to ask more questions. She already knew what was going on. Eamon, along with Shanti and Hala who he shared his ritual with, would soon become adults. Then they defied tooth and nail for the vacant chief position. Full of worries, Belinda tightened her grip on the reins. Even she didn't know why she was so upset in comparison to the easygoing little leopard. She knew they wouldn't kill each other, but she was still afraid that he'd get hurt. Instead of entering through the palace's main gate, they inconspicuously sneaked back in through the Shinsu forest and the imperial hunting grounds. Belinda wasn't eager to face the unnecessary questions that would have inevitably followed a less secretive return. Her official reason for leaving was to participate in another ceremony, which she obviously didn't have much to say about. When they reached the far end of the hunting grounds, the time finally came to separate from Daisy. Bye, Daisy. Thanks for the ride. Belinda felt a lingering sadness as she stroked his white mane. They'd grown quite close in their short time together. Daisy responded with a few taps on the ground. There was a glimmer of sorrow visible in his eyes. He'd also become attached to them in his own way. See that building? I live there. Come and see me if you have the time. Belinda said, pointing to a faraway spire. He rubbed his nose into her palm, eliciting a small giggle. Seeing the two-'s farewell seemed to irk Eamon, whose expression had turned sour. He walked up to Daisy and whispered a final message into his ear. Don't go anywhere near her. Daisy turned away, pretending not to have heard. Soon, with vigorous leaps from his toned muscles, he disappeared over the field. Belinda continued to wave him off for a few moments. At first, she was scared of Daisy because of his size, but now, incredibly, she saw him as cool and cute. Was it because she got used to him or because she finished her work with Nordy? As she turned around, shaking the dust off her shoes, she spotted Eamon, with only his tail sticking out of a pile of leaves. Do you want to stay at the palace tonight? Since you want to be able to come for a while. No. No more torture. Eamon grumbled, stomping on the leaves. Belinda didn't know what the torture was referring to but nodded. So if we separate here, we won't see each other for a month. She was faced with a short goodbye. Why was she so upset when it was just a month? She couldn't bring herself to say anything, so she resorted to kicking around dirt. Eamon finally approached her and shook off the bits of leaves covering his fur. Belinda finally delivered her last words. Are you leaving? Yes. I have work to do. I get it. It is kind of a shame. Eamon slipped away from Belinda's touch. I'll come back for you soon, so be patient. He wrapped his tail around Belinda's calf. She could feel the soft hairs on her skin. Well, it won't be in this form. That was the end of his goodbyes. Belinda didn't even have a chance to answer before he disappeared into the forest, looking like he had no regrets. All that remained was the distant sound of rustling grass. Bye. Belinda waved at him, who was already out of sight. Her eyes followed the trail of leaves that he left on the road. Thank you, Eamon. Her mumbling voice died down, leaving behind a lingering feeling. The day after her return, Belinda was invited to a tea party. It was not a special event, just a gathering to celebrate the glory of the empire and look at the blooming tulips. I'll show you inside, princess. The familiar faces of her family and some high-ranking nobles greeted her. She slowly approached, first greeting Princess Adele and Prince Lart, followed by the rest of the royal family. The tea party, which would prove to be a rather unpleasant experience for Belinda, began. How was the ritual viewing? The emperor asked, pouring tea for Belinda. She replied with a smile. It was a mysterious experience. What have you been doing all this time? It was quite frustrating not being able to ask the beasts about you. It wasn't too scary, right? The concern in his voice was sincere. The act of Belinda attending the ritual had made him treat her almost as if she was his real daughter. Of course, it wasn't as much affection as he showed Lart and Adele, but at least he lost his perpetual coldness. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared, but it was okay. The Shinsu were considerate. She wasn't planning to tell the emperor that her stay in the Shinsu forest had only made up a few days of her absence. She didn't want to reveal her trauma or her relationship with Eamon. Soon, they moved on to the topic of upcoming hunting contests and newly bought statues. Belinda contributed softly and gracefully, listening absent-mindedly to their stories. After they finished their tea, they gathered around the tulip beds. Belinda broke away from them, pretending to observe the flowers. Being alone was better than putting on a fake smile for the emperor. Lart spotted her and soon began to approach. Hey, Belinda. As always, he greeted her casually. Hi, Lart. Long time no see. Well, long time. It has only been a few months. Belinda didn't respond to his blunt statement, simply shrugging her shoulder. By now, she was used to his way of speaking. Lart glanced back at Adele before. Well, how was the ritual? How many Shinsu were there? Weren't they drooling over you? They were beasts after all. He must have been curious since he kept following her with more questions. Belinda laughed slightly. The Shinsu forest had always captured people's interest, including, apparently, Lart's, because of its mystery and secretive aura. Humans hadn't been allowed access since ancient times. I think there were about 30 of them, but I didn't count. They didn't drool over me. They were rather polite, actually. After all, they were not just beasts, they were Shinsu. Really? And is it true that an adult Shinsu is as big as a boulder? Are they really that big? The questions continued incessantly. There was currently no communication between the Shinsu and the imperial family. They only met once a year for a formal conference. All other means of communication had been closed off for a long time, and even the emperor hadn't seen a Shinsu in their animal form. The same was true for Lart. He ran into Aemon once, but only as a leopard cub. The only place he could have seen an adult Shinsu was in a book or as a statue. Belinda continued replying. They were actually very big. The leader was bigger than any Shinsu statue you've seen. I wanted to go to the Shinsu forest too. Why were you the only one invited? I am the heir, so they should have invited me instead of someone that's only half royal like you, don't you agree? Belinda shook her head, baffled. She didn't even know what to say. His contempt for her was so direct that he didn't even realize it. It was typical of him, but what was more surprising was his genuine innocence about his remarks. He didn't even use it to mean anything. He just threw it around because he really thought that she was half royal. Still, despite all the things he said, Lart was the most comfortable royal to be around. He was arrogant and rude, but innocent. Instead of sly sarcasm, he openly said whatever was on his mind. Knowing her secrets was much more tolerable than Adele, who despised her. Why was I invited? Because one of the Shinsu is my friend. You've met him too. Are you going to pretend you didn't cry over a little beast? Lart pursed his lips. The humiliating encounter was an embarrassment that he'd never forgotten. It was a story that had never been brought up. Both Lart and Adele knew about Belinda and Aemon's relationship. The only reason they didn't tell anyone was due to the fear of the Shinsu. How many petals does a tulip have? Lart tried to divert the conversation with awkward muttering. It wasn't long till the embarrassment got the better of him and he left. Coincidentally, he was soon replaced by the emperor. Your Majesty. Belinda bowed to him again. Although the emperor was slowly becoming middle-aged, his face was still beautiful. He slowly reached out and tilted up Belinda's chin. Calmly scanning her face, he looked like a worried father. Weren't those Shinsu bastards rude to you? The emperor turned Belinda's head to the left to examine her cheeks before looking back into her eyes. No. They were truly welcoming. Her glowing cheeks didn't have a scratch on them. Having confirmed that she was safe, the emperor pulled his hand back. His blue eyes lingered on his daughter, who'd grown up before he knew it. Her charming blonde hair and brilliant eyes, her slightly closed lips that resembled a rose. And with her, his faraway past love. You're becoming more and more alike. What? Not answering, the emperor stroked Belinda's head with a smile and left. Belinda bowed, but he'd already mixed into the crowd. Princess Adele observed the scene immersed in gloom. Her shameful jealousy and anger were deeply embedded in her eyes. At some point, the amount of affection that the emperor showed to Belinda became unusual. His affectionate touch and warm eyes had always been reserved for Adele, so why would she lose them to that mixed-blood princess she had to call her sister? I have no intentions to share my power or my father's affection with you. Despite her thoughts, she kept a bright smile on her face. After the party, Belinda went straight home. After taking a bath that the maid prepared for her, she sat down staring out the window, laying her hair on the bed. Was it because she poured all her energy into others? The forced smiles and small talk of social gatherings always exhausted her, both mentally and physically, though one would assume that she'd be used to them by now. Among the stars dotting the sky outside the window, she spotted a bright glimmer behind a cloud. Suddenly her thoughts wandered to Aemon. She had no reason to think of him, but the idea of not seeing him for a month seemed impossible. The conversation she had with Lard just made her miss Aemon even more. She recalled a conversation she'd overheard between some nobles. Now that the ritual is over, the Shinsu are going to pick a new chief, right? Yes, I heard there were 3 candidates, is that right, Princess Belinda? Belinda nodded quietly. Since she participated in the ceremony, everyone knew that she had the most knowledge about the Shinsu. How are they going to choose? Will it be through a duel? It seems so. I heard they fight to the death. Until one of them dies. Oh, that's scary. Belinda rolled over to the other side of the bed, repeating the Countess's last words. Until one of them dies. That wasn't true.
It might have been that way in the past, but Aemon said that it would be over when the opponent surrendered.
He also said that he wouldn't suppress his instincts and there would be blood. But even then, he wouldn't die. I am the strongest breedy. Don't worry. Belinda couldn't help but smile at his confidence. What if he got hurt? Where could my cute little Aemon have gone? Concerns kept coming, gradually crushing her like an avalanche. She sighed and tightly hugged a pillow. I hope this time passes quickly. I hope Aemon will leap in with high spirits soon, saying yes okay and that he won. I can't let my cat get hurt. She murmured as if praying, while she looked out at the moon. Her anxious heartbeat would take a while to calm down. The forest looked even more desolate than usual that night, with a thick blanket of clouds covering the moon and stars. Hala, who had just become an adult, crouched down by the fountain of life and stared into the darkness. Not much time remained until Shanti grew up and their duel would begin. The sound of branches rustling in the wind cut through the heavy atmosphere. Hala looked on nervously as something emerged from the fountain. Shanti walked out slowly, water dripping from his brown fur. He'd become an adult too. Even Shanti as an adult now, so soon. Hala's heartbeat quickened. Since Aemon became an adult, just his presence in the forest radiated a certain strength. The atmosphere of fear was palpable. Hala felt it weighing down his whole body. After growing up, the Shinsu usually had a hard time controlling their instincts, but Hala did, and so would Aemon. He was probably hiding in the woods, barely suppressing his bloodthirsty excitement. This is a meaningless fight. The result was already determined, but they had to stick to tradition. Shanti sat down next to Hala. Not even greeting each other, they continued to stare into the forest in dead silence. Something was coming. A cold chill swept through them, and even the wind seemed to be violent. The usual crickets chirping was nowhere to be heard. The silence was broken by crunching leaves, a deliberate signal from someone that could have just as well approached without a single sound. A beast was coming from the forest. Hala and Shanti's pupils expanded with instinctive fear. Something slowly appeared. A pair of purple eyes flashed through the darkness, which hid the rest of the large body. The 2 leopards laid flat on the floor. Their instincts were screaming at them. Hide. Escape. An animal's instincts were meant to protect them from stronger enemies. Running away wasn't shameful, but now we have to fight. It was Hala who came to his senses first. He rose, fear still weighing on his body, staring at the giant beast. I am a Shinsu. He wasn't an animal. He needed to stand up and face his opponent, even if they were worthy of being avoided. He was a Shinsu. He couldn't break this tradition. Shanti slowly stood up after him. The 2 spotted leopards stared fearfully at the giant black panther, who looked back at them impassively in silence. They put aside their fears and rushed towards Aemon. A swarm of birds flew away, trusting their instincts unlike them. The duel to pick a new chief had begun. A few hours earlier. The music box's melody on the nightstand filled the room. Belinda was sprawled out on a rug. Lucy. Yes, my lady. Are you bored? She didn't need much to be able to tell. Lately, Belinda had spent all her time laying around, unable to concentrate on anything because of her worries about Aemon. She made mistakes in her embroidery and knocked over her chess pieces. Sometimes she wouldn't even eat. Suddenly, she sprang up. Lucy, let us go to the Shinsu forest. The forest? Yeah. We could pick mushrooms and strawberries. Physical labor was the best distraction. She wanted to wash dishes or plow a field, but princesses couldn't do that. She glanced out the window to see the sun. It would probably set in a few hours. Just enough time to go and pick strawberries before it got dark. She put on a simple navy dress. Lucy was already waiting for her with a basket. Before they could even pass the palace's flower beds, they ran into someone. Huh? What are you doing here, Lard? The boy looked up from the roses in surprise. You scared me. Where are you going? To the forest with Lucy. Belinda answered, nodding to their entwined hands. The two of you? Without an escort? I don't have one. His Majesty only sends someone when I am going away. She laughed, dumbfounded. Why would she need an escort stuck here? The only people around her were Lucy, her maid, and some servants. She was used to the two of them walking alone. What are you going there for? We wanted to pick mushrooms and strawberries. Lard glanced at their empty basket and looked up again. Lucy finally took the opportunity to bow to him. Greetings to the noble star of the empire. You too, Lucy. Lard blushed. It was a rarity for the prince, more confident and arrogant than anyone, to feel embarrassed. Belinda raised an eyebrow. Lard's behavior had been suspicious lately. He kept hanging around the palace. He practiced horseback riding at the hunting ground, stopped by to drink tea for no reason, and came on visits without an escort only to give them cookies. She suddenly realized his reason. He must like Lucy. Belinda was convinced that she discovered the source of his strange behavior. Well, she's really sweet and nice after all. That wasn't what confused her about Lard. A few months ago, she saw him alone on his horse at the hunting grounds. He'd made an embarrassing mistake while riding in the forest with some nobles a few days earlier, so he was now training. He was alone, too embarrassed to bring an escort. The hunting grounds were close to the Shinsu forest but far enough to be safe. No sane person would dare to go anywhere near the Shinsu forest. There was actually a massive fortress meant to protect the palace right next to the Shinsu forest. Anyways, Prince Lard was busy riding his horse. He practiced until sunset. But when he got off, he accidentally stepped on a loose stone and sprained his ankle. There were no guards or attendants nearby, but luckily for him, Belinda and Lucy were out eating and drinking. Lucy ran over to him right away, and by the time Belinda got there, she'd already wrapped a handkerchief around his ankle and made a makeshift splint with a bit of wood. Belinda still vividly remembered his burning cheeks. It was the first time she'd seen him embarrassed, and it was an unfamiliar but funny sight. Even the arrogant prince could turn gentle when he fell in love. Belinda snapped herself back to the present. Lard, pressing down on the grass with the nose of his shoe, suddenly took the basket from Lucy's hand. I am going with you. Where? The forest. With the short reply, Lard was already walking ahead. He was rather confident for someone who did not even receive a response. You don't mind, do you? Lucy nodded with an awkward smile. How could she refuse the prince? Thus Belinda, the successor to the empire, and the maid set off towards the hunting grounds, not exactly a typical everyday group. The sound of the pebbles under their feet was pleasant. Belinda glanced at Lard, wondering what was going on with him. The floor is dirty. You royal. Why did you sit there? Why are you complaining about everything? Go back if you don't want to be here. Belinda snapped back at his grumbling. Who said I don't? Lard shook his head, brushing dirt off his shoes. Soon they reached the boundary of the Shinsu forest and gathered around a large tree to look for mushrooms. The prince didn't seem to be happy with the fallen leaves and mud. Belinda held a brown mushroom to Lucy's nose. Smells good, right? Yes. What kind of mushroom is it? It's a larium. They taste sweet dried out. It smells really nice. How do you know all these things? Belinda smiled. How would I? We always went to the mountain behind the village when we were hungry. Prince Lart laughed, listening in on their conversation. How she knows? I am sure that vulgar girl walked around in the mountains picking up and eating whatever she found. Bingo. Belinda nodded and picked up a red mushroom next to her, planning to give it to Lart. He would probably suffer from diarrhea for a week. Just the thought of him pale-faced and constantly going to the bathroom was hilarious. Lucy looked up at Belinda, on the verge of tears. Vulgar eating whatever she found, she couldn't believe the princess' cruel words towards her precious princess. You're not vulgar, that's not true. She stuttered, whispering softly, so Lart wouldn't hear her. A noble countess turned maid couldn't just directly tell him off, but she wanted to comfort the person she was meant to serve. Lart's expression hardened and excuses started pouring out. I didn't mean to be rude, it's just the truth so. He never thought of his contempt as strange or bad.
Belinda's ancestry was still undeniable, but seeing Lucy's reaction made him rethink his actions.
Belinda tilted her head and looked at the pale-faced boy. Well, that's not the reaction I was expecting. Lart's visible embarrassment made the situation even more awkward. At this rate, if he actually said the word sorry, it would become unbearable. Belinda couldn't believe that he was hesitating. Perhaps his feelings for Lucy were more serious than she'd given him credit for. She stood up and shook the dirt off her skirt. Let us go pick some strawberries, Lucy. She grabbed her hands and pulled her away, planning to leave the idiotic boy behind. Come along if you want. Otherwise, goodbye. She offered, glancing back at Lart. He quickly broke out of his frozen stance and caught up. I am coming. You can start with an apology then. What? It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Belinda to get an apology out of him, which she wanted even more now that he didn't react to her first request. It looked like he was too proud to do it. Belinda turned around. She wasn't too offended, her expectations were already low. As she walked away with Lucy, she heard Lart's stuttering voice. I am sorry. What? She turned back, suppressing her triumphant smile. Lart's face was completely red. I said I am sorry. So you're apologizing for slighting me? Instead of replying, he slowly nodded. Wow, he must really want to be with Lucy. The Prince of Arrogance himself. Amazing. Belinda laughed. That's good. Quick, come and take the basket. Belinda's smile stuck around as they walked on. Lart's pout even seemed cute now. He really was honest. By now, the bushes along the path were up to their waist, along with some small trees. Can we really go this deep in? It's dangerous to cross the forest line. Lart asked. Mom, usually we shouldn't, but Eamon said it was okay to go as far as the strawberries grew. Eamon had marked off the line between the areas with raspberries and the rest of the forest with claw marks. No sane person would ignore a Shinsu's warning, but he assured that this road was just as safe as the palace garden. How is it? Yummy. Ma'am, not bad. Lart replied, stuffing his face with strawberries. Just admit you like it. Don't be so grumpy. Belinda told him as if speaking to a sickly child. Lart picked off another large strawberry. It was his first time picking them himself instead of eating one as a decoration on a dessert, so the taste was especially refreshing. Belinda smiled as she spotted him eating behind a bush. Cute. Lart reached for the biggest berry through the leaves, scratching his hand on a thorn. Blood? I am bleeding. Although the wound was very small, he leaped up yelling. A scar on the body of a royal. Belinda and Lucy quickly walked over, trying to see the urgency of the situation. Don't be so fussy, Lart. Belinda shook her head with a sigh. Surprised, Lucy approached him in a hurry and wrapped a handkerchief around his hand. Press on the wound, Your Highness, and the bleeding will stop. Belinda wanted to laugh at the ridiculous situation but decided to shut up after seeing Lart's face. He looked down at Lucy, ashamed and sniffling. That's really a sight. When Belinda stopped talking, the forest became completely silent. She observed the other two quietly. Suddenly, a strange feeling set in. Doesn't it feel a bit? It was somehow too quiet. The usual sound of birds and crickets was gone. Eamon had just become an adult. His energy paralyzed the forest. Even the birds in the trees stopped moving. Only Belinda and her companions, not as sensitive as animals, didn't feel the energy. But no matter how dull their senses were, they could tell that the forest felt very different. The three raised their heads and looked around. There was nothing to be seen, but they were getting chills. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but something is wrong. It is too quiet. Lard and Lucy murmured. Belinda pulled her shawl over her shoulder and picked up the basket. Let us go. Yeah. Yes, princess. They quickly got moving, uncharacteristically nervous. They had to get out before sunset. After some time of silent walking, they felt something strange again. What is up with this road? Belinda whispered in an uneasy voice. Although no other humans had access, Belinda and Lucy were accustomed to walking in the area. If anyone, they knew it well, but as they went on, the scenery unfolding in front of them became less and less familiar. They seemed to be probing deeper into the forest with every step they took away from it. With the growth of the Shinsu, its energy was warped. The only ones who didn't know that were the three humans wandering by. Belinda's hands began to sweat. The chilling atmosphere of her surroundings, as if covered in thick smoke, made her tremble. The forest that had always felt safe when she was with Eamon was now dry and cold. The sun has set. The trio's faces became more serious. Belinda spread her shawl over the shuddering Lucy's shoulders. Lard dropped his basket and ran over to them, clutching Belinda. What's going on? He looked up at her. His face stiffened. Something dangerous. I am the strongest one here, so stay with me. He firmly grabbed his sword. There was no trace of his usual cynical self. Looking up at the sky, he saw the moon disappear behind the fluffy clouds. They continued to walk down a narrow path, looking for a light they could follow. There was nothing but trees in the darkness, and Lard finally declared the obvious. I think we lost. The three stopped in their tracks and stared at the darkness ahead. No one knew which way to go. It felt like danger could pounce at any moment. Belinda, you have a Shinsu friend. Try calling him. Lard asked. She shook her head. He might not hear it, and besides, if we make any noise, a wild animal might notice us. Eamon hasn't even put any marks down here. We don't know when some beast might attack us. Lard bit his lip nervously. Don't you have any form of signal? Like a whistle or something? Nothing. Belinda sighed with a gloomy expression. She had no knowledge of the forest outside of where the strawberries grew. Eamon always visited her first, so she wasn't prepared for an emergency like this. It is all my fault. Always being with Eamon made her forget about fear. She shouldn't have taken them here. No matter how safe it was, coming to the forest without Eamon was a careless decision. Lard sighed, slowing. They must be looking for us in the palace. By now, the absence of two royals would have caused a frenzy. They could be uselessly searching the palace grounds or nervously standing around the Shinsu forest as bounds. They wouldn't dare invade the Shinsu realm. One hasty step could mean a collision between the Shinsu and them, which would of course end in their favor. If the Shinsu decided to break into the palace and slaughter everyone, the whole royal family would be destroyed. The risk of that wasn't worth just 2 lives. Lard started to rub his temples. This is my fault. I should have stopped you when you said you were coming here. Unexpectedly, even he started to blame himself with a serious face. Belinda shook her head and reassuringly gave him a few pats on the back. I was the one who came up with this idea in the first place, so if there is anyone to blame, it is me. But we can talk after we get out of here, okay? Lard nodded obediently. Normally he might have told her off for lecturing him, but a crisis like this completely changed him. It's dangerous out here. Belinda, Lucy, stick together, he murmured in a subdued voice. As they walked on, Belinda suddenly turned around. The cold wind swept through her, but Lart was still firmly holding onto her shoulders. Strangely, it was the first time she felt that he was her real brother. The night dragged on. The sky started to be cloudy.
They didn't even run into a single rabbit, let alone a dangerous animal, but that was somehow even more disturbing.
Even the crickets were nowhere to be heard. They walked carefully, trying to not make any sound. Grrr. They heard a threatening noise and froze. Belinda gulped and turned around to see an animal walking out of a dark cave with flashing eyes, black fur, and a large body. It's a bear. Lart tried to speak calmly. Belinda squeezed her damp hands. Let us separate and run away. You and Lucy go left, I'll go right. Splitting up would help them escape. At least one side could stay alive, so Belinda would try to save the other two. She concluded that, since it was her who brought them here, she had to take responsibility. Go. Belinda quickly shouted and pushed the other two to the left. They couldn't refuse. She dashed off in the other direction, quickly followed by the bear. Amen. Belinda's desperate voice roared through the forest. She called out the name without even realizing it, to no answer. The bear began to pick up speed. Amen. Amen. She yelled again and again. There was no vain hope that Amen would come and save her, she just wanted to draw the bear's attention. All this happened because of her. Her death would be a deserved one. If only Lart and Lucy stayed safe. She called out Amen's name like a dying wish. Remembering something she'd heard about bears not being able to run downhill, she decided to risk her life upon it as she staggered down a hill. Her throat burned with her short breaths and her heart pounded like it was about to jump out of her chest. A twig brushed against her arm. As she ran on without stopping, the bear only seemed to get closer. Usually it would have gone after her straight away, but it started to stumble and stop as it ran. Belinda's sight was blurry, but she ran on into the forest like a madman. Before she knew it, tears were pouring down her cheeks. She scooped up her cumbersome dress and went on, but the bear was after her. The chase continued on the bare hill for who knows how long, until Belinda finally tripped over a tree root. She tried to get up, but her exhausted muscles wouldn't let her. Her trembling body fell onto the ground, and the angry beast came closer and closer. Was it the end? Tears dripped down her dirty cheeks and fell onto the floor. Gasping for breath as the bear ran towards her, she closed her eyes. Amen came to mind. It was a nice coincidence that her last memories would be of traveling with him. She smiled, thinking of stroking the little leopardess back as they slept on a small inn bed. Entering the palace was a good thing after all. It let her meet that little cat who became the light in her tiring life. I wanted to be your strength, as much as you made me happy. I am sorry for always leaning on you, Amen. Just as she drew one last breath, the bear suddenly roared. Belinda flinched, still numb. There was a loud thump, followed by another roar. She could hear branches breaking. Belinda called on the bear to open her eyes. She curled up against the tree, shaking from the cold and unable to move. With a big breath, she somehow opened her eyes. H. She swallowed a groan. A giant leopard pounced on the bear, weighing it down. Grrr. It gave a low warning. The wounded bear panted under its body, in danger of a lethal bite at any moment. Belinda blinked. Her stifled tears fell, and a sob slipped out. Only then did the leopard slowly lift its head, eyes flickering. The awe-inspiring beast was unfamiliar, but Belinda could recognize him at a glance. It was Amen. Amen sucked in a shallow breath, filled with anger and excitement. It was hard to control his killer instinct once he saw blood. He'd just come to the forest for a fight with the other leopards. It wasn't tough, but as soon as Shanti surrendered to him, he heard a voice. Amen. Belinda's voice. Neither Shanti, who he was pinning down, nor Hala, nor the rest of the Shinsu had heard it, but Eamon did Belinda's desperate call. He didn't remember much of what had happened since then. He just wildly charged through the forest, following her scent and the sounds. His mind, calm even during the duel, was now overtaken with anxiety and fear. Breedy. Breedy. When he eventually reached Belinda, instinct took over reason. He grabbed the bear that was about to attack her and tore it away by its skin. He was about to kill it in one blow, but... Don't kill it, Eamon. The faint whisper brought him to his senses. All those explosive emotions disappeared with the indefinable fear in her tone. Eamon drew in his claws. It tried to kill you, but you're retelling me. His deep tone was calm now. Belinda cowered upon hearing the abyss-like voice. Faced with his chilly gaze, for a moment she forgot that it was Eamon. The leopardess' huge body awoke her instinctual fear of the unknown. Belinda slowly nodded with a scared expression. You said you didn't want to get blood on your hands for no reason. Unlike humans, animals didn't kill for fun. Eamon had always said he hated human hunting, and she didn't want him to kill a bear that was only there because of her stupidity. Eamon slowly approached her. The moonlight revealed shimmering, smooth black fur covering an elegant body and two beautiful eyes with a dangerous twinkle. He was no longer a tiny leopard rubbing his face against her. He'd become unfamiliar. The dark shadow stopped in front of her. You hurt, Breedy. He lowered his head to lick her wounds. Belinda took a breath. Her fear was starting to subside, but her body was completely stiff, even though she knew it was just Eamon. She never got this feeling from the rest of the Shinsu she met at the ceremony. Eamon smelled faintly of blood, the results of his fight with Hala and Shanti. He forced himself to hide his fangs as the droplets of Belinda's blood on his tongue drove him closer to madness. It had only been hours since the fight, and Eamon was having a hard time just controlling his urges and the force that was violently tearing him up. If I hadn't come, you wouldn't have got away with just a scratch. His hot breath clung to her skin and he bit her shoulder. Belinda flinched and Eamon quickly went back to licking her wound. That thing was going to kill you, Breedy. He said in a heavy tone, rubbing against her with closed eyes. Belinda hardened again at the feeling of his soft fur tickling her skin. The silent tension didn't even let her move. The moon was nowhere in sight through the dark forest. She had an unconscious fear of Eamon attacking her if she moved. But that couldn't happen. Belinda gulped. Eamon slowly pulled away, his warmth replaced with the cool night air. She looked up at him in a daze, his eyes like flickering flames. Belinda's lips trembled as if she was under a spell. Lucy, I needed to protect Lucy. A breath caught in her throat. Lucy came to mind, probably somewhere in the dark, in danger. The intimidating presence in front of her worried her even more. Eamon looked away from her, glancing in the direction of the wind. My good Breedy, always worried about me. Eamon's calm and gentle voice hid a trace of exasperation, easily noticeable to Belinda. He looked up again, purring. A sharp claw dug into the ground. If I hadn't noticed, this place would be covered in human blood by now. He quickly hid his exposed fangs again. Why the hell did you come all the way here? This is a dangerous forest, especially in the middle of the night full of wild animals. He made a conscious effort to calm himself, to see whether he could control his emotions. However, he wasn't able to keep his flaring anger out of his exasperated voice. Even a 7-year-old wouldn't do such a dangerous thing. The beast's anger filled the forest. The unfamiliar figure frightened her, his dry gaze paralyzing and the sharp air crushing her body. Belinda just barely opened her mouth. I am sorry, Eamon. We came too far. Eamon stared at her piercingly and eventually turned around, approaching Belinda. Let us go. He leaned down onto the ground and nodded at his back. Quickly understanding the command, Belinda carefully climbed onto his back. Eamon's body slightly hardened as she clung on. She buried her face in his fur. The muscles of the beast under her were firm and hot. Belinda's nervous heartbeat began to settle down. His warmth alone was comforting. Eamon took off through the forest. Belinda pulled him closer to stop herself from slipping off as the cold breeze swept past. What happened at the duel, Eamon? Did you get hurt? I am so sorry for making you worry. You look so handsome grown up. There were many things she wanted to say, but she couldn't do anything. Her mind was occupied with the thought of his dry voice and frosty gaze. Soon, Eamon caught on to Lucy's trace. Lucy and Lard were hiding behind a small boulder, stiff with fear and hugging each other tightly. Eamon approached them silently. The two looked up, and their faces hardened. Perhaps because of Eamon's unfamiliarity, they were terrified. After Belinda got off, he walked towards them with an angry growl and roughly separated them. Ah! He threw Prince Lard away like a broken doll. Why are you two together? He asked, grinding his teeth. Lard could barely raise himself up. The fear in his eyes was visible through his messy hair.
He'd gone out hunting with arrows countless times and had many experiences with massive bears and lions chasing him down, but by God, this was the first time he'd felt this afraid.
Eamon stared at him with burning eyes, murmuring to himself. Why the heck did you leave Breedy alone? No one could hear his soft whispers. Eamon soon drifted his threatening eyes away from Lard and slowly walked up to Lucy after regaining his composure. Lucy, are you okay? He asked sternly, though without the anger that he'd taken out on Belinda. You Eamon? Yes. Only then did Lucy's fear let up slightly. I am fine. That's a relief. Lucy smiled at him faintly. Watching their interaction suddenly made Belinda want to cry. She looked up at the clouds covering the dark sky, vision obscured by her bleary eyes. Eamon is here. We're safe now. She should have been relieved, but her eyes kept on burning. She'd shed tears of fear, but now, other emotions were getting involved. She felt like her heart was being ripped to pieces. Unfamiliar jealousy was arising. Eamon, why are you mad at me but sweet to Lucy? He was even angry when he saw Lard and Lucy together. He shouted at him for being near her, then asked her if she was okay. The meaning of Eamon's actions seemed clear. Maybe Eamon likes Lucy. Was that the reason he wanted Lucy to come with them on their trip? Was that the reason why he was so surprised to hear about her bridal preparation classes? Belinda tightly squeezed the hem of her dress. Leaves brushed against her body as the two girls left the forest on Eamon's back. The terrifying forest seemed peaceful again with his presence. Prince Lard was right behind them, trying to match Eamon's pace. Sir Shinsu, could you maybe go a little slower? Eamon didn't care to slow down for the boy chasing after him. Although he was walking at a slow pace, the difference in size made it very hard for Lard to keep up. After some more strained walking, he reached the border of the Shinsu forest. They could see the lights surrounding it from a distance. It's the Imperial Knights. The light flashed on a knight's armor. They were all pacing around, not daring to go into the forest itself. Eamon stopped as soon as he saw their identifying armor and nudged Lard. Lead those humans away and beat it. There was still hostility in his voice. Lard gave Belinda and Lucy a wink before walking away towards the forest boundary. Your Highness? Are you hurt? The princess were. The group of knights swarmed around him. After he explained the situation, his voice soon died out, and the knights' clanking weapons faded as they started to return to the palace. The prince and princess were safe, and some Shinsu might still be hanging around, so they decided to wrap up the situation. As soon as they disappeared from sight, Eamon slowly continued towards the guest palace with Belinda on his back. Belinda breathed a sigh of relief. Her surroundings were finally familiar again, the flower beds and the green leaves, the narrow gravel roads she used to walk on with Eamon. She felt like she'd been pulled back to the peaceful reality from a chilling dream. They soon arrived at Lucy's quarters right outside the palace, and the two girls got off. Good night, Lucy. Lucy bowed. Thank you, my lady. Then she straightened up again and bowed to Eamon. Thank you for saving me today. Yeah, you have plenty to thank me for. We didn't even finish the duel properly. He gave a vague reply. Since Belinda saw them talking again, she kept her eyes glued to the ground. May you receive the infinite glory of the Empire. With a final greeting, Lucy disappeared behind a door. Eamon continued walking towards the palace. There was dead silence between them. Belinda wanted to say something, but she didn't dare open her mouth. After they finally arrived, Belinda stood in the doorway looking at Eamon. She could finally see him properly. Except for the sparkling purple eyes, there was no resemblance to his previous self. Thanks for the ride. Goodbye. Eamon didn't answer. Belinda started to take a step towards him but quickly backed away. Even though she knew the beast wouldn't hurt her, the thought of his expression in the forest, cold as ice, made her hesitate. Eamon stared at her. Are you afraid of me? No, no. It's not that, Eamon. Belinda smiled awkwardly. She was afraid but getting used to the idea of a new Eamon. Eamon's face in contrast was serious. It doesn't matter if you are. I have no intention of ever separating from you. Even if you get scared and run away, I'll catch you. Because you're my breedy. Is this threatening or reassuring? Belinda smiled at the mysterious words. Hearing them made Eamon become familiar again. Yeah, that was the usual blunt Eamon. Breedy waved at the blunt Eamon. All right. Anyways. Get home safe. Eamon waved before heaving down on the hem of her dress with his front paws. I am sleeping here today. He announced just like that. Huh? I am tired after saving you, and you're just going to send me off. You're really a human with no conscience. Belinda tilted her head at the sudden jump of logic. Oh, really? You also have to get used to my new self. I've already gotten used to it a bit though. I know you're scared of me. I can't help it. Your fangs are so big. I would instantly die if you bit me. Belinda smiled, stroking his snout, quite a fearless move, but she was confident that he wouldn't bite her hand. I am sleeping here either way. Eamon continued to be stubborn. Belinda finally shook her head, admitting defeat, as he tapped his tail on the floor. His threatening bloody odor had scared her earlier, but seeing the tail and his stubborn persistence, she could be sure that it was really her Eamon. Her cute and lovely leopard had grown up. Yeah. My Eamon alright. Okay. But won't you crush me while we sleep? I might die then. I never said we were going to sleep in the same bed, we shouldn't sleep together. I am all grown up now. Belinda ignored his grumblings and pushed open the door, beckoning the big cat. Eamon. Come here. Eamon's whiskers trembled slightly. Despite saying it himself that he would stay there was hesitation in his footsteps. Then, seemingly having made up his mind, he slammed down his tail and slowly began to walk. It was the grown-up Eamon's first time inside. Belinda poured the warm water over her tired body. Her chills gradually subsided. For the first time in a while, she could stop pretending to be okay and let all the fear surge in. A bear was going to attack her. She came out alive. It was a relief that Eamon had saved her, but she was that close to death. It was Eamon that I wanted to see at the end, and he saved me. She splashed aside the water with her fingers, now thinking about the adult Eamon. Isn't it cheating for someone to just grow that handsome? People don't just. She mumbled to herself for a long time. Breedy, did you drown in there? She only got out of the bath after Eamon's nervous queries, scratching at the door. Stepping into the room, she saw Eamon curled up in front of the bed. All she could see of him were his shining purple eyes. Belinda climbed into bed and pulled the quilt up to her neck, smiling. I can't sleep with you anymore. You're bigger than the whole bed. Eamon glanced up at her. What do you mean? I'll just switch to my human form and we can sleep together. He said it as if it was completely normal. Human form? Belinda gulped. She hadn't thought of that part. It was strange. How could you put it? Something felt off. Usually she would have snapped back with a playful comment, but the air between the two stopped her. She forced out the thought of his human form. I shouldn't have said anything. She decided on another topic to alleviate the lingering awkwardness. Amen, do you like Lucy? Of course. He replied boldly. Belinda clenched her fists under the covers and asked again, grinding her teeth. Are you going to confess then? What are you talking about? Eamon raised his head. Belinda was still staring at the curtains behind him with a grim expression. How could I make him change his mind? The thought of Eamon liking Lucy made her realize her own feelings. So the reason she always waited for Eamon's visits was love, not friendly affection. The reason he was so precious and comfortable to be around, but she was so excited to be with him at the same time. How can I come on to that cat? Belinda didn't even think of giving up at first. Should she take the branches of the tree he liked that much and wrap them around herself? Her imagination took her to ridiculous places. Eamon, who stared at her curiously, quickly turned away in surprise when he saw her collarbone poking out. His hair stood on end and he laid down. I must be crazy. Why the hell did I come in here? Eamon muttered, burying his face in his front paws. It was an agonizing night for both of them. A butterfly fluttered by. Belinda, Lart, and the other members of the imperial family were gathering in the indoor garden for tea. A troubled-looking Lart was speaking to the emperor. And we were so deep in after. I didn't expect this to happen to me either, I beg your pardon, your majesty. The emperor took a sip of tea, not answering.
Belinda stared down into her cup with a blank look, ignoring the fierce looks from Adele, sitting opposite her.
Prince Lart was trying to make excuses for yesterday's incident. Why would they go into the forest without saying a word, and how did they get lost? The story was simple. He met Belinda at the hunting ground. They followed a deer to the forest and then got lost because of the strange energy. In short, Lart was the one to blame. He assured her before they went into the garden. I'll take care of this. Belinda shook her head, biting her lips. Why? It is all my fault. Your fault? No, it is everyone's fault technically. Why do you want to deal with it by yourself then? Lart squeezed her cheek with a playful smile. You lured that bear away. I have nothing to contribute, but you risked your life, so I'll deal with it. He finished with a wink. I am the careless prince anyways. It won't be a big deal if I say I dragged you with me. He chuckled. I've done well to lead an irresponsible life. If he lived responsibly, this might have been a big problem. At first, Belinda refused. Why should the next emperor bear the burden instead of her, who no one cared about? However, she had to concede when Lart brought up Adele and the empress. A low-blooded, vulgar woman leading the next emperor into a forest wouldn't be taken lightly. Adele and the empress might pounce on her. She decided to go with Lart's plan this time around. Listening to Lart's story, the emperor put down his cup. Your rash behavior could have caused a big clash. We were about to send knights into the forest to look for you and Belinda. His voice revealed some past wounds. Lart just shrugged. If they came, they could have tasted the strawberries there. The ones I picked were really the best, your majesty. The emperor smirked, not sure how to react to his son's obvious lies. After a while he smiled. Even though he was well over 40, there wasn't a single wrinkle on his face. I heard a Shinsu came out with you. How did that happen? He seemed to have moved on. There were no accidents, and he didn't want to make the issue bigger than required. It was Belinda who answered him with a relaxed expression. I met him at the ceremony. He helped us when we got lost. Since we reclose. The emperor's expression was strange. The Shinsu and the imperial family had always had a broken relationship, only collaborating for the safety of them all. Their trust was as brittle as a sandcastle. They didn't even communicate by now. That's why he was looking for the descendant of Barahan so he could destroy them for the sake of humankind. He stared at Belinda. Maybe getting acquainted with the Shinsu was a better option. Their enemy countries never dared to cross their borders because of the Shinsu forest, and even if he found the descendant of Barahan, a battle with the Shinsu could damage the royal family. If we could improve our relationship around Belinda. The emperor got lost in thought. Many theories passed through his head. The only person invited to the Shinsu ritual and protected in the Shinsu forest was Belinda. With the emperor quiet, the table calmed down. Prince Lard glanced at Belinda. Did you sleep well? His tone was worried but still cheeky. That was just Lard.
Now that she was used to him, it felt strange to treat him with courtesy.
Yeah. You? I slept like a log. Lard's face didn't let on a single sign of yesterday's happenings. He seemed to have forgotten hiding with Lucy and Eamon throwing him to the ground. His personality never ran out of fun. That's good. She quietly laughed. Was it just an illusion that they'd gotten closer? She didn't hate the rude, arrogant, and honest Lard anymore. He even looked a little cute. Lard turned to Belinda, fiddling with a spoon before finally asking carefully. And Lucy? How is she? Oh my god. You really do like Lucy. Lucy is fine. I told her to rest today. I am actually liking you a little today. Belinda. That doesn't cheer me up at all. She answered flatly and took a sip of her flower tea. It was amazing to be having such a normal conversation with Lard. Adele watched the two's conversation with sharp eyes. When did it all start? The emperor's attitude towards Belinda had softened, and so had Lard's. He still made blunt remarks, but growing close to him meant she was getting used to it. Adele bit her lips. It was strange, but she felt like Belinda was gradually encroaching on her territory. Why don't you invite the Shinsu to the palace, Belinda? It's good that we have that opportunity now. Belinda nodded, assuring him that she'd deliver the message when they next met. She called to tell him that the Shinsu in question had already come by to eat cookies and sleep next to her bed yesterday. Fortunately, she thought the guest palace Eamon frequented was far from the main one. Lard, already knowing of a Shinsu named Eamon who tended to visit the guest palace, looked at Belinda. Can't I say it now? He asked with his eyes. Since Belinda didn't answer, he didn't push it further. Adele also kept her mouth shut. She knew about Lard's humiliating incident with a Shinsu as a child, as well as the special relationship between that Shinsu and Belinda. It was easy to infer that her invitation to the ceremony came by way of this acquaintance. Adele wasn't about to say that herself. Just imagining all the strength and the Shinsu Belinda had behind her was upsetting.
She'd hide it until the end if she could, and if the Shinsu ever ended up in the palace, she'd find a way to get them on her side.
And of course, make sure to find Barahan's descendant. Adele quickly stopped herself from frowning. On the other side of the table, Lard spoke about the most recent happenings with a lively face. I heard that Duke Rotsen, the one who left for another kingdom a few years ago, is coming back. Philip Rotsen, the person who invited Belinda to his birthday party. The one who gifted her the red brooch. He was coming back. Belinda could vaguely recall his face, sticking out even among all the showy nobles. Remembering his elegant air, she thought of Eamon laughingly. No matter how handsome he is, he won't be good enough when compared to Eamon. Of course, Eamon was still the most beautiful person she could think of. He had the strange natural charm of a Shinsu that a human couldn't imitate. After the tea party, Lard offered to see her off to the palace, though probably looking for an opportunity to meet Lucy more so than wanting to spend time with her. Belinda was too tired to accept. She washed up and laid down on a rug. The memories of yesterday hadn't gone away. Lucy and Lard weren't the ones who had to face a bear just inches from them. Belinda looked up at Lucy, humming while brushing her hair. After some rest, Lucy ended up coming in the evening, bringing Mazzetto with her. Belinda. I heard you almost got eaten by a bear. I heard you almost never got to meet Mazzetto again. Flying around the room busily, Mazzetto finally dove into Belinda's hair to avoid Lucy while flapping his small wings and shouting endlessly. I heard all the rumors. Of all times, you went into the forest while the Shinsu were growing up. Even I was hiding in my nest that day. Dummy! Dummy! Strangely, the sparrow's insults didn't make her feel too bad. Were you worried, Mazzetto? Of course. The only humans Mazzetto worries about are you and Lucy. Because you give me yummy things. Was he more worried about them or his snacks? Belinda patted the small sparrow poking around in her hair. Thanks for worrying about me. Yeah. Don't do anything like that ever again. Mazzetto missed you very much while you were traveling. It will be a big deal if you die and I can't see you anymore. Yes, I got it. She answered affectionately and looked back at Lucy. She was about to ask her a question before Mazzetto had cut her off. Lucy? Yes, princess. Lucy replied with a smile, giggling at Mazzetto and Belinda's conversation. Can I ask you a difficult question? You can ask me too if you want. Who do you like better, Eamon or Lart? Belinda asked in a serious tone. Knowing that both Eamon and Lart liked Lucy, she was now curious how she felt. Of course, this didn't mean she would give up if she found out that Lucy liked Eamon too. Eamon. Lucy answered without much thought. As expected. Belinda, with a troubled expression, got lost in thought. What should she do? She didn't want to compete with Lucy. Her precious Lucy. Mazzetto popped out from Belinda's hair. Lucy is a really strange human too. How could you like Eamon more? The gangster Shinsu. Belinda tucked the bird back into her hair, ignoring his squeaky protests as she asked another serious question. Then who would you choose if they both liked you? Although the question was very personal, Lucy, once again, answered without hesitation. Lart. Mazzetto stuck his head out again. What? What is wrong with you? Why would you choose Lart if you like Eamon? Why? Lucy reached into the cookie jar and offered the incomprehensibly babbling bird a cookie. At least he stopped meddling with them while eating. Indeed, Mazzetto finally went silent, pecking at a dried cherry. Only then could Lucy and Belinda have a proper conversation. Why did you choose Lart if you like Eamon more? He is a Shinsu. Lucy answered briefly with a soft smile. Huh? Shinsu don't see humans as their equals. Who knows if I'd become prey? I like Eamon in the sense that I respect him a lot, but not like that. It couldn't be that way in the first place. What do you mean? How couldn't she like a Shinsu as handsome and gorgeous as Eamon? Lucy smiled awkwardly at the confusing question. Well, he has a different attitude with the two of us. So I am still a little afraid of him. Afraid of Eamon? Hearing that somehow made Belinda want to jump to his defense, but she didn't know what he was really like while she wasn't around. Eamon didn't act cute with her gone, and she never noticed his dirty looks towards Lucy. Instead of defending him, Belinda tried to soothe herself. Maybe his changing behavior was because he liked Lucy. Because he cared about her. Anyways, she didn't like him well. Was she alone in her feelings? My poor cat. Belinda licked her lips, suddenly feeling bad. Princess? Lucy looked at her curiously. Belinda stared out the window at the night sky from her bed. Talking about Eamon with Lucy made her miss him even more. He came by a while ago, but how many days would it be until he showed up again? It was unknown, as always. The forest was too dangerous for her to enter. Now that she thought about it, their relationship was very one-sided. Eamon could come and go as he pleased, but she couldn't find him. She'd already learned that entering the forest would only leave her dead. She ended up calling his name thoughtlessly. Eamon. Yeah? An answer came from the dark. Belinda jumped out of her seat in surprise, noticing the owner of the voice. She rushed to the window and threw it open to see a big beast curled up outside. Eamon. He stood up. His body, big even while curled up, was now even more monumental. His surroundings dimmed in the obscured moonlight. Belinda cautiously responded from the dark bedroom. How long have you been there? Just a little while. I didn't hear you coming. I've always told you that stealth and seclusion are my specialties. He replied casually. He had secretly visited since he was a little leopard, but how could he sneak in with such a large body? It was really a relief that the guest palace was in a remote corner of the imperial grounds. Do you want to come in? Belinda asked, opening the windows wider. I can't get in through there. Eamon replied with a slight embarrassment. It was an unexpected answer. Looking at the size of Eamon, then the size of the window, Belinda nodded. He'd probably crush half the wall if he tried to go in through there. She smiled at him, still lovely in a bigger size. Curling up outside without telling her, was so cute that she couldn't stand in. She stretched her arms out towards him, as always. Come here. She wanted to hug and love him as she did in the past, but instead of jumping into her arms, Eamon stared at her quizzically. She leaned further out the window. Come on. He took a step back and rubbed his face with his front paws. After some hesitation, he sighed and approached Belinda. Soon there was a massive beast in her arms. All she could hold was his head. Belinda patted the back of his neck, his fur sticking up with every touch as if he was nervous before flattening back down. The leopardess body was firm and smooth. He rubbed his face into her arms. His breathing got more sporadic, and his body seemed to heat up. Are you sick? Belinda asked in a worried voice. No. He murmured. Are you sure? You're really warm. Growth it as just because I've grown. Ignore it. You're short of breath too. I said ignore it. The purring in her arms sounded more like pampering than a threat. Belinda rubbed her cheek against his head. His body stiffened up. Eamon got more restless every time she moved, his breath continuing to quicken. His front paws pressed down onto the floor, crushing the grass under him. Finally, he pulled away from Belinda with a groan. Belinda felt very sad to see him already moving away. He doesn't even curl up in my arms anymore like he used to. The cold night wind replaced the heat of his body. Eamon, with his thoughts drifting, turned to look up at the moon. Belinda stared at him, his eyelashes sparkling in the moonlight, and sighed. Beautiful even when he was young, the animal shone even more grown up. The simple sight of the leopard standing still was as elegant and stunning as an artfully crafted masterpiece. Could a leopard really be that handsome? After some time, Eamon turned his jewel-like eyes to Belinda. I am going to sleep with you today. Belinda stepped back, startled by the sudden remark. Oh. Huh? She knew he wasn't referring to that, but his directness was still surprising. Her whole face flushed. It's all because of me. Because I looked at Eamon in an obscene way. It's clear I feel like that since I like him. Eamon seemed very surprised by her flushed face and stuttering. He stumbled back and hit the floor with a thud. No. It's not that. Oh. You're misunderstanding. That's not what I meant, I would never, not never. Anyways, not now. He himself didn't seem to know what he was saying. Eamon's words were hasty and as messy as a scrambled puzzle. White dust flew up into the air with every bewildered swing of his tail. Belinda was the first to come to her senses. She blinked and belatedly laughed, dumbfounded. Even for his standard, Eamon's embarrassment due to his single slip was quite strange. Belinda shook her head and shrugged, smiling. Eamon, calm down. I didn't misunderstand anything. I know you would never say that. She spoke in a soothing voice, but Eamon still seemed to have a lot on his mind. Do you really need to make it that definite? Anyways, didn't you say you wanted to sleep here? Belinda asked, still smiling. He nodded slowly. After the silent affirmation, Belinda waved him back so he could go in through the door. After some hesitation, Eamon started approaching, seeming to have made up his mind. Without a sound, the large animal walked across the path and entered the room like a shadow. Belinda, lying on the bed, waved at him. Eamon walked on after the harmless gesture and curled up next to the bed. Belinda stared at the ball of fur, smiling. Looking at Eamon lying down like that gave her butterflies. She passed her fingers through his soft fur, as she always used to do. By the way, you didn't get hurt during the duel, did you? She was worried that it was already too late to ask since a few days had passed. Eamon said that he left the duel behind and came running to her, but the smell of blood on him was clear. He did say it wasn't his blood, but still. I didn't get a single scratch. Eamon snapped. Didn't you get in trouble? You said you couldn't finish the duel because you were looking for us. Trouble? Eamon asked back in an amused voice and rubbed his cheek on Belinda's calf. Breedy, not even the elders can hold anything against me now. Belinda curled up her toes. The soft fur was pleasant but itchy. Every time Eamon moved, her pajamas slightly slid up her leg. His breath lingered on her, giving her a chill. She eventually pushed him away with her foot. Just as much as he clung to her, her heart fluttered. It was a strange feeling. Eamon gently leaned onto her feet. Breedy, I am the chief now. There is no animal stronger than me now. I can do whatever I want. He purred, seemingly in a good mood, and rubbed his cheek against her skin. Belinda gulped, filled with an inexplicable tension, and pushed away from the great Shinsu chief again. Stop, it tickles. He hugged her legs and rubbed them with his paws as if she were a stuffed toe. It didn't help with all the turmoil she was already feeling. You don't even know how I feel. She was starting to resent him. She was already flustered when he said he would sleep there, so how could she handle this? Now that I like you, my heart flutters even when you're reacting like an animal. You don't even know how I feel. What a foolish leopard. Being pushed away didn't deter Eamon. Belinda put her hand on her chest. How much would she have to wrap up her heart and hide it deep inside from Eamon? Would she be able to hold out with Eamon acting like this? His attitude was still the same. The only thing that changed was his image. He wasn't a baby leopard anymore. However, as she accepted his new self, her feelings evolved, deeper and stranger than before. Belinda sighed and pulled up her blanket. For some reason, it felt like tough days were to come. In the meantime, Eamon's rough tongue slowly passed over her calf. An unfamiliar sensation ran down her spine. Tossing around, Belinda ended up kicking him. Whether Eamon was in a good mood or a mysterious one like now, it was no secret. Belinda wasn't used to this feeling. You perv cat? Even when she kicked him, Eamon responded with a happy purr. Looking at the trees outside the carriage's window, Philip moved his arm. How many years had it been since he last saw the Empire? Although there was nothing new to welcome him, it was refreshing. Has it changed a lot, Duke? Yes, it has. The roads leading into the capital have been renovated, and the central clock tower was rebuilt. Oh, is that so? Philip Rodson nodded roughly, still staring outside. He wasn't listening much to the friendly attempts at conversation. Philip, an old friend of Prince Lard and Princess Adele, had returned to the Empire just a few days ago after he graduated from his academy. Even for vacations, he hadn't been back so he could focus on his studies. After all those years, returning was more freeing than one of happiness. Philip, with his chin propped on the windowsill, quietly scanned through the capital. His glowing blue eyes looked languid. Looking at the trees brushing by the carriage, someone came to his mind. Belinda. That gaze, staring down at him proudly. How would she, never having been malicious, fit into the palace? He had high expectations. Philip drummed on the windowsill with his graceful fingers. It would be a lie to say that he thought of her throughout his whole time at the academy, but sometimes that beautiful face would still cross his mind. He silently smiled as he looked at the palace's spire reaching up beyond the clouds. Is there something nice on your mind, sir? I wouldn't go as far as to call it a nice thing, but it is definitely interesting. He folded his arms, leaning back into the seat. He was going to visit Belinda soon. Spring was already starting. A refreshing gust of wind blew a flurry of pink petals outside the window. Belinda. Someone was knocking on the palace's door with no regard to manners. Belinda didn't need to ask who it was. It had to be Lard. She could visualize the servant as nervous squirming next to him, not daring to stop the prince. Come in, Lard. She answered, brushing petals off her shoulder. Lard hurried inside as soon as she let him in. Well, it is still better than just charging in without permission, Belinda thought, trying to see the bright side. You came. Belinda's messy hair fell onto her shoulders. Lard's escort, standing behind the open door, stared at her blankly before catching himself and disappearing outside. It had been 10 years since he last met the princess, who had blossomed into a vivid beauty from the skinny, rough girl she once was. She was a true masterpiece. However, his stepsister's beauty didn't seem to affect Lard. He put down the envelope he'd been holding and plopped onto a chair. Lucy's not here yet? No. Look at the time. It was still early in the morning. Unlike a typical noble who could party all night, Belinda usually woke up early. Still, knowing Lard, he probably wouldn't have cared if she was asleep either. Lard snapped at the maid to bring them tea. Once she was gone, he leaned over the table. Does Lucy know about my feelings? Feelings? What feelings? Belinda asked, even though she knew everything, as if to poke fun at him. Prince Lard flushed. You know. What would I know? Well, the wanting to be with someone on that kind of feelings. I am not Lucy. I don't know. Belinda leaned back against the chair with a relaxed smile. Lard patted the table with his palm. But you should have a sense. The kind you get while rolling around in a back alley. When the maid came with the tea, he quickly went back to pretending to be elegant. It was useless anyway, since everyone knew what he was like. Go. Belinda spoke lightly. Huh? Leave? What? Lard didn't seem to understand the neat order. You re-saying I rolled around in a back alley just like that, thinking I'd want to hear it. Well, I don't, brother. Lard's eyes widened. Know it as a habit. Then you can also leave like a habit. Bye. Belinda grinned. After some embarrassed coughing, Lard began to make excuses with a red face. It just came out. I didn't mean it. Really? It is a bad habit. Mom. I am sorry. I'll try harder to not do it. A lifeless apology slipped out. Belinda tapped the table with her fingertips. If you keep doing that, I'll tell Lucy that you peed yourself in front of me once. What? When did I do that? 10 years ago. When you were crying because you got trampled on by a Shih Tzu. Come on, you have to forget that. We're family now. Lard, huffing and puffing, really did look upset. Wasn't that true? It meant that no one would speak of his embarrassing behavior while threatened by a Shih Tzu. Surely everyone would have reacted the same, unless their heart was made of solid diamond. Belinda laughed out loud. That's not what someone that has been treating me like a halfway family member should say, Lard. Oh, he apologized again, then but please don't tell Lucy. Lard slouched. He was like a mimosa, making Belinda want to tease him even more. However, she decided to stop. Why did you come today, though? Could you let Lucy go outside today? That wouldn't be much trouble. Why? Belinda asked, pushing aside her empty teacup. Lard opened the envelope on the table, revealing a ticket, then closed it again. I am going to see an opera. Belinda raised an eyebrow. You really giving it your all, huh? It was amazing. Lard, while in love, wasn't the arrogant prince she knew. She was really hoping that he didn't take it lightly and wouldn't hurt Lucy. Belinda scanned through him with a serious look and nodded. At least he was sincere. Okay. You can leave together when Lucy gets here. How about I go pick her up? Lucy won't go anywhere without my express permission. They both nodded. In the meantime, there was a knock on the door. The lady has arrived, princess. Lucy was going to be arriving soon. Lard straightened his posture, trying to look elegant. He had to make up for the image of him rolling around in the dirt in a forest from a few days ago. Good morning, princess. Lucy came in with a cheerful greeting, bringing a scent of fresh flowers. Seeing Lard was a surprise. Your Highness? After regaining her composure and bowing, she was left to stand around awkwardly. There were only 2 chairs in the room. Belinda stood up, wondering what to do. She wanted to walk around a bit because she was dizzy, but she also thought that Lard deserved a chance. Sit down, Lucy. Belinda walked over to the window, catching a glance of Lard and Lucy at the table. The sight of Lard's embarrassed expression was really something. The sun filtering through the leaves warmed her. Her body could tell that spring was coming before she could. She stood below the window frame, looking at the 2 smiling faces. Lard crumpling the opera tickets envelope with a stiff face, asking about a date, red-faced and stuttering, Lucy's surprised face also blushing. Belinda closed her eyes and stood in the sunlight. Eamon came to mind. She hoped he liked her, but at the same time, she didn't want him to get hurt. She didn't want Eamon to see Lard and Lucy together. So that her big cat wouldn't have to suffer. These concerns are ridiculous anyways. Even if Eamon liked Lucy, they could never be together. He was a beast and she was a human. To put it differently, even if Eamon liked her, their chances were slim. Even if they were friends. Of course that wouldn't stop her from thinking about him. Her heart could do as it liked. A human and a beast are hopeless in the first place. At that moment, before she could even close her mouth, there was a sudden growl from behind her. What are you talking about? The low voice was full of annoyance. Belinda lurched back in surprise and turned her head to see the animal staring at her. The white sunlight scattered behind him, creating a dreamlike sight. His eyes were so chaotic that they could have dismantled her. Eamon! Are you here? Instead of Eamon, it was Mazzetto who cheerfully chirped back. Mazzetto is here too. He was the only flying animal that could treat a Shinsu like transport. Eamon briefly growled at him. What are you talking about, that a human and a beast are hopeless? Do you mean me? Eamon asked, grinding his teeth. Belinda laughed awkwardly but didn't answer. She knew he liked Lucy and didn't want to break his heart. She hated to see the lovely big cat sad. Eamon's eyes narrowed. Belinda leaned out the window, ignoring his sharp gaze. The first thing she needed to do was calm him down, so she reached out to gently rub his nose. However, he showed no sign of calming down. Why can't a human and a beast work? What is the reason? Why couldn't they? Eamon asked, continuing to grill her. He couldn't hide that he was heated and it bubbled up in his voice. Belinda, not knowing what to say, stayed silent. There's nothing impossible about it. Don't worry. I'll make it happen. Why did I become the chief if not for this? He continued to huff and puff like a child. Once again it was Mazzetto who answered. Why you became the chief? Well, why did you, Eamon? Is there a reason? Wasn't it because you're the strongest? Eamon continued to ignore him, along with Belinda, but Mazzetto went on relentlessly, circling them. Why? Why are you the chief? Why? Why? Why, Eamon? He flew away, startled, when a dangerous growl came out from Eamon. What the hell? Why are you suddenly angry? You surprised the sparrow. Of course, the anger wasn't exactly sudden, but Mazzetto fumingly declared that he was leaving and disappeared into the woods. Mazzetto or no Mazzetto, Eamon hit the floor with his paws, shouting. I am the chief now. I'll do as I please. No beast or human can stop me. Belinda nodded at his childlike ramblings. Yeah. When have you not just done that? Eamon, still panting, tried to growl to relieve his anger, then addressed the royal snooping around the window in a low voice. Get out. This is my territory. Lart, apparently only receiving enough of his anger, was forced out of the room after his snooping. He nodded towards the tickets to Belinda before carefully heading outside with Lucy. He couldn't be scolded by a Shinsu, especially one showing his fangs. Eamon's expression only softened when he was the only man remaining in his territory with Belinda. He raised his head proudly. I am going to sleep here today. He really was acting like it was his territory. Belinda scratched his chin with a puzzled look. Whatever you want. Her pretty cat's temperament seemed to have gotten worse as an adult. The night air was still cold. Belinda glanced at the moon and took a deep breath of fresh air before closing the window. Normally this would have been a dreamland. She closed her eyes, listening to the crickets chirping in the otherwise silent room, and leaned back onto Eamon. Even when she used to dream of being held in the arms of a beast, she never imagined that she'd be buried like this. Eamon, can I touch your paws? In response, Eamon slowly moved closer to her and stuck out his big front paw. Seeing him hesitate, Belinda asked again. Give me your paws. This time it was an imposing demand, to which Eamon silently pushed his paws forward. What a good boy. Belinda fiddled with the huge paw on her thighs. Even holding just one, it was terribly heavy. This beast is really so big and heavy. She'd already found out when she saw him crushing a bear as if it was a grasshopper. She pressed down on his feet and gently stroked his fur, making him flinch and wiggle. Belinda lightly slapped his paw. Stay still. I am trying. Eamon closed his eyes, murmuring more complaints. Show me your claws too. They're dangerous though. Now. Once again, Eamon nicely handed over his paw. Pulling back just in case, Belinda began to fiddle with his claws as soon as he let them out. Like big hooks, they were hard, heavy and looked like they could tear apart flesh with a simple snap. However, even seeing them, he was still a lovely, big cat to Belinda. She played around with the leopardess front paws as if she'd never been scared of him. Now that she was used to him, they were more interesting than scary. Eamon, purposefully observing her, asked a question. Well, Breedy. Aren't you scared of this form now? No. I was a bit at first, to be honest, but I am really okay now. It's nothing. Maybe because I met Nordy. Big bodies used to scare her because of the abuse she experienced as a child, but when she went back with Eamon, those fears stopped controlling her. Also, Eamon is Eamon. Of course I am not afraid if it's him. Her feelings for Eamon were too deep to be afraid of him, and the knowledge that he thought of her as a precious friend even more so. She turned around and hugged him with a smile. I like you, Eamon. I hope we can stay together forever. Eamon gasped. Belinda felt his body stiffen under her arm. As if he'd forgotten how to breathe, he was as still as a statue. He finally took a deep breath. Mom. Belinda rubbed her cheek against him with a sigh of relief. The texture of his fur felt so nice. The warm, affectionate touch made her feel like she was melting into peace. On the other hand, the panic-stricken Eamon was barely breathing. When Belinda pulled him further into her arms, he suddenly sprang up. Eamon. She stumbled with nothing to lean on. Eamon propped her up with his paws and gently laid her onto the floor. Then he ran outside without a single word. He leaped over the table, knocked over a chair, and dashed straight ahead. Eamon, supposedly the specialist in sneaking around like a shadow, was now more violent and noisy than anyone. Eamon! Where are you going? Eamon ran on without answering her agitated question until he hit the door. Seemingly, he couldn't open it with his paws. The heavy door, now crushed, was open, allowing Eamon to run off. Eamon! Only awkward silence remained in the darkness. The door, about half of it gone, swung in with a creak. It looked like a hurricane had struck it. Is your head okay? Belinda was concerned for him after his altercation with the door. It was obviously the door that broke first, but she was still worried. After some struggling to get the broken door closed, she approached the window and stared out at the hunting grounds just in time to spot Eamon running towards the Shinsu forest. He crashed against a big tree, sending shattered bits flying everywhere along with the startled birds that had been sleeping in it. There were a few more crash sounds here and there. A Shinso who was supposed to protect the forest, the chief nonetheless, was recklessly destroying it. After some time absent-mindedly looking at his behavior, Belinda laid onto the bed. Did Eamon ever do anything that made sense? He'd come back sometime. Soon, Eamon carefully pushed in the broken door. He was still panting, but looked calmer. You back? What happened all of a sudden? How is your head? Belinda asked. He wandered around the room for a bit embarrassed before laying down next to the bed again. It's just that I've grown up, he said as Belinda brushed through his fur with her toes. Growth. Of course, it was again the magic word that could explain anything. While Lard and Lucy were on a date at the hunting grounds, Belinda played chess with Mazzetto. After she moved the white knight, it was Mazzetto's turn to scamper over the board and peck a square. Here. Here. I am moving it here. Belinda grinned as she moved the piece over. It felt a bit strange to be playing chess with a talking sparrow. Anyone would think she was crazy. She was friends with the talking leopard and the talking sparrow. I really have made all the strange friends, she muttered, staring through the window out of habit. It was where Eamon used to jump in as a little leopard. However, the beast she was waiting for wasn't there. The only thing to be seen were leaves on the drooping branches outside. The day he ran off and wreaked havoc in the forest, he wasn't able to sleep after he came back and left before the sun rose. That was 2 weeks ago. I miss you though. Belinda was lost in thought. Why aren't you moving anything? It's your turn. Mazzetto's chirping suddenly brought her to her senses and she moved the white knight again. Then, a strange sound rang through the wind, wooden wheels against the ground. Someone seemed to be approaching the palace. Since they were coming from the other direction, Belinda turned to the door. The maid's voice sounded as expected, announcing a visitor. Princess, you have a visitor. Who is it? A slightly unfamiliar name came from the maid. Duke Philip Rodson. It was still somehow familiar. Duke of Rodson, Philip Rodson. Belinda mumbled the names. She'd heard them somewhere, but she wasn't sure who it was. Before Belinda could recall him, Mazzetto was already flapping around shouting. Philip? Who is it? Who is Philip? Only then did Belinda come to her senses and pinch his beak shut. Mazzetto. You can talk. It could be dangerous if someone finds out about you. Although she was used to it by now, wouldn't a talking sparrow be considered a rarity? If rumors spread, the little sparrow might be put in danger. The Ministry of Magic might want to dissect him to find out how the hell it is possible. When Belinda put a finger to her lips to shush him, Mazzetto replied loudly. I got it. No talking. I just said you can chirp. Mazzetto was already itching to talk again. In the meantime, Philip strode inside, the handsome young man covered by the huge bouquet of roses he was carrying. Belinda was only then able to properly direct her thoughts to him. Oh, it's Philip. He invited me to his birthday party once. Philip got down onto one knee and offered her the roses, then bowed to greet her. Greetings to the great blood of the Empire, Princess Belinda. Nice to meet you again, Duke Philip. Belinda thanked him for the flowers and took the bouquet. What is all this for? The visit was already surprising, but him getting down on one knee was even more so. Wasn't he that for proposing? When Belinda took the flowers, Philip flashed a smile that could make anyone's heart flutter. Then, a voice rang from the corner of the room. What? What are you doing? Are you crazy? It was Mazzetto. Surprised, Philip turned around, followed by Belinda. All she asked was for him to stay quiet for a while, but he couldn't resist. Mazzetto, startled, hid in a large potted plant. Didn't you hear something strange just now? Philip asked in a serious voice. He heard a cute childish voice, but there was no child to be seen, only a sparrow babbling next to a pot. It would have seemed strange to anyone. I didn't hear a thing though. Belinda replied brazenly. Oh, is that so? Philip dragged out the word, consciously fixing his expression and turning back around. He'd become dreaming of a dramatic romantic reunion, but for some reason the atmosphere was a little strange. Philip stepped back awkwardly but soon smiled again. Why don't we take a walk together to celebrate meeting again? Belinda glanced over at the pot. Just a walk wouldn't be difficult, but Mazzetto was bound to follow them to chirp around and meddle. She didn't want to deal with that, for the sake of Mazzetto and the sake of her sanity. Belinda gently refused, putting the roses in a vase. I can see. I already have plans. Those plans were playing chess with a sparrow, of course. Taking a sniff of the flowers, she continued. Well, get home safe. Philip was met with a firm refusal before he made any progress. He was clearly embarrassed, no one had ever rejected him. He was rich, handsome and powerful. He never expected to get such a determined rejection when he was being the savior for a low-blooded woman. He soon came to his senses and softly smiled. I am sorry. I'll ask in advance next time. Yes, please do. Belinda, with all her attention already shifted to Mazzetto, gave an insincere answer. Philip looked at Belinda for a few more seconds and sighed to himself. He'd have to remember next time. I'll get going then. Yeah. Belinda nodded, not too reluctant to let him go. Would he end up coming back? Well, as long as he came when Mazzetto wasn't around. Belinda turned around to quieten the bird without Philip noticing. All his chirping and spinning around in the pot drew too much attention. What a noisy creature. He was too noisy even for his role as an ordinary sparrow. Amid all the chirping, Philip greeted Belinda. May you have the infinite glory of the empire. He bowed and walked out of the room. That voice from earlier really didn't feel like something he imagined. Philip strode along. However you put it, it had been a strange day. Their chess game eventually ended in a victory for Mazzetto. Of course, it wasn't because Belinda's skills were inferior, but rather because of Mazzetto's cute acts every time he got cornered. Can't you let Mazzetto off just one time? His cuteness finally made Belinda lose. She stood up to close the window after him, laughing. I am too weak towards cuteness. She treated Eamon's injuries back then because he was cute. Now she lost to Mazzetto because he was cute. Cuteness was the problem. Of course, her little leopard, that incarnation of cuteness, had become a dangerous cat with pointed fangs. Belinda stared out at the vast forest beyond the hunting grounds. Since it was already dark outside, its shape blurred into the shadows. The scent of flowers drifted over to her from the vase right by the window, filled with the roses Philip brought. Mom. She brushed her fingertips against the petals. She'd be a fool not to know what those flowers meant. She was already at a marriageable age, plenty old enough to meet men. However, Philip's approaches couldn't be taken seriously, another creature already had her heart. But there are so many difficulties for that love. Too many. She didn't even know where to start. First of all, she'd have to win Eamon's heart. Then she'd have to design a future where humans and Shinsu could be together. How should she start? It would be better to seduce Eamon before all else. After all, the heart always came first. Filled with determination, she fiddled with the petals until she was interrupted by the sound of scratching that came from the door. Eamon! Is that you? In the past, the baby leopard would have jumped in through the window, but now he was scratching the door as if asking for permission. Soon, Eamon's voice answered. Yeah, it's me. Can I come in? Of course. The door swung open before she could grab the doorknob. The black animal walked in like a shadow, with subtle movements that did not match his massive size. Belinda stumbled back. Oh, you fixed the breedy. Eamon stopped talking and moved forwards before he could think. He stopped her fall with his head. Belinda smiled, rubbing her cheek on his forehead as she hugged him. You came. Why haven't you been here for so long? Unable to properly express how much she missed him in these last 2 weeks, she resorted to a hug. The beast nervously blinked, not wanting to face her. He put his chin on her shoulder, finally able to breathe again. Whenever she tried to come closer, he wriggled away. Amon's eyes narrowed. He raised his head and put Belinda down. What's this? Huh? What? This. Amon slowly wandered inside, following the scent, and turned to the window. The wind blowing in was carrying the flower's scent, along with a hint of Philip's. A wave of slight anger filled Amon's eyes. That little rat again. It had been a long time since he faced Philip, but the scent engraved in his senses wasn't easily erased. Hostility and weariness were shining in his eyes. Belinda approached the angry beast and rubbed his neck. What's wrong? Amon pushed her back and poked the vase. The crack of glass echoed through the empty room. He trampled on the remnants, making sure to break it all. His heavy front paw shattered the vase into pieces. Belinda ran over in a hurry. You'll get hurt. She grabbed him by the tail and dragged him away, getting on her knees to take a look at his paws. It doesn't look like you're re-injured. There wasn't even a scratch, let alone a drop of blood, on the huge paws. That just came with being a Shinsu, seemingly. Amon looked down at her, lowered his head, and slowly rubbed his nose around her ears. A soothing whisper flowed around her. I hate to have my territory invaded on. Belinda let down her shoulders and nodded as if she were possessed. That was the reason the Shinsu lived so far apart from each other in the first place, to avoid invading each other's personal sphere. If there's someone I don't like in my territory, Breedy, I'll want to kill him. His low voice was scratchy. Belinda took a deep breath after the calm, slow remark. Why was it so scary, even though he was whispering that softly? Amon rubbed his forehead against her collarbone. What should you do if you don't want to see other people's blood here? His voice was calm as if talking to a child. Belinda blinked, answering hesitantly. Not let them in. Amon laughed, satisfied with the answer, and replied with an unwavering smile. That's right. This is my territory. And you are mine, from head to toe. Mum. Belinda nodded obediently, thinking about how stubbornly possessive he was over a friend. Amon was a big cat with a temper to match, but he stayed calm if he got what he wanted. Belinda knew that very well, so she decided to go along with him once again. It was probably like how people didn't like it when someone else showed up at a place they'd been visiting since childhood. She rubbed Amon's nose, mumbling inwardly. Amon. I am sleepy. She turned around and moved towards the bed, slowly followed by Amon, settling down comfortably. Instead of laying down next to the bed as usual, Amon rubbed his cheek against her knee. It was like he was asking her to pet him. Belinda grinned and smacked his forehead. There's no other cat like you. After a long time stroking his soft fur, Belinda spoke impulsively. Amon, can't you show me your human form? I am curious. Amon slowly opened his eyes. His purple pupils shrunk. You grew up as a beast, but what about your human form? Amon stared at her and snapped back. Will you be able to handle it? Handle. Handle what? Without answering, Amon transformed himself, and soon a man appeared. Although he was an adult, his face had a boyish look to it. Amon wrapped his arm around Belinda's waist, finally answering her question. Handle this. His body was warm. Belinda cut her breath short. All she could hear was the sound of the leaves swaying in the wind. Strangely, the silence felt precarious. This. He grabbed her waist and looked up at her. This is me. That's what the purple eyes that resembled petals soaked in the rain seemed to say. Dump. Dump. A wave of emotion swept over Belinda. It felt like a small fish was swimming around in her heart, creating ripples. Even though it was Amon, she felt nervous. His bright eyes were visible through his hair. His skin was smooth, his eyelashes so long they reflected the moonlight, smooth lines drawn out over his face, just like his childhood self. However, there was no sign of a child anywhere in his beautiful appearance. However you looked at it, he was a man. Sitting against Belinda, his broad shoulders and delicate bones could be seen. Pretty. So pretty. Belinda reached for his hair before pulling back. She felt like she was facing a sacred being that she shouldn't touch. Eamon rubbed his cheek against her stomach like a child. He was so similar to the cute little cat, so why did it all feel strange? Eamon. Can I touch just a little? Belinda asked after much thought. The corners of Eamon's eyes crinkled up, shining like jewels. The beautiful pupils that were now clearly revealed belonged to a beast. You don't need to ask unnecessary questions, Breedy. He answered slowly. No wonder his voice was raspy. Belinda carefully reached out and touched his face, starting with his eyelashes and eyes. His smooth skin stuck to her fingertips. Eamon, in a good mood, relaxed himself, slowly blinking and not taking his eyes off Belinda. Although the chilling gaze seemed to pierce through her, she couldn't stop herself from touching the pretty face. She smoothed down his eyebrows, ran down his nose, and lightly brushed his cheek. His moonlit skin was as fine as marble. Eamon held his breath for a while, finally breathing out when her fingertips touched his chin. He rubbed against her palm as if he was a baby leopard again. Belinda smiled when she felt the warmth against her palm. It was just like they used to do. My pretty and cute cat. She smiled to herself for a little while but soon hardened up. It was because of a sloppy sound. Eamon was slowly planting kisses onto her hands. Every time his lips gently touched her, she felt like there was a ball of fire tearing into her heart. It is just a habit. A habit Eamon has. Just a habit. The only thing that had changed was his appearance. She couldn't believe that just that would make her feel like this. How stupid. Wasn't he just like this when he was a leopard? He bit her fingers, licked her and poked around. Belinda tried to collect her dazed mind. That tickles, Eamon. You're always ticklish. Just a little more. Good girl. Eamon mumbled. He grabbed her hand and took a breath, following the scent. Belinda's soft, thin fingers interlocked with Eamon's large, rough hand. He traced his fingers up her arm. Belinda felt his breath on the back of her neck as he slowly raised his head. I want to touch too. Ahem. Belinda, speechless, wasn't sure whether that was an answer. She was the one who'd asked first, so why was it so strange for him to do the same? As soon as she nodded, after some agonizing, Eamon reached out. Belinda closed her eyes. Just looking at his face made her feel like her body and paralyzed her mind. Any more and she would melt. She could feel Eamon's warmth over her cheeks before he touched her and squeezed her lips shut. The fingers against her skin were playful rather than stealthy. An index finger poked her cheek and pitched the other one. The tension Belinda felt was greatly relieved. I had no reason to be nervous. She smiled and tried to open her eyes, closing them again in surprise when Eamon covered them. Sitting on her knees, Eamon swept over her cheeks with his palms and fumbled with her earlobes. Belinda endured it with a stiff body, unable to find the right time to open her eyes. Every time his palm passed by her cheek, she felt like there was flowing electricity between them. Ack. Without realizing it, she made a sound when he slid his thumb under her eyes. At the same time, her body was thrown back, and before she knew it, she was laying down on the bed. He hovered over her, obscuring her vision. Eamon's blazing gaze hit her. The strange tension in the air made it hard to breathe. Instinctively, Belinda withdrew, but Eamon moved right with her. He swept over her cheek, whispering in a sweet voice. I've been holding back a long time, wanting to touch you in this form. I was afraid to face it. That maybe you'd be scared of me. His low-pitched voice brushed against her skin. Belinda pressed down on her chest with her pale hands. Since earlier, her heart had been pounding like it was about to break. She tried to keep it down, hoping and praying that Eamon wouldn't hear anything. It is just like a kitten. Just like when he was a kitten. Still, she couldn't calm herself as he kept touching her, and she began to blush. It felt like she was getting a fever. Whenever he touched her, her shoulders trembled with chills. Why did she feel like this at just a touch? Slowly, a shadow covered her face as Eamon came closer. Ah! Belinda clasped at the bed sheet. Eamon's elegant eyelashes were right in front of her wide-open eyes. As he got even closer, their lips seemed to overlap. "Breedy, can I lick a little?" he asked with an innocent face, like a child about to be given candy. Belinda panicked, opened her mouth and gulped before slightly nodding. Taking it as permission, Eamon smiled and slightly bit her cheek. The playful touch of his lips was soft and hot. Belinda's heart was burning up, too. It is a bit itchy. She tried to gather herself, but her voice was trembling. As different as humans and beasts were, I am nervous. This is so nice. Should I just stay still and pretend not to know?
Eamon didn't seem to know what this kind of contact meant to humans. He did the same thing, licking around, as a young leopard.
So, maybe if she pretended to be oblivious, they could have deeper contact. For a moment she wanted to take advantage of Eamon's innocence, but it wasn't right. Tempting the innocent leopard would weigh on her conscience too much. Meanwhile, Eamon kept licking her as if she was sugar. Torn between her instincts and her conscience, Belinda gently pushed him away from her. "Get out of the way for a bit, Eamon. I feel weird." Eamon, who'd been nibbling on her cheek, fell off. She could feel his warm body under the cloth, along with his heartbeat, and lowered her hand. Eamon looked up at Belinda and asked her pitifully, like a child who had their candy taken away. "What was that for?" "Can't I do more?" For some reason, Eamon's face now reminded her of Mazzetto. Just like the sparrow asking her to let his mistakes slide earlier, Eamon's pretty face tugged at her sense of compassion. Just as she let Mazzetto win at chess, she felt like giving in to Eamon's beauty. Belinda pulled herself together and shook her head firmly. "You can see." "Stop." Eamon obviously didn't know. It was clear that he had no idea that doing any more would be a strange act for a human. He really didn't know that he shouldn't do the things he did as a baby leopard. Belinda continued, stuttering with a serious face. "Eamon. Later. Later." She meant to explain what these actions meant, but Eamon understood it differently. "Can I do more later?" "How? How much? How much more?" He smiled beautifully and buried his face in Belinda's neck, with the excited expression of a child about to receive an award. His forehead felt hot against her neck. Belinda took a breath and tried to piece together a sentence. "That how far?" "Well, at that time on later, bit by bit." Eamon laughed. "You're too soft with me. So nice and naive." His quiet muttering didn't reach Belinda. "Breedy, I'm going to sleep in bed with you today since I am human." "Oh sure." Was the bedsheet clumped up? The hard lump against her thigh had been there for a while. "That means I'll hold you, and you'll sleep in my arms," Eamon added. "Well, yes," Belinda replied, trembling. They used to sleep together all the time. Of course, back then it was a baby leopard and not this person with her. As she nodded, Eamon lifted himself and looked down at her. He deeply stared into the innocent human eyes and sighed. Eamon grabbed her waist and put her down. The two that had been touching were now getting farther away from each other. Eamon, lying on his back with his head propped up, whispered, "I see you're still a child." He carefully swept aside her hair with a gentle, affectionate touch. Belinda trembled every time she felt him brushing up against her skin. Playfully twisting around her hair, Eamon softly smiled. "So I'll let you off for now. Your Majesty, Princess Adele has come to see you." There was an immediate answer to the servant's words from inside the office. "Bring her in." Adele's visits were always a priority for the emperor. Soon the princess entered, her dress fluttering. The emperor was sitting by a window under a tree's shadow, reading a document. He looked up when he felt her presence. Shortly, a smile appeared on the face of the most powerful man in the empire. "What a pleasant surprise visit," he said in a cheerful tone. Princess Adele sat down on the sofa with a coy expression. "I came because I've been feeling really distant from your majesty lately. You're always so busy, it makes me sad." Since the appointment of the new Shinsu chief, the emperor's workload had increased in preparation for the inauguration ceremony they'd have to hold. Even if the two parties weren't close by now, it had always been the empire's duty to announce the inauguration of a new chief to the continent. As the empire's honor was on the line, it had to be more lavish than any other event, meaning the emperor was so busy he barely even got to sleep. At the princess's sulky words, he put down his pen, stood up, and sat down opposite Adele. Then he spoke to her languidly, rubbing his tired eyes. "I was thinking of going on a trip after the event. What do you think, princess?" "Really?" Adele replied with an exaggerated smile. The emperor nodded and signaled the servant to pour him tea. "For a trip, how about we go to the North Gerban Peninsula, your majesty? I remember the ice festival there was interesting." Her expression was as excited as it could possibly be. "Wherever you like. But that's not a definite promise, is it? I wanted to go right away." Adele's face became gloomier before she continued, fidgeting with her fingers. "It's just a new chief for the beasts. I don't understand why you care so much. It's an event to demonstrate the honor of the empire, so there can't be anything missing." The emperor wasn't interested in the event either, but it was a matter of imperial pride. Princess Adele pouted and turned towards the servant, giving him an arrogant nod. Quickly recognizing her intention, he bowed and hurried out of the office. Now, the only people in the office were father and daughter. "Your Majesty. Tell me." Adele leaned forward slightly, whispering so that no one else could overhear her. "How come you haven't been looking for the descendant of Barahan lately? The only being that could kill the arrogant beasts." After years of searching, the emperor's behavior had changed recently, progressing at a snail's pace. It looked like he'd let go of his past regrets. This attitude was caused by Belinda's relationship with a Shinsu. Well aware of that fact, Adele was even more upset. The imperial family's power could only increase if the Shinsus were destroyed. That way, I will have all the power when I become empress. Adele was already imagining herself wearing the imperial crown. The emperor sunk into the sofa and propped up his chin, quietly scanning her face. Adele bit her lips. "Your Majesty. I will find the descendant." The emperor's eyes narrowed. "Once I do, the whole continent will know who the true ruler of the empire is." Adele's face was filled with haughty conviction. Destroy the arrogant beasts, take over the throne. That was her grand plan. The emperor looked at his daughter and smiled softly. Didn't he suggest that in the first place, he would hand over the throne to the person who found the descendant of Barahan and removed the Shinsu? He stood up and walked over to a portrait on the wall. With a touch at the bottom of the frame, it clicked open to reveal space. After a moment of careful searching, he grabbed the golden key and gracefully placed it onto the puzzled Adele's palm. "Your Majesty?" She looked up at the emperor, unable to tell what it was. The emperor turned to the portrait, followed by Adele. It depicted a beautiful man sitting on the throne with the imperial sword. As long as he ruled the empire, the portrait would hang in the office, just like his father as before him. He gently swept aside his daughter's hair. "Adele." "Yes, Your Majesty. The search for the descendant of Barahan is now out of my hands." "What?" The emperor just laughed at her question. "May it be your portrait hanging here in the future." Adele clutched the key tightly, staring at her father's portrait. Her cheeks flushed with joy at the thought of it being her one day. The season was slowly passing by, the wind felt warmer, and the color of the garden's flowers changed. Belinda stretched out, looking up at the sky. It was the day of the hunting contest. The empire's hunting competition in the Shinsu forest was only held twice a year. Although hunting outside the capital was a daily routine, everyone was in high spirits for one of the rare times that the Shinsu forest, full of rare plants and animals, opened. The Shinsu hated hunting, but they decided to show their respect for human culture by allowing access about twice a year. Although they didn't get along very well with humans, the tolerance required to live in harmony remained. Belinda was sitting on a ledge with Lucy as the emperor gave a short speech. Masato was off eating snacks. He didn't want to come because human hunting was too scary and cruel for him. Eamon, who was probably somewhere in the woods, wasn't around either. Belinda's daily life was pretty dull without her two animal friends. Pretending to listen to the speech, she turned her head and yawned. How boring! I am sure no one will dedicate their prey to me this year either. It had been more than a decade since she entered the palace, and though she adapted to imperial life in her own way, there was still an insurmountable gap in status between Belinda and the royal family. When Belinda and Adele were together, all the nobles knew very well who to stand behind. Once again, Belinda wouldn't receive any of the prey. There will be a whole pile of deer and rabbits in front of Adele. Well, as always. By then, the emperor's speech was over. The nobles gathered before him, also on a white horse with their horses. Begin the hunt! He shouted, grabbing his reins. The sound of hooves against the ground covered the field. Belinda went on fanning herself unimpressed. As she turned her head, her eyes met the rider of a brown horse. It was Duke Philip Watson. He'd been staring at her for some time. Is he looking at me? Belinda looked around before nodding as a greeting. Then, he turned away and followed behind the rest of the party. What was that? Belinda leaned forward to see him disappearing into the forest. After the hunters were gone, those who stayed behind also began with their own entertainment. Belinda watched the clown's performance and listened to the music as people gathered in small groups to drink tea and talk. Belinda also talked with some noblewomen, making sure to avoid Adele. A countess, who had been fiddling with her large pearl ring, spoke. There are rumors that elephants were brought up from the southern kingdoms for the event. Do you think it is true? A duchess, standing opposite, folded away her fan with surprise. Elephants? How big are they? His Majesty has announced that he will hold a banquet more spectacular than ever before. So, he may? The Duchess nodded with a faint smile. It was a golden age, with the imperial treasury richer than ever and no shortage in finance. The emperor had publicly declared a banquet for the new Shinsu chief. The fragility of the relationship between the Shinsu and the royal family was a truth that hadn't been revealed, and the banquet would be a stepping stone for improving relations. The key to finding the descendant of Barahan had been handed over to Adele, but that was just the last piece, a possibility that had to be guarded. For now, the focus was restoring relations with the Shinsu, led by Belinda. Belinda had an odd expression. Shinsu, chief, those words were familiar but unfamiliar at the same time. Just yesterday, she was with the exact Shinsu they were talking about, but whenever he came up in conversations, Belinda felt as if she didn't know him at all. The Countess lowered her head to whisper something. Oh, speaking of that, there has been a strange rumor in the palace. What rumor? She carefully asked after looking around. There are rumors that someone saw a big black leopard in the palace. It was so fast that the shape wasn't clear, but a servant saw it a few days ago. Near the temple. The temple was right next to the guest palace. Belinda lifted up her glass to awkwardly cover her face. The Black Panther they were talking about must have been Eamon. How could he have gotten caught when he was supposed to be so good at hiding? Well, it would be more difficult to hide with his large size than when he was a baby leopard. Come to think of it, it was amazing that they kept the secret for so long. It was only possible because the few maids she did have wouldn't talk, and Lucy, her personal maid, was trustworthy. Belinda stared over at the forest, thinking of Eamon, who was probably deep inside. As the hunt continued, the sound of the hounds and hunting whistles rang out over them. How long had it been? The ladies standing around on the grass all went back to their seats, including Belinda. Lucy, how about a summer vacation to Coral? The valley there is pretty. She asked, taking Lucy's hand. That sounds nice. But will it be okay for me to go? Yeah, why wouldn't it? The emperor and the other royal family members said they would travel to the Gurban Peninsula after the event. Of course, that had nothing to do with Belinda. Neither she nor they wanted her to hang around like an uninvited guest. The Empress and Princess Adelaide in particular would obviously not be pleased. It would be 1,000 times better to travel with Lucy than sit around in some unflattering place trying to be polite. Belinda concluded to herself, nodding. Meanwhile, the sound of the approaching hounds got louder. The first group seemed to be back, their white and black horses popping out of the forest. It was Prince Lard in the lead, with a red cape around his shoulders, looking excited. He hurriedly got off his horse and walked up to Belinda. Well, not precisely to Belinda. He was interested in her maid, esteemed daughter of Count Herb, Lucy. A gift for Lady Herb, he said in an uncharacteristically serious voice. He easily lost his composure among themselves but evidently was able to uphold his manners as a prince. With a gesture, he carefully laid down the fox with glossy red fur. The nobles started a silent conversation with their looks. The prince was giving a gift to a countess' daughter, not to mention one that was pushed out to serve a neglected princess. Whatever his character, Lard was the crown prince of the empire, meaning he'd be the next emperor. A duke who usually coveted his position took a breath, and the Empress and Princess Adelaide's expressions hardened. Lucy, perplexed, stood up. Even after expressing her gratitude, she could barely bring herself to straighten back up. Lard might not have been good at understanding social cues, but he wasn't completely tactless. Knowing that Lucy's thanks marked his exit, he frowned and got back onto his horse. I will catch a better game in the future. He headed back to the hunting grounds but was stopped by Adelaide grabbing his horse's reins. Lard, did you forget about me? How disappointing, she said, approaching before he knew it. There was a firm reproach in her grumbling voice. Lard took a look around, got off his horse and walked with Adelaide. The two's conversation continued in a whisper after a few steps. Lard, what was that? What was what? You gave the animal you caught to Belinda's maid, Adelaide said in a nice sharp tone, though still smiling. Lard comfortably sat down on a rug and laughed. Her name is Lucy Herb, not Belinda's maid. You don't need to tell me that vulgar name. Vulgar? She could be the next empress. What? This time, her voice got a little louder. Adelaide aggressively fanned her face, though the heat rising to her head was evident. Fiddling with his dirty sleeve, Lard also laid bare his thoughts. I am going to tell the emperor that I have her in mind. You what? Adelaide's expression stiffened. Didn't you know about how I feel? I thought you'd know this for sure since we re twins. How was I supposed to know, idiot? Princess Adelaide stopped herself from screaming out her thoughts, clenching her fan. Really, this had nothing to do with who Lard liked. He would remain a shielded prince until she became empress. Yes. If he was going to be the crown prince, maybe he'd be better off marrying into a mixed blood family than a high-ranking noble one. But more importantly, that lowly thing was Belinda's attendant. The royal family becoming involved with her in such a strange manner would be unpleasant. Adelaide swallowed her mounting irritation and laughed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Then I wouldn't have been this surprised. The Empress, who'd been listening in, also probed in with a low voice. Prince, you can have as much fun as you like, but you have to be careful in public. Lard stretched out and laughed. Fun? You must not know how often I rush off to the guest palace to win her heart, mother. Adelaide again internally screamed at Lard's relaxed words. Not know about it? There are many more important things to do than keeping track of you. Even if she had two bodies, searching for Barahan's descendant would have been too much. But she couldn't say that. Adelaide internally let out a disapproving sigh. Let us calm down and think through this step by step. All that isn't really right. Lucy Herb was from a mixed blood family. There was no way that such poison would benefit the prince. Positioning love before power was simple nonsense. It was self-explanatory that she'd be the one to benefit from it. Even if the emperor chooses me as his successor, there might be objections, right? It didn't take much thought to see whose position would be stronger. Lard, married into a crumbling countess family versus herself with a powerful man. She'd even have a strong backing against the Shinsu while looking for Barahan's descendant in the future. Soon, Adele sat down beside Lard, now with a more relaxed face. Anyways, you know His Majesty won't be satisfied with this, right? No matter how free-spirited you are, there are things you can do that easily. She said in her usual whisper. Adele inwardly laughed at her twin and lowered her eyebrows, pretending to be worried. By free-spirited, she really just meant an idiot who didn't think before acting. But even so, I'll always be on your side, Lard. She buried her thoughts that slithered around like snakes at the bottom of her heart. Stupid boy. See, you're not cut out to be emperor. Lard just smiled, cheerful as usual. I'll take care of it, Adele. Thanks for worrying about me. Adele nodded with a smile, unaware that she wasn't talking to the foolish and weak Lard she used to know. The sun gradually traveled over the sky and the sound of horses began to approach from the forest. Everyone seemed to be returning from the hunt. The emperor was in the lead, his grinning face still looking like a young man's. He was the first to ride up to the empress, blonde hair waving in the wind. Empress. He smiled without saying much. With a simple gesture, he called over his attendant and a large black deer, with horns like a beautiful tree, was placed down. Many nobles began to clap. Empress, it looks like I still have my skills. It's amazing, Your Majesty. A deer this big. I am planning to stuff it and send it to Duke Lucen. What do you think? That would be an infinite honor, Your Majesty. Duke Lucen was the Empress's relative. She bowed, rejoicing at the affection that the Emperor was publicly showing her. While they conversed, the last group started to arrive, just before sunset. The lively-faced children of nobles entered the hunting grounds with their game, including martens, small roe deer, and birds. Some devoted their prey to their lovers, some older ones to their fiancé, and most without a lover or fiancé devoted it to Princess Adele. They looked like they were having a good time. Belinda watched the scene as if she was a spectator at the theater. She'd always been excluded, so the alienation was natural and familiar. She sighed, stretching out in boredom. A murmur began to be heard from the edges of the hunting grounds. As Belinda looked up over the crowd, she saw a large black bear on a cart. Princess, someone must have caught a bear. Belinda also perked up. Catching a predator was extremely rare in hunting contests. But why are they coming this way? She was surprised to notice that it was coming towards her. It was a new situation. It was the first time someone had devoted their prey to her, and she didn't even know what expression to have. The great hunter finally appeared. It was Philip Rodson. He smiled at Belinda, not a single hair out of place. A gift for the Empire as beautiful star, the princess. He got down onto one knee. It was dead quiet. Even the emperor didn't open his mouth, and the nobles just looked at each other with curious eyes. It was already surprising that Duke Philip had such great ability, but he also devoted his prey to Belinda, not the Empress or Adele. Philip Rodson's attitude seemed to have one meaning: courtesy and likability. What happened? The emperor broke the silent confusion with a loud laugh. Today's winner is Duke Rodson. I thought I had it in the bag with my dear. His voice was filled with happiness. He approached Philip, who didn't raise his head, with a cheerful smile. Instead of telling him to look up, he talked to himself humorously. Well, I guess Belinda isn't only pretty in my eyes. The Duke was more eager about her hair. The hunting competition seemed to have ended. Without question, the winner would be Philip Rodson, who caught a black bear. Furthermore, it was evident that Belinda would be viewed quite differently now. Everyone knew that Duke Rodson's family was a great one that would succeed the royals, and the fact that their heir offered his prey to Belinda was significant. Right as the emperor was going to pick up the trophy, there was a commotion in the background. Af. Sporadic screams were heard as the people in the back lost their balance. Those who looked back were soon screaming as well. A giant black leopard was slowly walking through the crowd. The people's eyes glazed over with fear. Knights pulled out their swords and the nobles their bows. However, they were forced to lower their weapons upon seeing the spirit stone embedded in the leopard's forehead. It wasn't just any animal. It was a Shinsu. The beast walked through the crowd with fluid movements, like a shadow. People lowered their heads as he passed but looked after his tracks as he went on. Expectant gazes following behind his footsteps, the hunting grounds were already frozen in stillness. The black leopard stopped next to Belinda. The emperor lowered his head. "I welcome Shinsu, the great protector of the empire." Only then did the heavy air break. Following the emperor, all the nobles bowed down to the ground. "I welcome Shinsu, the great protector of the empire." "I welcome Shinsu." The servants, lying flat on the floor, trembled. Eamon looked around and approached Belinda, who was looking up at him from her chair. He slowly settled down, resting his chin on her thigh. The black beast curled up in front of a human woman on the grass. "I am here. The prey you caught." There was pin-drop silence. There were some gasps and widened eyes at the word prey. Like a habit, Belinda patted his head with a bemused face. She was glad about Eamon's sudden appearance, but she didn't know what kind of official attitude she should have towards the great Shinsu. All the same, the situation was questionable. The emperor was no different. The sight of a Shinsu as a big black beast caught his eye. "The prey you caught, does that mean Belinda has captured you?" The emperor said, not sure whether it was a question or a joke. Eamon slowly blinked and rubbed his face against Belinda's waist. "Of course, from the very beginning till now." The crowd stirred again. What could the Shinsu mean? The nobles looked around, trying to assess the situation. The emperor's smile widened. Then today's victory must belong to Princess Belinda. Instead of answering, Eamon closed his eyes and enjoyed Belinda's touch. He didn't seem to mind being treated as prey by the emperor. Eamon being here and showing up to this useless competition was all because of Belinda. He remembered her words that she felt bad because no one would devote their prey to her. So he always wished to grow up. He dreamed of today when he could be her prey. Bigger, nobler and more dashing than any other beast. The emperor returned to his seat and called over a servant. After a loud blow of a horn, the tumultuous crowd quieted down again. "Let us announce the winner of this hunt." The emperor spoke in a pleasant voice and glanced around. Everyone gulped. Belinda Renates. "I am pleased to announce that my eldest daughter is the winner of the hunting competition. I declare Belinda Renates the winner." The servant shouted. Cheerful music filled the field. "Congratulations, princess. Honor to the glorious victor." The crowd erupted in praise. Belinda stayed in her seat with a puzzled face, only getting up when Lucy gave her a signal. With Eamon rubbing against her legs, she awkwardly waved at the crowd. "What the hell is going on here? I must be out of my mind. All I wanted was a single piece of game devoted to me, and now I am the winner." It was all thanks to a big Shinsu, who was now licking the back of her leg. The nobles were shouting praise. However, they were prevented from coming close by Eamon, lying at her feet. He did growl and show his fangs instantly. Meanwhile, the emperor called over the man next to him. His faithful aide, the Duke of Marsh, humbly bowed. "Have you ever seen a princess who hunted Shinsu?" He whispered to his ear. "No, your majesty." "Watch carefully. That's exactly what my daughter does." She deserved praise for being a princess with a sacred clan under her feet. It was an unprecedented event. Everyone congratulated her happily. Although the unfamiliar situation flustered them, their celebration was genuine. There were only two people whose faces were downcast: Princess Adele and Philip Rodson. In particular, the always relaxed Philip now felt the humiliation unique to those with injured pride. With his noble status, exceptional looks, and relaxed, virtuous personality, he was a duke worthy of praise. He didn't expect the situation facing him while he returned triumphantly with his prey. He should have played the role in saving the lowly princess that was circling in the abyss. Merely an insignificant being. Philip's smile was wiped off his face for a long time. A few steps away from him, Adele smiled as she looked at his expression and approached him. Well, you should have just devoted it to me. She was referring to the black bear he devoted to Belinda. Philip stared at her calmly and she put down her glass with a smirk. I like you, Philip. Your useless stubbornness and handsome face. Just imagine, Philip. The things you get for marrying a princess. Adele pointed at herself and left without hesitation. Of course, a true noble-blooded princess, not a mixed-blooded one. Philip stared at her retreating figure. Soon another crowd filled the space she left. He might not have won, but he recalled Adele's words amid the praise he got for catching the black bear. He smiled and raised his glass. The banquet had started. Belinda rubbed Amon's nose. The nobles all dispersed to congratulate people, leaving Amon and Belinda alone. Comfortably sitting on a large rug, Belinda was still worried. Amon, is this okay? Is what okay? He answered roughly without opening his eyes. He nudged her with his face, protesting the lack of pets. You said the elders would scold you if they saw you around humans. Only then did he open his eyes. Breedy, have you forgotten who I am? You Ryu. Amon. Not that. Amon Arkin. Not that either. Amon pressed his head into her waist, forcing her to answer. Stroking him, she finally squeezed out the answer he wanted to hear. The great chief. There you go. He responded coolly, tickling her ankle with his tail. Belinda pulled away with a surprised shriek. I don't care about others' interests anymore. Whether human or Shinsu. Does that mean you will be able to come in and out of the palace? His tail crept up her calf. Startled again, Belinda held her dress down. Him stealthily moving under her clothes was quite unusual. When stopped, Amon brought his tail back down, defeated, and wrapped it around her ankle again. Of course. Why would you doubt that? Amon gently knocked her back and hovered over her, softly biting her exposed shoulder. Belinda opened her eyes and relaxed. Even just Amon's head was very heavy. I'll go into your room at night too. His rough tongue brushed against Belinda's supple skin. She rubbed his cheek. Good. It would be hard to sneak around otherwise because you're so big now. Hasn't it been difficult? She said in a cheerful voice, laughing. Amon stopped. Because you read this innocent. Huh? Because you keep accepting me like this, my habits are getting worse. Belinda gently patted him. So what if your habits are a bit bad? As long as you don't eat me. If Amon failed to control his strength in a playful bite, he could probably devour her in a single bite. Amon buried his face in her neck, sniffing and rubbing. You smell so delicious though. You said you wouldn't eat me. Did I really? Amon answered shamelessly as his soft hair kept tickling her. Eventually she pushed him off. Liar. That's right. I am also good at changing my words around. When she pushed back his snout as hard as she could, he finally fell back. Belinda could see everything now. She felt very good. Her world seemed brilliant with this black leopard in it. Meanwhile, Prince Lard, watching them from a distance, whispered to Lucy. Lucy. Yes, Your Grace. Those two. Well, those two. Lard's eyes were fixed on them. Are they in a relationship like that? Lucy shot him a look. Didn't you know that? However, she soon smiled again. Maybe not. They haven't said anything, but based on their actions. Isn't that right? I think they've forgotten where they are. Someone else might not have recognized it, but Lard could easily see what was between the two.